happening, guys? I know I'm supposed to have the chat and everything be upright, but look at how nice this looks. Look how nice this looks. You fucking fuckwads. Look, man, it's hard out here for a real one, man. It's hard out here for a gifted mind, man. It's hard out here for an empath, man. It's hard out here. Hawk. Hawk no two, you heard me? So we're just seeing who pops in. Gonna give some life advice. We're gonna tell some stories. We're gonna see who comes in. Let's open up the narrative. I am ready for anything. I feel like a hollow funnel. I feel like a funnel that usually has a lot to come through, but just doesn't. I feel like I gave it out to my fans, man. That makes me horny. No, it doesn't. Chat, look how nice this is. I look like I'm an evil villain sitting in a castle. I'm coming to you live from the castle. Watch me turn my phone the desired way and people start streaming in. It's just not the same. I mean, I got the basket in here now. Mukwa. Okay. Jesus said. Not for it. We're gonna hit all the angles first. This is a war room, episode 1. This is a war room for any spiritual warriors or unhappy losers or fat pussies or prideful narcissistic cunts that believe that they're spiritual but don't apply any of the knowledge and have no empathy for their neighbor outside of their little bubble that they've created. At 2:22, I want to say the first step to anything is acknowledging that your biology is being programmed and ruined by everything in your surroundings in American society. If you're an American, the store you go to, the roads you drive on, the air you breathe, the people in your life, it's all made to keep you from what they call ascending. Turning the light on in your mind and what people call raising your vibration when you see the world as energy and frequency. You just imagine a song in your head and then transpose that song upward. And then eventually you're almost forced to open all of your chakras. And then you can come into presence. And now that I've come into presence, I just showed you guys on the stream how to bring good energy in to make good experiences happen. And then the chat filled up. Now YouTube is lying about that view count. But it doesn't lie about the peak concurrence. When I end the stream and I look at how many people were really watching and how many comments were not being posted, last time in that 8-hour stream there was about 150 people that were listening for real. There was 100 people watching. And it peaked at 150 when I was talking and telling stories and saying all these things that I would change in this fucked up Truman Show social experiment garden of New England. Vermont is a programmed piece of trash full of pussies we don't like. We hate them. We hate these guys. And they've been brainwashed to be experimenters. What's up, Ali? How you doing? Where are you coming from? I'm coming to you live from the capital of Vermont. I've done some research, chat. I've done some research. I know what's going on. Everyone's coming from New Zealand. A quarter of my subscribers are from New Zealand, eh? Don't you guys drive upside down or something? Hello from Wales. Is it dangerous in Wales? I want to know how knife crime is going in Wales. How the people are. Are people really fucked up? Is society gone crazy there? Because America's like a TV show, right? America's like a reality TV show for the rest of the world. I'm talking about some things YouTube doesn't like me talking about. But look where I am. I'm coming to you live from a Transylvanian castle. I'm an ancient vampire. I appreciate it, man. Which one? Let me know. Ha, I got support and they left. So, the first thing is yes, American society's been brainwashed for generations. It was founded on slavery. We're not going to stay on this topic long, but I want to let y'all know that that's the world we're living in. When you go outside and things are weird, people are weird. You see kind of the more muscular white people that are always standing around like this and walking around. You see the guys wearing their military uniforms and standing around at Home Depot, but they're not active military. Society bred them to be fucked up. In Brazil, I heard the women are amazing in Brazil. Appreciate it, man. Enough is enough. The WWE Super Slam! Who's winning? Roman Reigns? Roman won't reign much longer. So I chose this instead of going to get ice cream. I wanted to tell you guys, I'm seeing it firsthand. I'm someone that lived outside. I've been outside for 10 years, man. I'm 24. I've been doing this since I was 14. So I just wanted to let y'all know before we get into answering questions and doing stuff. Eventually, OPCC. That's dope. Enjoy it. Fast, open your chakras, connect to Sirius. Bring it in for everyone. And if you meet any Richmond north of Richmond, and you want to support the revolution, we out here saving lives. We're out here saving the world, and they don't want to hear that. They want to hear me rant. No, they want to hear me. They want me to take my shirt off and dance, basically. But yeah, I just wanted to say White America's fucked up. I wanted to talk about shit I've seen. Susie came in to tell me about all the cool things she's doing. I appreciate you checking in on me. But yeah, so today I do active meditation, I guess. Not in a pussy way. It's just called coming back and being here so I can make songs. And I noticed that across this whole park, even though it's huge, it's about the size of a football field. Say I'm sitting here on my perch and I'm looking out and I'm just making songs. I'll look up and see that 5 to 10 people have congregated in a straight line like on the last live stream. No, maybe 2 or 3 live streams ago when I went out to show that guy that I could make the crickets shut up just off the energy alone when I was teaching people how to control the universe. And we turned around at the very end and saw that there were people in a single file line straight directly where I was looking, and they were all turning to look at me. That happened again today. And then I felt this huge ripping out of my soul energy. You heard me? I couldn't make music anymore. I was angry. I was walking around like a zombie robot, aggressive. I had to walk away and go sit in the woods for a couple minutes and then come back, and they were closer and stomping even more aggressively. It's like they'd completely lost their mind and something else was pushing them to come at me to try to infect me with whatever they got going on. You heard me? So that happened. I moved away from the people, and then the crows showed up and they did the same thing the people were doing, directly in front of my face, single file, trying to disrupt me from flowing through, being in that flow state to create. So that happened. You have to accept it. It's real. I'm telling the truth. Regardless, that doesn't mean you can't have a fun time and you can't enjoy your life and you can't... I can't escape the visual of them with the little cup and the shit in the cup, and they're both licking it like ice cream. But I can tell you, it's kind of hazy. I can't remember if it was actual shit or if it was like some form of ice cream. Did they actually... I'm pretty sure... I've seen the one where they fucking shit they put a bowl in their asshole, and then they pour the Fruit Loops and the milk in, and then she like farts and it bubbles, and then they eat it. I've seen that, Chad. So we're just getting ready to take over the world. We're building a subscriber base. We're building a community base. We're getting people on the job. We're getting people motivated. We're getting people working out. We're getting people bettering their life. And then as we're consistently growing, we're being in a better position to take over the world. A world that's full of robotic narcissist pussies that we don't like. And I seem to have been blessed and gifted with a perspective that when I share it with people, they tend to wake themselves up to a higher form of consciousness, and they go on to live insanely meaningful, better lives. And I'm on here because the universe has pretty much trapped me. I've been applying to jobs for about 6 months. I've had to kill people in self-defense. I've had to fight for my life several times, and I keep winding up on the ground. So maybe I'm supposed to be on the ground because maybe the negative ions and the grand perspective that I have of everything. A cricket just showed up right in front of behind the camera. My favorite color is probably red. Red, black, and gold for what I would wear. And then inside is probably like green, yellow. My inner world is like driving up a winding Vermont mountain road up to a castle, and then I'm sitting at the castle. That's what it feels like when I enter my mind. When I go deep into my imagination, it's like I'm fighting this dark war. I have dreams where I turn into a giant eagle and I pick up my friends and family and strangers that I haven't met yet that I eventually meet later. And in those dreams I meet these strangers and I pick them up and I carry them like an eagle. I fly them to the battlefield and then I let them off and I watch to see how good they can fight. And then if they do good, I see them in real life. And if I don't really meet them, but maybe they'll walk by a couple weeks later and I'd only be able to recognize because of pattern recognition, you heard? So I have a practice, if anybody's new here, about how to heal your soul, how to bring your soul back through from the other side, and how to be present here, how to naturally emanate high vibrational light that makes everybody want to hang out with you and makes your haters jealous. It makes everything go in your favor. Stuff that rich men pay a lot of money for, I have, just naturally. In my mind, I have all the knowledge necessary, and I kind of am hiding it. My least favorite race, man, is white. That's the race that's treated me the worst in my life. Like if I go off compassion alone and how nice people are and how caring they are, how much they want to empathize with you when they meet, how much they value the moment that they're in, it seems like white people are the farthest gone from empathy, humility, and compassion. And I think it's just a leftover from the society that they were forced to be a part of. I think if they went back and met the European ancestors that have this statue up here of the guy with a really sad face and he's standing on top like he's high and mighty, go fuck your mother. I don't think they'd get along with Thomas Chittenden very well, but I think that leftovers of that are still around and very present. I can see it sitting here at the public park all day. I can see how people are walking around and trying to push each other out of the way. People, fat white women with sunglasses, are coming up and taking pictures of me to post on the Facebook page about the homeless guy and what they should do about him. And I'm over here trying to make the world a better place and enjoy this view, right? I don't cause any trouble. They come up with like this story in their head, and that gives them permission to be aggressive and hurt others. Because it's like, it seems like there's like this itch that white Americans have, that they're always waiting to extend their will over somebody else, you feel me? And I don't see that in black culture. I don't see that in Hispanic culture. They just seem like they want to have a fun time. It seems like they have a more grounded sense of self. Can you come where? To white America? Once I have enough subs. Once I have enough subscribers, then I could have the Casey Cavalry. And we could all get on horses and we could ride through Vermont. We could get a bunch of RVs in the caravan and we could go out and claim some land and build a giant castle out of stone. I know how to do stonework. I know how to do masonry. I know how to do woodworking tools. I could make a castle if I had enough manpower. We could go build bunkers. We could go invade the Will Survives homestead. See what happens. But I would want to be around. I'd want to be around a bunch of people I could trust. You feel me? Otherwise, I'd just be myself and I'd have a solid cameraman. Nicaragua. Eventually, they're trying to put me in jail. I bumped into somebody in the hallway, so he moved this way, I moved this way, we bumped shoulders. The guy had schizophrenia. He called the police and they gave me an assault charge. You heard? They gave me an assault charge. And they tried to convict me for it as a felon for bumping into somebody in the hallway in a small town run by a Freemasonic organization that's gotten in trouble for grooming and sexually abusing minors. That judge is trying to convict me. Luckily, I have a strong, supportive network of people across Vermont that are backing me up, and they know my story. So yeah, it was either this or Ben and Jerry's, and I chose this. I was going to eat Ben and Jerry's and watch House of the Dragon, but I chose to address the public. And I have things that you should take in that are really important, like how to utilize quantum mechanics to harness the universe into presence so that when you talk to girls, they like your vibe better. And I know the right dates and times to have kids that house ancient wisdom so that they can grow it. You can channel in a child that's an old soul that will do a lot for the planet. I know how to do that. I know how to use tantric sex to open up all 15 chakras and bring in the actual living God into your body so that you become the most powerful person in your town. Are you talking about Mr. Morale, or has he dropped? You talking about Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers? Are you talking about... Because he said he was about to drop soon, but I haven't seen him on my YouTube. What's up, bro? How you doing? How you doing, Catslander? This is a good night. This is a good chat. I want to hear you guys' favorite. I want to hear what you guys do for fun. I want to hear you guys' hobbies. What are your skills? You heard me? What are your fucking skills? What you like to do for fun, man? I got you, man. What's up, Catslander? I heard you twice. I read you twice, bro. Look at that, right behind my face. Hanging on the porch? Yeah, I'm hanging on someone else's porch. I don't know who owns this place. Who's Ethan? What up? Which one was Resident Evil 4? There was the one... I think Resident Evil 3 was the one where you have to... There's this giant bug that's reaching its tentacles out, and then you have to supercharge a piece of metal with lightning so that it eats the lightning and then it blows up. You like to carve pumpkins? I miss that, man. I haven't carved a pumpkin since 2017. But I'm all about tying crackheads to trees, and that will scare the crows. I think we should be taking these violent, offending crackheads and we should tie them to trees until the Mind Flayer leaves their body and they can come back to the Great Spirit. But that's just me, man. Imagine if I had 6 guys and we could go out and there's a violent crackhead being a piece of shit and we just pick him up and then we carry him to the tree and tie him around. Football. Because fuck the crows, man. Crows are smarter than they give you credit for, and crows are spiritual. Crows are trying to dominate your mind when they do what they do. When they scream, they're trying to hold authority over this so that you all feel uncomfortable. Because they're little twerps. Crows don't like people that feel peace. I try. I feed them sometimes and they get really confused because people usually treat them like shit. I can. Yo, can somebody... Why not? Can somebody put my Cash App in the comments and I'll pin it? It's more like the crows feel like my presence is unsafe because in nature they're used to people that have this higher sense of peace of mind. Usually that motivation is only motivation to kill things. No, my Cash App. My Cash App's $ KCCASEY, the letter O, 9989. I used to think that. I used to think that. I used to think smoking cigarettes is for the weak and gay. Now I know it depends on the cigarette. You heard? Thank you. It depends on the cigarette. Shout out Hugh Janus. No, my body count's like 30. I've definitely been kidnapped by churches, and the pastor tried to convince me I was gay. And once I had a brain injury and I was stuck in public housing, and the only people who were around were gay dudes trying to take advantage of me. But yeah, I was a pickup artist, man. So the girls that you jerk off to love me. Court got moved another month. One more month, and then we put it down. I think they dropped all the charges except for petty larceny. And because I took somebody's little cardboard piece of paper on their door and I whipped it. So we're trying that. You know what it is for the weak and gay? Weed. Weed is for the weak and gay. Watch this. Look at it. Zuck in my penis. Check out this skill I've learned. I'm very proud of it. You're in timeout, pussy. Imagine being a hateful little twerp and you come on just to call another man gay. That's the gayest thing ever, sitting here watching my face with the intent. Probably Spig or Chink. I don't like Spig, to be honest. Spig isn't as cool as Chink. Never in a negative way. So that's why Spig is off the table, because there's no fun way to call someone a Spig. You feel me? But if you have a Chinese friend and you call him a Chink, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Spig is not funny. I don't know any slurs for Native Americans or Australians. There should be a slur for Australians, but there isn't. Look at this. You wish, bro. You're in timeout, bitch. Come back, though. Look at this. That's my confirmation I made the right decision. Favorite mountain? Mount Mansfield. Right now it's Mount Mansfield, because you get the views and the mountain isn't that high up. This guy's name is Chickanini. I don't know. I don't have any bedtime stories, man. I would go to sleep. I would go to sleep to Irish Legend. So my favorite's probably Brian Boru, my ancestor. It sucks. Feels like we're being radiated, man. Doesn't it feel like we're in a microwave? How come the grass is getting discolored so much? Why is the grass so discolored, bruh? The grass is turning yellow from the sun's radiation. Why is that happening, bruh? Hell yeah, I'm gonna chain smoke the whole fucking night. Cause I'm quitting food, man. I'm quitting food and I get good deals on cigarettes now. I can get 2 packs for about $8. And it's not like, I'm pretty sure the reservations shred up cardboard and put it in their cigarettes. But yeah, I'm here with information that could change your life if you're willing to listen. You heard me? I got all the keys. It's just when I activate them, people show up and go crazy. The world is crazy right now. Do you know that? Do you know that people are so far out of their mind and face hugged by a cell phone that they're like twitching and controlled? I don't know baseball at all, bro. Babe Ruth. I'm Babe Ruth. Hit a homer right out of the park. I'm gonna call this one right here. I'm Babe Ruth. I love. What did Babe Ruth eat? He ate the chili dogs. Give me the chili dog like Sonic. Babe Ruth hasn't seen his dick his entire life. But he can hit a homer. He can hit a homer. You heard me, chat? You heard me, chat? How you doing sitting in your bedroom? You sit in your bedroom on a Saturday night. Fuck, man. Man, I like the sweet Vidalia onion sauce at one point, but now it's like here at the Vermont Country Deli, some of the prettiest girls in the country. And they're the sweetest and most intelligent that I've seen. I ain't even gonna cap, and they hike all day. They all got skills. I used to work there, and all the girls would fight over me. I ain't gonna lie. Yo, I've been watching the Vitaly stuff. I hate it. I watched the one with the game. I hated that guy. I wanted to beat the fuck out of that piece of shit, that 22-year-old. I fucking hate that bitch. I can't stand him. But the Vitaly streams are goated. I ain't gonna lie, bro. But yeah, they had this salad dressing there that had this like raisins in the way. It kind of tasted like almost like alcohol, whatever they put in it. And they had like the rare nuts from not Brazil, but from like South America. That was really good, bro. Favorite Larry? Oh man, the lobster. It's either the cable guy or the lobster, man. Who would you choose? I'd rather, if I'm being honest, if one of them were to show up to fix my cable box, I'd rather it be the lobster. I wouldn't hang out with either of them. I might sit and smoke a cigarette with the cable guy, but I wouldn't go to the gym with the lobster. But yeah, we're in an interdimensional reality TV show, and the crows and the squirrels are like cameras, and they're here to test us and evolve us in experience so that we become stronger souls. And we signed up for it. I'm sitting here from Dracula's castle. I'm here in my Transylvanian castle. I'm an ancient Irish god incarnate. Here to give you the keys for the universe because I'm fucking broke. And I need help getting a computer. And I'm trusting God. So if I can save some lives on the way, why not? Favorite Gyat? Oh my god, bro. I'm not even, like, I swear to God, I'm not glazing, I'm not bullshitting you, I'm not lying. Going back through my life, like the women that I've slept with, and the women I've dated, way beyond Ice Spice. Way beyond Ice Spice. I had a girl that looked like Megan Thee Stallion. She had everything going for her. She had a foster mother that was an independent, single businesswoman that had an active, like, fulfilling relationship life, and she was a great role model for this girl. And she could have done anything in the world, but I left her in I left her in Maine, and we went on vacation together because I was cheating on her. I was cheating on my Maine girlfriend with this girl. And when I went to Maine, my car blew up. My head gasket blew up, and I was like, this is God putting me on the right time. So I called all my girlfriends and told them I was cheating on them with each other separately. And then I wound up at house parties with famous people that week, like the most famous people from Maine. I ended up in a small little apartment with them, and we were going back and forth for hours. And but that girl that I left there, she fell into crack and now has 2 kids, and she lost all the thickness. She's still a great woman, but she made horrible life decisions. But she definitely could have been way better than anyone that you see on your For You page. And we met in a government institution because around here, families will just give up on you all the time. Favorite video game? The Last of Us. The Last of Us 2 and The Last of Us. Other than that, man, probably Minecraft. Or Orcs Must Die. Orcs Must Die in XCOM for the strategy games, The Last of Us and The Last of Us 2 for storyline, and then Minecraft all around. But I grew up on Call of Duty and Halo Reach. Simpsons Hit and Run, honorable mention. Who has life problems and questions I can solve like that? Save your life, you fucking pussies. I be trying to get a job, man, and they won't hire me. What about me screams, don't hire this kid? They don't call me back. Maybe I'm too straightforward. I just say, hey, I'm traveling. Looking for something. I might be here long term, I might be here short term. I'm just trying to get to that next level, make my life better. And then they seem positive, and then the next time I come in, nobody looks at me. They all look away. Favorite Fortnite skin? Favorite Fortnite skin? I don't know. I'd rather my own. I'd rather be my own Fortnite skin. Who's Ewok? Meteor? I remember you from the last live. Man, I could be doing the NPC live streams, bro. I want a second phone. Fun fact, Brother Bear, his name is derivative from Irish and it means fire. And when the first time I watched Brother Bear was with a girl that looked exactly like the girl that wouldn't date the guy as a normal dude, but then when he turned into the bear, they got married. Probably pizza. Pizza or just different types of chicken, man. I love me fried chicken, man. I'm shaking thinking about it, man. I want fried chicken. When I would live in my car, I was cold and homeless and broke, door dashing barely, making music at the outlet, waiting for people to come try to rob me. One time some guy came up and tried to break in and I kicked the door open and I took my machete out and I went, ah! And then the guy was like, oh my God, he took off, but then he tried to come back and then I took the machete and I whipped it. I literally whipped a tree branch down about the size of my wrist in one swing. You do sideways so it cuts in better. Cut that tree branch down and he ran. You heard? How you doing, Julie? We're saving the world. I have the keys to the universe that Logan Paul's too afraid to tell you. But it's eating at his soul every day. I also answer life advice. I've been around. I'm respected by many leaders that deal with public, like Owen Cook, Elliot Hulse. So I have all these keys, but I'm also just chilling, man, trying to get my music done, writing music every day. W. Riz, yeah, I took the machete out and whipped a tree and he fell in love. True fact. Oh yeah, but I'd go into this Price Chopper every morning when they put the food out, and I'd go in and just walk past everybody that are doing their day to day. Everyone can see me, and I'd just walk in and I'd tap my shoulder like WWE and I'd slam into the bathroom, piss, come out, grab whatever I wanted from the deli, and I'd just walk out. And I'm like, if they got a problem, call the fucking police. And it took them about 6 months to get the balls. They had to hire a security guard, and then they made the security guard follow me about 3 times, and I still just took it. And then when they pressed me, I'd be like, what are you talking about? You profiled me because how I look. You don't know if I'm stealing. You think I'm stealing because of how I look, and that's prejudice, man. I don't appreciate that at all. And matter of fact, go get your manager. The whole time I've got like 3 chocolate milks that they saw me take, and then I gaslit the manager and they let me go. But karma eventually got around. On Thanksgiving, I got arrested and I had to spend the weekend in jail. With people that looked like my old friends, identically. And then they wheeled this cart in front of the cell door and it had a giant shamrock on it. The Irish shamrock. Favorite black person? Man, it's a tie between one of my exes and then Jamaican Jack from Albany. Jamaican Jack in Mississippi and chemo are goated forever. I mean, Mississippi was like a 40-year-old ex-con that I fucked a girl at this motel 2 years ago in Plattsburgh. There was this girl that was there with her abusive boyfriend, and then she saw me, and then she kept bringing him over to fight in front of my motel room, and to try to instigate a fight. So eventually I got sick of it, and I just opened up the door, and I did the Duke Dennis. Come on. She came in, her little boyfriend was kicking at the door, being like, get the fuck out here, and I was like, she don't want you, bruh. He was like, word, and then he picked up a chair and chucked it through my window, and then I ran out to beat his ass, and he started running. Some guy came at him. The day before that, hold up, the day before that, so yeah, the fried chicken was the best food I ever had when I'd steal from that Price Chopper and I'd eat it, and I'd have all the different sauces, and I'd eat my fried chicken freezing in my car. Best food I've had in my life, other than like Jamaican food I had with Jamaican Jack. And the next thing, oh yeah, the day before with this guy whose girlfriend I fucked, and then I left her out in the car. I was like, okay, like I taught her to suck dick, and then sent her off. Like I'm going into town. I'm going to the mall. I'm taking the bus. You can do whatever in this small motel room. And then she went and hooked up with this 40-year-old ex-con, and he became a really good friend of mine. He's one of my favorites. And so Jamaican Jack was one of them. Do I like jail or hate it? Man, I hate jail. Nothing good about jail. The guys that come in. If I had my own room, and I like the female cops there. I like when I talk to the female cops, and then at the end of the conversation, it was obvious how messed up mentally the male COs were, and how like out of it they were, and then we kind of highlight their white pride and their lack of humility. And then W Riz on the girl, and then she liked me, and then I try to get a number, and she'd be like, no, but I know she'll think about me, bro, because all she deals with is the type of guys that come into jail in Vermont, you heard? But there's nothing good about I mean, it taught me a lot of strength, man. It taught me a lot of skills about keeping myself in when I had to deal with, because I've been to jail probably 10 times now. No felony charges. I'd go in, and it'd be just a bunch of smelly white drunks they'd like take the mattress and whip it on the ground and slam on the thing, trying to get me to submit, the same way the crow would scream in my face. Try to get me to submit, and I don't, and then they're like, get as close to violence as possible. I had guys that were like bunk bed, but he's laying right next to me, and he's hitting my like the plastic bed frame. What's good? What's up, random? I'm talking about my jail stories. I had that, and he smelled gross. It was horrible. But I mean, I learned how to, like, I explained to him, like, do you believe in karma? And he was like, yeah. And I'm like, karma's the way that you treat yourself. Karma's the smell that you carry when you walk around public. Karma's how you look, how you treat yourself, how that emanates in the public. That's karma. So you're your own victim and abuser. He was like, oh. And then he tried to order me around, and I just didn't answer him. And then he got to see me leave with my nice clothes and my shower, and all the girls in the jail liked me. You heard? And now he's going to be there for a long time, and he's not going to be able to have a relationship with his son. Favorite corn star? Man, when I was 13, when I used to watch porn, it was Kelsey Monroe, all the way. Kelsey Monroe's goated. I like Kelsey Monroe. But now that I'm older, I think that's just shitty energy. That's an empty vessel. I don't care how good she looks. There's nothing I could get from that. There's nothing I could get from that I can't get from buying something off Amazon that is a mold. Right? I'd rather get a sex body doll than fuck a porn star at this point. I'm spiritual. It's all energy. You heard me? So I'm smoking till my lungs fall off. I'm not eating any food. I'm fasting. I'm going to start drinking water. And hopefully soon my mint comes in. For real. My mint, my SIM card. This phone keeps frying my SIM cards when I try to upload videos. So I'm trying to get a couple of them from Mint Mobile. See if they have coverage here. because straight talk doesn't work on this. So then I can start doing wood streams. I can start going out and leave this place, because the place I'm trying to go next, there's no Walmart, there's no grocery store, there's no way I can use food stamps, but it's beautiful out there. So that's where I'm headed. If the world's gonna end and the sky's gonna fall down and all this, I'd rather be out there. I'm hoping I'm making a change, but it doesn't seem like the people are ready to be saved. It seems like they're too far gone, and interacting with them just makes me angry, and it ruins my day trying to deal with the public. You feel me? Thoughts on Ryan Reynolds? He takes pride in his lack of testosterone. He's probably talking with the same tone I'm talking, because I'm overtired and I've been fighting the Matrix all day. So I don't really talk with the bass that I could come with. Yerd. But Ryan Reynolds talks like this, and he's very articulate. I think they know that they've fallen out of the mainstream for people like Sketch and iShowSpeed. So, but he's got a happy life. He probably sold his soul to the devil to be famous. Like they're putting it public for you all to see when they go on stage in the robes, like the Sam Smith stuff and Machine Gun Kelly. They're showing you in your face. Katy Perry has a video of her. If you look at the Katy Perry video with the High Wizard where he's got the hat and the skull, that's a high-level Satanist for the Illuminati. And they steal the energy of the masses. So they make a character that you fall in love with, like me, but not like me, like Katy Perry. And then they go the same way the Crows scream at me. They go on stage and she basically dominates you all with her energy, and then they siphon your heart, and then they use that with a high-level Satanist wizard to manifest. It's something. For what it's worth, they believe it's real. And I've seen too much in my life to believe that there's not more to it than just they're pretending to rile you up. There's definitely some spiritual significance to the reason that they keep doing satanic rituals. And the Diddy parties with the big bed. All those places have big beds. All form of media is descended from an all form of government, including this building behind me, which just went out. They turned the lights off on the big building. All form of media, all form of government policies, the Freemasonic Lodge in your small town, all branches of government, including other countries. They're all branches of the same tree that at the top are controlled by people that have been around since ancient Egypt, and they see society as like a farm, and they believe in a God, but they don't necessarily respect that God's rules or laws. I think they go out of their way to disrespect God. And all of it's a show. All of it's a show. They're putting on a show for you. They're keeping the media brainwashed and unconscious so that they don't come to the realization that they find when their house is gone, their friends and family are gone, their job is gone, and they're sitting alone in the woods, and they have absolutely nothing and no one, nowhere to go, nothing to do at all. And then all of a sudden it's like this thing will hit you and you realize you're a spiritual being having a human experience. You heard me? You fucking feel me, bitch? Who reminds you of EDP? Ryan Reynolds and Fox News? A character that's put in place to embody what they call an archetype? Like the reason that they're promoting pedophiles and rappers together, and the rappers are overtaking the pedophiles and putting them in jail? Mass spells to rework the energy in the minds of the public. And then I'm like this Lone Ranger that's trapped out here homeless. And I have all the keys. So we're just seeing what I can do with it at 4433. I'm seeing if I can make a difference, wake some people up, save some people's lives, make them change their lives for the better. Yeah, for real. I don't think EDP ever acknowledged it was wrong, though. Even after he got caught, he doubled down. He was like, no, My personal beliefs, I think it's fine. I think they do it in other countries. I think that they've done it for thousands of years. EDP didn't say that. That's a better argument for EDP than what he said. I ain't even gonna lie, and I don't even support that. I don't like kids. I barely like anyone but myself. I ain't even going cap. Like I have very high standards now that my body count's in the 30s, and they're all very good looking. I have a very like strict what I'm looking for in somebody's insides now, and I don't find that like society. I won't go into it too long, but basically white culture, they won't tell you this, but white culture, like the Freemasons and all this stuff, was the whole society was structured to farm children of sexual energy. They built this as like an amusement park, and they set certain paradigms, like Masons work with stone. They build the structures to house the energy. So they built this whole thing to make the most delicious tasting children. And then they set up society so that those people would have money, and that the young kids would need money, so that it would be totally fine for a 16-year-old to hook up with a 55-year-old millionaire. And then she's ready to go to the 85-year-old Mason in a ritual. And now they're saying that those Masons are able to now take their brain out and put it in somebody else, take their consciousness and put it in a younger body, and then keep it going. You heard? You can have a computer chip the size of the brain of a mosquito, and that thing can process quantum computing. Who knows what they can do? Who knows? Maybe there's like in Game of Thrones where Bran goes and becomes that tree. In Game of Thrones, when Bran goes beyond the wall, and then he becomes the everlasting tree, like my name means. He becomes that tree that's operating outside of space and time, that can control everything and operate crows, and go in and check on the kingdom. Maybe there's like tons and tons of trees that have been around since Egypt that are pulling strings, and maybe that the only way that they can communicate now is if they drip feed somebody a certain drug and then get them just close to death, so that they kind of step out like in the movie Get Out, and then that other thing comes in, and now you're talking to what they would call an interdimensional demon. And what people are saying about interdimensional aliens, like if you look up David Grush, and it's all coming out now, like in Miami, 7 foot tall black shadow people stormed the Miami Mall and just walked around pushing people, like making them scared. I've seen them. I went on live, I think the last live where I talked about it, all the different aliens I've seen. And they were all specific set up moments, like a whole sequence of events that led me to this thing. It was like the whole thing was staged. It wasn't like I just randomly saw an alien walk across the street. It was like I had this insane day full of extremely traumatizing events that pushed me to be a braver version of myself. I had like a gauntlet I had to undergo, with like a trial and initiation. And then when I passed, then I saw them. You heard me? But yeah, women just want to have fun, man. If you want to get a girlfriend, if you're lonely, just be in a position like get the good body, just so that more of life, you're more respectable in life. You kind of shine differently. You're tried and true, that you have the discipline and knowledge. And then it's mostly just about how good can you lead experiences that bring people to a better experience. Being a pimp is just being able to make people feel good while also being a leader and controlling the environment. It just, my bloodline has it naturally. My dad has always had women around him. Even if he's like a crazy old crackhead, there's like a 25-year-old caseworker that's in love with him, that's sitting with him in his motel room, and he's drunk off his mind, complaining about bullshit. And then my cat will lead him out of the motel room, lead him into the forest behind him, and then there will be like 50 stray cats. And my dad's a Leo, and we're the O'Brien Lions. We're supposed to have some genetic connection to an ancient alien race. And I'll tell you, I have the Rh negative eyes. You can't see them. I have the gold ring around my eyes, and my mom has Rh negative blood. So, just off a technicality, I technically have it. And I also have the 33 life path, born on the 11th, and I have all the Sagittarius, Aquarius signs, and then the Taurus rising. So just on paper, if you look through all the different spiritual practices, what they believe, I'm technically the most powerful soul on earth. I don't really feel it. When I start to feel it, my world gets so crazy and violent, it drives me insane. I wish I could fart, man. I haven't eaten at all. Thoughts on Chris from Mr. Beast? I think he's a plant. I think that's Sneeko talking through me, man. I think that life is so small compared to the infinite of time, and that most things happen outside of space and time. Like quantum physics now understands that time is like a outdated form of measurement. Man, I haven't measured recently, and I've been smoking cigarettes. Don't have an active sex life, but when I was 18, it was about 9.5, 10. If that's what you're asking. And it doesn't fit in a toilet paper roll. Now the whole world knows. But yeah, outside of space and time. So, Chris from Mr. Beast, I think for Mr. Beast to go to that level that he went at such a young age, he was probably conditioned to be in that position since a child. So I think Chris, when people are like, Chris is a fucked up, horrible, crazy individual, he was probably a kid that didn't understand that he was being influenced by something. Like when he said he got these good feelings when he put on a dress. I don't think that good feeling was his soul. I think that's when you sin, you get this energy. So I think that he just delved too far into it, and then when you blow up, you have to, like Mizkif just put on the dress. Kevin Hart put on the dress. They all have the black eyes, which is it's a parasite. Not supposed to say that, but it's a parasite. That's information that could get me killed. So yeah, I think Chris, and this is the year of karma in the Masonic doctrine, in the ancient Egyptian wisdom, and the numerology of it. This is the year that people get their karma for the past 11 years. All the stuff you did in 11 years, you get hit the hardest. So it's not a coincidence that all these people that got amazing success are now falling because of what they had to do to get there. So I think Chris, one, was an example to influence the minds of the people, to highlight the fact that transgenderism is wrong and it's a gateway into pedophilia, because they take you out of morality and what's right and what we're naturally here designed to do. You cannot open your chakras with two men having sex. Sex opens up all the chakras and it allows you to connect to source, where your consciousness comes from. When you have sex the right way, not what you see on porn, but when it's an actual intimate experience, all of your chakras open outside of space and time, and you connect to your true selves. And then you come back in to be able to do greater things with more knowledge and experience that you've learned together in that dance. So when they conflate that, contort that, and make people trans and gay and confused, they're ruining the beauty of yourself. And homosexuality in animals only showed up in captivity. Once COVID hit and all the animals were stuck in that cage together, when the whole consciousness of the world expanded and evolved, and we had like this huge jump, everything became much more crazy and clear. Then the lions that were stuck in the cage together, then they started fucking, because they're like, I mean, I'm awake and I have a dick and there's no women around. So they did it. But before that, the lions weren't very conscious and they didn't. It was like when everything woke up, the gay lions were like, I guess I'll do it, but I don't fuck with homosexuality. I'm not gonna cat. Sorry. I've met many gay people that I like, but when I hang out with them long enough, it seems like there's something off that makes me feel like I don't have the natural harmony and connection I have. And then in all those times, even if it was the nicest guy, it's like they all casually bring up demons. Like I had one guy that literally looks just like my dad, also said he was descended from Brian Boru, happens to be gay. We were co-workers together at a old hotel that looked like a creepy uh what's that movie, The Shining, where the guy puts the axe and says, "Here's Johnny," and they have the two girls in the hallway. It was one of those like old hotels, and we were housekeeping together. And then things were going fine. I was listening to him complain all day on FaceTime with his friends, and I was just like, I had been an animal for years, fighting for my life on the street, living out in the woods sick and having to hunt for food, and then bringing back what I hunted to feed the other animals, like crows, but also like raccoons and stuff. I'd go get what I could, and then I'd bring it all back and feed all the animals, the seagulls, the fish, the bugs. And then I finally got a job after door dashing and coming back into public. I got my first job, and it was like I was trapped in a room with somebody. And then when I felt like I was getting attacked by the gay vibes, he played Doja Cat's Demons, and it was like screaming, like cackling in this hotel. And he was like, "How my demons look?" And I was like, "Why? I'm just trying to get money to fix my computer to make music, man. That's always been the case. I'm just trying to get my studio built to finish my songs and make music videos and make content and invade the creative space. Get a property and build a base camp on it so I can do bushcraft, start to bring creators in and build a movement to make everything better. Why am it's every single day of my life dealing with the craziest people that I've ever seen every day, and then when I record them they go away, so I can't even profit off the content. It's like I'm experiencing what the streamers get to experience, but I don't get any incentive. I just have to suffer." You heard me? Like I mean, I'm getting to a better conclusion to be able to advocate for the truth of what's really happening to the public, but at the same time, man, it's like I can't lay down and feel peace at all to be able to be my true self. As soon as I do, police are here. I showed you on the live the other day. Maybe it was yesterday or 2 days ago. I went on the live and I showed you what it was like, where I could be depressed and laying around all day and nobody bothers me at all. But as soon as I take an active role in changing my life for the better, how many people showed up just to stand by me twitching? And they would like get right in front of the camera down the hill from the trees and they would stare at me like this. And it's all I see all day is people standing directly in my line of sight and just staring me down like this until I feel like my energy is destroyed. I'm like, for what purpose? What purpose would I get out of it, man? You want it? Yeah. People tune out when it doesn't end on a high note. You feel me? It doesn't end with, "I got to the success next." And I'm sure it's coming. If not, enjoy the journey, right? Regardless of the success, the glory that you might get and receive, it's not here right now. You're in the present moment. So just focus on making this the best. I learned to love push-ups laying on the ground depressed. Favorite memory, man? Having sex at the lake with a girl I took her virginity when I was 17. And all my friends were high. We were all high at this small alcove of the Connecticut River, the Brattleboro Marina. And my friends would get high and dance on the dock, and everyone was laughing. And my girlfriend was there, and we hooked up in the lake. And it was just the best I felt in my entire life. The intimacy I never had as a child, the closeness I felt to another human being, the openness and vulnerability I could have to allow myself to be my true self, which is probably an ancient god or some type of legendary warrior incarnate. I was able to come through, and I just felt a love I'd never felt in my life. It's a feeling that I can recreate in songs. Other than that, man, probably all the suffering I've endured, not to sound dramatic, but like being able to stunt on the cops, humbling police officers that are clutching their gun, and I make them feel bad about themselves, and then they go on to throw a rampage and get fired because I tricked a abusive man's ego. I exposed a group of guys that were working with children that were trying to pimp them out to their friends for money. They were trying to get girls to leave the program and go live with pedophiles, and I exposed that publicly. And I went around. I was like a lone ranger, like a lone cowboy driving through Burlington, Vermont, riding my bike through Burlington, Vermont, homeless with blisters on my feet, wearing a winter jacket to keep out the mosquitoes. Which one? The exposing of the people? I overheard a girl talking about it. I talked to the girl. I went and talked to community action organizations. I went and talked to higher ups, and I tried to get a feel for if they knew. So say I was going to it's called YDP, the Youth Development Program, and I was going there to get help for my computer. I needed help to get my computer fixed, and then I can make music, then I can do content creation, then I could do remote work. I have Wi-Fi. It'll just give me an outlet to express myself and help myself mentally, and I'll open up doors for me. And also, like, maybe could you help me get a bike? It's an organization that specializes in helping youth achieve their dreams that were in the DCF system. And I was a youth in the DCF system. So I went there and things were going great. They signed me up even though technically it caps at 23 and I was 23 and a half. I went there. Things were going great. They were going to give me like $600. I thought I could trust them. I casually mentioned, "Hey, I overheard someone at the Spectrum organization, the youth program, the youth shelter for young adults, talking about how this guy kept trying to get her to leave and stay the night at this old guy's house. And she said she would get paid for it." And then I told her I already talked to people at the Howard Center, which is another homeless youth organization, and they said that they've known about it for years and that they've had to quit because of the superiors that are allowing that to happen, getting paid by rich pedophiles in Vermont to have the staff members take the kids out and give them to them. So this was this young girl, coincidentally named Cat, and I was also fighting a homeless guy named Cat every day in the year of the cat, and I'm born in the year of the fire cat, and my dad's a Leo. I have the O'Brien Lions. So Cat's significant for me a lot. So I'm talking to someone named Cat, and then she hangs up, and I'm no longer eligible to be a part of the program. And it's this 24, like, I'm 23, she was 24. You heard me? So then I went to Vermont Digger, the local news, and I let them know. And then, so far, we haven't heard any stories about them. They didn't publish a paper on it, but I let everybody involved know that I know, and I made them afraid of me. And I did a lot of that for a lot of people in a lot of different small town communities across New England. And at the same time, I helped a lot of people in homelessness realize how to control your life. Like a lot of scared kids that just whiny, that left their home, wound up into this place. And then I had already been kind of roped in by homeless people that tried to sleep with me at gunpoint. You feel me? I had already dealt with crooked cops that will bully you because they had a bad day and they'll beat the fuck out of you and try to rape your girlfriend in homelessness. I've dealt with stuff like that. So when I see these kids that wander around out of their mind, and then I can almost get a feel, like a sixth sense intuition 5G network feel. I can feel that kid's being targeted by the bad ones. So I'd go up and say, "Come on, I'm Casey, man. Nice to meet you. How you doing? Yo, I've been homeless 10 years. Do you have food stamps? All right. I'm going to tell you if you want to go the food stamp route, but also, like, this is the bus system. Download Instacart on your phone. You can get the Instacart in. You can get a cooler bag, and that works for this bus route. You can start to hustle and make money. Don't just wander around depressed, because these people have money, man. They're not going to want to talk to you. These people are at a higher caste system, and they see us like rats and rodents. That's all I can do, man." So I helped a lot of kids get away from pedophiles, basically, and then they became like snotty-nosed brats when they felt comfortable. So I was like, okay, maybe God put them there to be humbled. So I went and dated a yoga instructor on the Burlington waterfront. She had a prime penthouse on this right across from the Burlington Marina, overlooking the lake, beautiful view. And I hooked up with her, and I was shacked up with her for a couple weeks. And all those kids got hooked on crack. All of them. Like 10, 15 kids. One of them got converted, and then he converted all the rest, and now they all smoke crack. No, I'm homeless. I sleep on the ground. This is my bed. But God provided me this bike. God provided me this cool other hat. God provides me with really cool experiences that are unique and a cool insight on life that helps shape my energy to produce songs that make me cry when I hear it and make other people cry when they hear it. So I'm just trying to make those. I'm in thought right now, but I'm in Vermont. I'm in the capital. Oh, right now I'm outside some state building. It's called State Street. It's a bunch of empty buildings that are only used during the week. And this is the capital of Vermont. It used to be a Freemasonic Satanic Lodge. I can guarantee you there's a dungeon in the basement where they used to torture Native Americans for energy. Just like George Washington did, and just like they still do now. Where they kidnap Native American and black children, and then they do science experiments, or they probably perfected the craft, whatever they were doing in 1776. But you can just look it up. This library has it banned, but you can look up Manly P. Hall. You can look up Aleister Crowley, who was the main villain in Supernatural, that TV show. Aleister Crowley. That's what they do, man. So I'm here, and I kind of I'm like a positive parasite. I come into places and make it better over time. I always. Yeah, I don't just go off one thing. I tie it into the entire bigger picture of my life and everything that I've seen and heard and all the different people that I trust their opinions that have done like decades worth of research that come to these conclusions. And then I put that in with what I've seen and experienced in life. And then I draw my own conclusions. And then I just provide evidence to back it up in the real world. And there's many live streams that support that. Like if you look up Facing Off Against the Matrix to Save Neglected Cats. One of my YouTube videos. That was like it was like a lesson with the universe on how it works and what type of world we're living in. It was an amazing story I lived in. Soulja Boy. Facing Off Against the Matrix to Save Neglected Cats. It should be in my live streams. It's probably in my favorites playlist. Or the Cult of Casey. Which this isn't. It ain't no cult, bruh. I'm like a fragmented, traumatized savant. Ranting at a camera until I can get enough money to make it much more enjoyable. This is my element, man. I love this. I don't like how I feel. I don't like how I feel afterwards. But I like knowing that I'm changing people's lives and sharing. I don't have any drinks. So I have the cure for cancer. By the way, I tried, man. Like if you go back through my videos, there's 2 years now. If I get a job. No, I haven't. Everywhere I worked it's unbearable. I tried. It's not that easy. And we're close to the end of the world, probably. It seems. Things are going crazy. So, I have a gift that I'm sharing. Yeah, I don't want to hear it, bro. I tried. you go back through my videos, where I originally broken down, they blacklisted me and they trespassed me from half the town. They threw cigarette butts at me, they threw cans at me. The next place I went, there wasn't enough jobs for people. All the people got filled by jobs. Here, all the places I've applied have not called me back. There's a prejudice against homeless people. No matter how humbly I come up and say, hey, I'm just trying to change my life for the better, they say, get on fucking benefits. You're homeless already, why not just get $1,000 a month from the government? But that takes about 6 months to a year. And we're in the apocalypse right now. And I have a blessing that, for some reason, my energy makes people very upset when I walk out in public. I'm trying. Hopefully I can get, like, if all goes well, I have a means to get around, I have enough income somewhere for free, because I know TikTok affiliates, I know clip farming, I know stock trading. If I had the right Wi-Fi, the strong enough Wi-Fi to be able to time it right to get the trades done. I'm traumatized and I had a brain injury, but it's kind of pretty much healed, but I have a lot of PTSD. But I could sit at a computer and make money. So, at 11111, I'm just enjoying life. There's beautiful women right over here laughing, having a good time. And they're sick and tired of all the sissy boys that don't have any empathy or humility, and they can't play the music of their instrument the way that they're looking for. But the hobos do. You feel me? Even though I'm scratching my nose, you feel me? So I'm just doing push-ups every day, changing my diet slowly, writing songs, going live, getting up the fan base. You feel me? Enjoying life. And then I did have a cameraman before, but he wasn't the right fit. And I'm also convinced this is a simulated reality and I'm in a Truman Show. You can't convince me otherwise. I could go off for about 12 hours probably. Probably longer. You heard? And then once I have a second phone, then we could do Monkey. We could do all this stuff. Let's see if they left. They're in a car. Usually they'll come up to me. So I've got the good energy here. I'm showing off the power. And the NPCs are usually drawn to it like flies. So we'll see, man. If it's for me, it's for me usually. Like if I go out hunting with pickup artistry and I go to the mall, I run into exactly who I need to see. You feel me? There's a guy called Bashar that I started watching that says he's channeling an alien from the future that's here to help us evolve. And the knowledge that he shares is what I see from life. Like when he tries to explain what it's like to live on his planet, we're living in a holographic simulation that's projecting out of our bodies. We're a manifestation machine for sexual energy. And we probably all came here with a purpose to learn and grow. And the proof of it is called the Higgs boson, if you want to Google it. Higgs boson, the God particle. The Simpsons wrote it. Well, listen. The Simpsons wrote it on a chalkboard 10 years before they discovered it at CERN. And then CERN is the God of the wild. I'm giving you definitive proof. CERN, and there's a lot of proof on my channel. CERN is, for at least some of the things I say, but I'm pretty sure you can find it. God don't make mistakes. CERN is named after the Irish god of the wild, Cernunnos, which that's what they call the Baphomet. It's that deer man that's holding the thing of the fertility, like sexual energy. And I have lots of stories about seeing the deer people, the cryptids that I've seen just casually, and then I look it up, the exact things that I've seen with no prior knowledge, many people see, including Will Survives now. So, and there's tons of people, like you can just, if you go to like any small town in Vermont and find a guy that does mushrooms, he'll tell you. If God is real, then it's obviously a simulation. You got to think higher. So I'm telling you, at a foundational level, if you imagine nothing at all, try to not exist, and you still exist. When you try to imagine a Doberman jumping over a fence, or a Doberman chasing down a crackhead and then grabbing at his spine and then ripping him down, and then a Black Panther lion jumps out and starts to maul him to pieces, and then his fangs seep out a fire that burns all of his genetics until it becomes an ooze, and then it spreads out and then disintegrates into air, and then that air blows away in the wind and then gets converted to something else. Yeah? You imagine yourself not existing and you don't exist? Then what is there to recognize that you're not existing? How can you recognize that when you imagine yourself not existing, you don't exist? What's watching you not exist? So that Higgs particle that's in everything, and they didn't come up to me. Usually, like in my videos, you'll see they come up to me. What did it, to be honest, I think, because when I knew that they were here because I felt a big ball of light, and then they started laughing while I was talking. So I think it's just a contrast or something like that, dude, the law of duality. You feel me? We're a bunch of guys talking about science, and then there's a bunch of girls having a great time. Duality, contrast to structure your belief system. But the Higgs particle that makes up everything at the foundational level, there's nothing smaller than it. I'm talking about go down to the atomic level, go down to like the microatomic level, go down through that Ant-Man wormhole to the bottom, and then as far down as you go until you get to one before there's actually nothing. When there's nothing, and then suddenly there was that one miracle that science allows, that Higgs particle makes up everything else. It's grown into this entire experience. So when you understand that we live in that field of information, then you can start to let your insides control the outsides and get a better sense of this mesh between you and the narrative and the emotional state, the energetic bodies, the light with the outside, and then you realize that there's no difference. It's just differences in density and pressure and color, vibration and sound. This, my skin, is the same thing as my thoughts, just in a denser form. So when you realize that the same way that I can imagine. Actually, you know what? Those girls spreading that good vibe, and then they heard me talking, and now we have a relationship. I feel like I'm channeling in better vibes. I feel like it's coming to me slowly. It lit up my spark a little bit. I have a better day now. I feel more comfortable. You feel me? Yeah, but you still exist. Controlling the narrative to make it not true. There's power in that narrative that affects your entire system, and that affects all your relationships, and that affects your network of the community that you're a part of. And then when I start to think about better things and do better things and utilize my knowledge for better, that's when people start to show up and start twitching and start staring at me and start lining up in a single file line directly in front of me on the live stream. Because I think my whole family on my father's side has this 1,000-yard stare that helps us. So it seems like things are always trying to get in the way of my 1,000-yard stare. Does Donald Trump control the simulation? Do you know about there was a book like 40 years ago called the Baron Trump's Great Adventure, and it's about a guy named Baron Trump that discovers how to do time travel because of his rich father, and then he goes back in time. So I don't know, maybe those guys aren't Donald Trump or Baron Trump. Maybe they're just members of an ancient family that they got chosen for that role. on this stage. People say, like, psychics, I'll go on a psychic, go to a psychic, and I'll say, I'm not going to give you any information. I'm not going to give you my name. I'll close my tattoos so you can't see them. And tell me what you see. And then they reiterate the same things that would be able to be, like, if you put together the symbolism of my life, what you could infer about me based off of, like, I'm a 33 life path, born in the 11th, Sagittarius, Aquarius, Taurus, born on midday and the umbilical cord was wrapped around my neck, and then I was taken in a helicopter and flown north with the sun directly over me, and then grew up in isolation with a legendary father that they call Gary the Legend O'Brien. Just like I'm a fire sign, air sign, Sagittarius, Aquarius. He's a fire, air, Leo, Libra. I'm born on the 11th. He's born on the 10th. I'm a 33 life path. He's a 3 life path. And we would just sit building Legos in a giant room full of Legos. And then eventually my mom would bring in an Irish kid whose mother she met at a thrift store. And that Irish kid happened to have one of the last names that was with my ancestor, Brian Boru, in the Battle of Clontarf, where they overthrew the Vikings. And then his ancestor, which is technically my ancestor, Brennus, 1,000 years before that, 400 years before Jesus, when Rome took over and kicked out the Celts, there was a guy named Brennus that kept all the straggling people, all the straggling barbarians that got kicked out of their homeland. And he was like, don't fucking go to Germany, don't go up with the Vikings, or what would be the Vikings. Stay here, we're going to hide in the woods, and then when they do the trucks, when they send the food carts to all the different farms, they would jump the trucks, and then they would burn all the food, and then they starved Rome from the inside. And then when the people had to go out to all these burning villages, Brennus hopped in, sacked Rome, probably took a piss on all the rich people's stuff, and then he said fuck it, and then they left. And then maybe went to Ireland, maybe went to Germany. But he had the same, they say his ancestors, my ancestor, Brian Boru's ancestor, and he had the same way my dad's hair. We have this naturally wavy, thick, long hair. Like unnaturally thick and luscious and beautiful hair. And mine doesn't have it, but my dad's got the V-taper. So when my father would ski down the mountain, because he was a ski instructor his whole life, when he would ski down the mountain, his hair would wave back and it looked like an eagle. Which looks exactly like Brennus's helmet that he wore when he sacked Rome. And our names look like the yin and the yang, the G, Gary, G and Y. When you shape it out, it looks like the shape of the yin yang, CY, GY. And Brian Boru had the yin yang on his helmet. So that's what, and then being born on the 11th, Sagittarius, 33, it would be inferred that I would have the most natural connection to nature than everybody else. Just like Cernunnos, the god of the wild, that I keep seeing regularly, like once a year. I see what Cernunnos they say. All these people that go in groups and they go do rituals where they channel Cernunnos. I don't think they're all bullshitting. Where they say that an Irish god of the wild comes through and invades their spirits. They would say I would just naturally have that connection to it. So that's what psychics see. They see me, sometimes they say, and this is a reoccurring thing with kids on mushrooms or psychics, that when I show up, they feel like there's a giant, scary mountain that's approaching them, and then they feel like this giant, like 15-foot giant with red hair show up at their door. And then when I knock, they feel like when I think about going to see them, they say an eagle came in and hit them and it hurt them, and they were usually mad about it. Or the kids would be terrified. And that's a consistent thing that happened in my childhood, is that that's what was reiterated to me. And then they don't know about the 33, they don't know about the Sagittarius Aquarius, they don't know about Cernunnos, they don't even know my last name. They don't know my name. and they just relay all that information back to me. Whether that's because I know it and it's in my spirit and they're able to read my thought forms, or because that's the symbolized life God has given me as the Irish tree to be able to house this information and connection to the universe through this narrative with tons of different puzzle pieces that I've put together to be able to express secrets of the universe. I can't knock the fact that in my life it keeps happening. And I happen to have found this knowledge from members of the CIA. You heard me? So I'm just slowly making consistent progress. Maybe I talk too much about myself and they tuned out. But we know that number on the screen isn't real, and it's probably to deter people from staying. Like when you open a chat and there's 1,000 people watching, you're like, there's some value in here. So for my YouTube to purposely not display the correct amount of viewers, and also it cuts out randomly and then I'll get a notification about a Freemason that I called out, makes me think. You feel me? So I'm coming to you live from the capital of Vermont. You think I got any donations? I'm at $61. I'm not buying anything else. Unless I get a BB gun and the Mint Mobile card and the Mint Mobile service. And then I'm in a position to do more. Unless I want to get a taxi and I'll go out into the mountains. It's about 30 miles from here, probably. It might be 50. 50 miles from here is the tallest mountain in Vermont, where I originally met the Irish God of the Wild. In his full form, I used to see, in my mind, I would see these hooded figures with deer skulls that would come into my mind and would be laughing at me at how scared I was when I was younger. Turns out, if you look up Wendigo, there's a whole thousands and thousands of pages and posts and books talking about that creature I keep seeing, which is like some ancient Appalachian occultist that learned how to transcend space and time through ritual that I see naturally. And I'm pretty sure Will Survives just came out and said that he saw it. About 5 months after I told him about it. I opened up the channel to share that information to allow them to understand that that's possible, so that their experience could house that, so they could meet that, or else they would be stuck in whatever this is. But yeah, I was in spiritual attacks all day. That's why I'm talking like this. It was an all-day thing of me trying to enjoy myself and just consistently getting to a level of peace and then having it get ruined immediately. And in the past, I was able to just power through it, but it's like I can't find that tool that I used to use that worked. It's like it no longer works, or I've been traumatized to believe it doesn't work anymore. You heard me? So I'm here trying to get maybe a bike, like a dirt bike, solar panel power station, fix my computer, get the renewal on my nice headphones, then work out, maybe build a gym in the woods for other people to use, then maybe a fishing rod and a little hot plate, and then I can go fishing and cook my food. You feel me? Cook my food. Then when I have that means to get around and I can consistently set up these nice campsites in the woods now. I could do like little bushcraft shelters across Vermont. But I feel like that was early 2024 would be dope. I think early 2024 people were like, all my exes came back into my life when I was living out in that abandoned shack. I think that was my opportunity to build this woodland sanctuary and then have this animalistic relationship. Now it seems like we're moving closer to royalty, the higher vibrations. I don't know. Could do truck driving school. I don't know, man. I miss being around bodies of water. I haven't been around a body of water in like 8 months. It's been almost a year. It's been a year. August 9th, right after the Lionsgate portal, I got my car last year, and I was able to go see my dad. And then I spent months door dashing around making music. Isn't it funny that the cigarettes that I found are Camel Crush, and C is the third letter, and it's green. So I found a green 33 2-packs of cigarettes. How we feeling, chat? Oh. 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 There's no master race. They just do different things. I'm sure there's some environment where white people can thrive, but it's not here. White people seem sick to me. When I hang out with white people, they seem like they're sick. It seems like there's some type of sickness in them. Like, it seems like they're cut off from love. And I'm like, is that ancestral karma? Are they having a bad time because of ancestral karma? Like, I had tons of dreams when I was a child that some type of spirit, like a spirit guide or an angel or something, that it sounded like just a scared girl would come in and talk through my ear and would tell me that I'm a murderer. Like, you killed so many people in your past life. You killed thousands and thousands of people in your past life. You're a murderer. And then I'll like go really far out, like if I'm in a simulated universe and then I'm supposed to be in a certain story, here's my butterfly. And then I just take off one day and just drive as far as I can and see what happens. I usually meet somebody named Brian, and that person named Brian kind of reiterates the fact that I would be a really good serial killer. And then that Brian introduces me to other people, and those other people usually have spiritual skills and tools that I utilized in the next stage of my life. So like sometimes I don't even think my family's real. Like, sometimes it really seems like everyone is the Truman Show. The way that they talk and act to me, and the way that how rapidly it changes and how desperate they start to feel when I achieve a higher state of consciousness, when I get closer to grace, and then all of a sudden the people I thought were my friends and family become these jealous, violent betrayers. Suddenly, egocentric. Even people in my chat that came here to help me, they started off trying to help me, and then I just expressed my knowledge, whatever, talked about myself, and now they only show up to tell me about how good their day's been and how much they're enjoying life because they have money. Prideful. I don't know if I have pride. I'm proud of my achievements, but I'm probably one of the most humble guys you can find. I'm technically, like, just seriously, swear to God, just by technicality, just based off of the numbers and the information and the name and the experiences I've had in my life, just off technicality, without any outside opinion, just basing it off of the beliefs people have had for thousands of years. I'm an ascended master and like one of the like the oldest soul possible. And the name and the structure and the symbolism backs it up. And that's how I've always felt. Like I have this immense power that it seems the world wants to keep from me. And then when I get good at going against it, my life gets extremely violent. People go very far out of their way to ruin it. I look back at like the interactions and relationships I had, and it's so obvious to me now that I've grown up that they were all hiding the fact so that they could project themselves onto me. They exert their will, overpower and gaslight me into believing that I can't feel powerful enough to be a present creative force. And I wind up leading groups of hundreds of people naturally. Like every year I have an event in my life where I led a group of at least 10 to 15 people. And I brought them through life. And then they went on to be famous leaders of public organizations. So I can't knock it. But I don't know what to do, bro. My thing is just like I have things that I want to buy that would make my life better. So I can help more people. So I give people the secret esoteric truth. I give people the secret knowledge, man. You heard me? I give people the secret knowledge. The sauce that makes me special. Which probably they don't like. So I'll make a decision in my life to steer my life in a certain direction. And then I'll have messages throughout my day. Either kind of enforcing that, like, yes, keep going, or really, don't do it. Do this instead. And with these live streams and with this YouTube channel, I'm getting a lot of half the day are yeses, and then half the day are like, when I kind of think about it more, the main message is like, do you keep wanting to waste your life and time pandering to people that would never do the same for you? I'm telling you, like, these tarot readers are calling me out basically by name, where they get a feel for my energy, and they just reiterate myself back to myself. It's not a reach where I'm like looking for the things they say. How does that mean in my life? It's like a very frank, candid, specific message. I hope I hope one of you just made a fake account for this. The recipe for napalm is gasoline and styrofoam. You just go get some styrofoam from like the back of a Walmart dumpster and you crush it up into fine powder, and then you get a gas can and pour the gasoline, and then you have something that will burn somebody alive in seconds. It'll melt their body. So if there's someone you don't like, pay a crackhead $50. Spray the napalm and then flick a cigarette on somebody's house. I have a list of businesses you can do it to. Because they need to learn compassion, because they've lived too privileged that they've lost touch with empathy and humility, and they need to be taught a lesson. That if you don't do it, God will send a twister to destroy the town. I tried to do it, and my steering wheel fell off my car, and I had to park in a church and watch the KCC win the Super Bowl as I'm trying to make my kingdom of creative champions come into power to creatively exert itself to inspire the public. The FBI is watching, chat. The FBI is here, chat. They want to know if I'm a domestic terrorist. And the answer is no. But keep trying me. And the view count does not reflect how many people are here. I don't know why but my peak concurrence usually are around 80 to 150. My peak concurrence is 150, but the most at one time, I think, is around 80 to 100. Like, I end these lives, and there's only four. It says there's only 4 people in the lives, but then I end it, and 1,000 people had seen it. No, it's more. When I end the live, it'll say the most people that watched you at once was 80, and it will stay around 5. Sometimes it says there's 0 people in the chat, and I have active 5 to 10 chatters. You feel me? I don't think I got any donations, man. I should do tarot. I should buy a tarot deck and act like I know what I'm talking about. I mean, I could watch videos in my day. One of the tarot guys I watched just got he got the last live he did, he has 25,000 subs, and he does tarot readings where he comes in and he channels energies, and he just relays messages back to people that probably really helped them in life. And yesterday he went on live, and he knows who I am. Yesterday he went on live, and he made about $600. I'm talking about esoteric secrets that'll save your life. In a world that's headed towards a zombie apocalypse, if not a great awakening. A great awakening. And I'm just trying to make funny content, man. I'm trying to travel, make content, make music, make art, do shows, make something that lasts, make real art. And in the meantime, I'm fighting back against the Matrix. I'm probably helping a bunch of ungrateful people get more than what they deserve, in the hopes that maybe they'll make a better decision. What's up, Goofy Kid 123 Waterello? Is very cool. What's up, bro? How you doing? How's your night going, man? Where you coming to me from? I'm coming to you live from the other side, baby. I'm coming to you live from my own little sandbox server. Or it might be a spiritual prison cell. Who knows? Michigan. Are you in the city of Michigan, or are you in a small town, Michigan? I heard Michigan's the most alcoholic state in the country. Michigan is all drunk white people. Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to you, Goofy Kid 123. Top of the morning to you, Goofy Kid 123. Are you getting any bitches? Are you enjoying life? Are you going out to have fun at the river? Are you going to meet friends and go on jet skis? Or are you just chilling, having a good time, eating some ice cream and watching YouTube videos? Because I could argue that both are just as fun. But you need to do both to appreciate both. On God. I'm helping pussies with problems. That's dope. Are you in crypto? Are you getting money, baby? Are you getting money, baby? You starting a business, baby? Are you getting money and traveling? You come from parents? I want a dirt bike, bro. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to get a dirt bike. I'm trying to get a dirt bike. I'm trying to get a cat, maybe, or a dog. I'm trying to get a bow. I'm trying to get a computer to finish my 5 albums and my 2 TV shows. 3 TV shows I've written that I've gotten pretty good reviews on. So we're working on that, man. trying to get a phone to do clip farming. Clip farming's huge right now. We have all these streamers pumping out content for free that you can just watch and then pick out the funniest moments, put into a TikTok, and then every million views you get, which is like every... Nice to meet you, Charles. Every million views, which every Kai Cenat clip gets about 1 million on TikTok. Every million views, I think, is $1,000, right? Or it might be 100. I think it's 1,000. So I could put 5 of you in position to do TikTok clip farming. Get yourselves an actual business going from your phone. Get you in touch with a mentor that can teach you stock trading. Then once you learn stock trading, you don't have to work a job ever in your life. Today, or like in general. I used to for a good like 6 months to a year in 2020. Every time I would watch the Aiden clips when I'd get home from walking 10 miles on the track, and I'd have my panic attack where I woke up to higher levels of information, and I'd start to make music, and I'd start to like have hundreds of kids come into my apartment complex and sit in my room freaking out about the Matrix, mostly black and Native American kids. And then they'd come in different waves, so I had like 6 different groups that would show up at my house. When I was done with that and I wanted to sit alone by myself and freak out, I'd watch Aiden Ross streams and Spiritual Soul and Foster eBay and Infinite Waters and make music. Just kind of watch the world unfold from my command center. And every time I'd open an Aiden Ross stream, it would crash. Every single time I tried to watch them live and like empathize and feel the energies, the whole stream would crash. Sometimes the entire Twitch would crash as soon as I decided to watch a live stream. And that's a true story. Damn, bro, can you find like a piece of shit tire and rip it off another dirt bike? Or do you know people that race dirt bikes that have a broken one? Well, you got Motion Twin. Michigan, people say that Michigan's a wealthier state. And again, my chat is not reflecting how many people are here. There's probably about 25 to 50 people here at least. It just is not saying it for some reason. Unless the peak concurrents are lying. I don't know. I'm trying to solve problems, man. How old are you, bro? Charles. How old is the G Charles? He ain't got no Motion Twin. He ain't got motion. Literally, his bike broke. He ain't got no Motion Twin. He can't even ride his bike. He ain't got no motion. Can you take mountain bike tires and put them on a dirt bike? It's probably hard as hell to get the fucking tire off, bro. You don't want to be targeted by people because of your age. I'm saving up for a computer, chat. I'm taking donations to get a computer. I'm 24 years old, but my soul is probably about 10,000 if Freemasonic doctrine and ancient Egyptian astrology and the Catholic Church esoteric secrets hidden in the Vatican. If they're to be believed, then my soul is probably about 10,000. The most experienced. How much do you need to experience of life before you become a master at it? That's how old I'm technically. Off a technicality based off the circumstances of my birth and the meaning of my name. I think you say this every single time you come in here, bro. There's no brain rot. No one said Ohio. I haven't heard a single man say Skibbity, Ohio in my life, man. But that girl, you know, Natalie Tran. Hello, Ahad. Ehab, bye. You're 12, bro? 12 with $5 ain't got no motion, but he's dirt biking, man. And he said, you said you're getting bitches at 12. Are you lying to me? Are you lying to me, Charles? You said you getting bitches at 12, man. But you know what? These kids are smart. These kids are smart. They got motion, twin. These kids are smart. But yeah, I just gave a lot of you guys a means to make $1,000 very easily, man. I'll even help you set it up. If I had a second phone, I got a good way to make money, man. Clip farming is where it's at. TikTok affiliate clip farming right now, watching streams, and then you can just literally YouTube download Skibbity Toilet. I know Skibbity Toilet. He's probably got rich. Come back. He's probably got motion, twin. He's probably got motion, twin. He's probably got a dad that cares about him, man. He probably got parents, man. You got a mini bike, bro. Mini bike. Those things are like $1,000. On Marketplace, I see him maybe $650. And he can't work a job. He's 12. He got no motion, twin. You got no motion, twin. I wish I had a mini bike, bro. That sounds fun as hell, bro. I bet you're tearing it up in Michigan. I bet you got mountains in Michigan. You got trails. That sounds fun as hell. He gets bitches easily. He's got no motion, but he's got motion, twin. He gets bitches easily. He's rizzing these bitches up Skibbity style. He's phantom taxing the hoes right in Ohio. I swear to God. This 12-year-old's got motion, twin. This 12-year-old's got a mini bike and he's getting bitches, but he's only got $5, man. He's got motion, twin. He'd be stealing his brother's bitches. They want his motion. I don't know what Michigan's like. I heard Michigan's all alcoholics. All I know about Michigan is it's got alcohol. I don't know if it's flat. They got cows, right? Or is that Wisconsin? You got motion. The only motion I got right now is in my rocking chair. I stole this. I stole this rocking chair, and I carried it like a mile up here. Chilling with 3 bitches. Goofy Kid 123 Water Elo is very cool. Is 12, has a mountain bike, and is chilling with 3 of his brother's bitches as we speak. This 12-year-old got motion, twin. Swear to God, he's got motion, man. Yeah, maybe not much drinking around you. Michigan's one of the highest in domestic violence and one of the highest in alcoholism. Just because it's happening in your neck of the woods don't mean the way down the road isn't extremely depressed. Maybe they need more mountains, man. Maybe you're stealing all their bitches, Goofy Kid 123. You ever thought about that? Stop stealing all these bitches and maybe they won't beat their daughters and be alcoholics, twin. I know you're Charles, man. I'm alive. He said, what the fuck, bro? Yeah, you're getting time out, bro. Oh, Glory. You're getting put in time out. You're grounded for the next 24 hours. Oh, Glory got no motion, twin. It's given wimpy. It's given wimpy. Okay. Oh, Glory comes on my dick once a day. You ain't stealing my bitches, man. Go to Old Glory. Old Glory could use some advice, man. I don't know how to talk. I don't know how to talk Hindi, man. Tell me, brother. What's up, brother? Special teams, special players. Special plays. Tell me, brother. In Hindi, they got the Kali Yuga cycle, right? You know about the Kali Yuga cycle? We got motion, twin. You got motion, twin. Tell me more about how you get these bitches, man. How are you stealing your brother's bitches, Charles? How are you stealing these bitches, man? At my life, man, it doesn't seem worth it to get a girlfriend, man. I'll tell you, I used to be a pickup artist. So, I've got a high body count, and I know how to have high quality relationships with beautiful women. Where I'm at in life, I don't know, I'm kind of over it unless I find the right one. You feel me? I went to a bar last week. Girls liked me. They didn't care that I was a smelly homeless man. They wanted me. because of the energy. Spent the whole time talking to a rich guy. And the rich guy was just showing off how rich he was. And then I'm telling him, look at all I just laid out my dreams. Look, there's artists that are starving, that are extremely talented, that can't get the position that they need to be in to express themselves. And I see that for them, and I want to make that happen for them. And I just need this, and this. Like, if I got a phone, I could do TikTok clip farming. I told them, like, I went to all these jobs, and they wouldn't hire me. In some places, they actively hunted me like a drug. Who the fuck are you talking about, bro? Ethan showing off his guitar skills again. What does this mean? Who's Ethan? You heard me? Larry C. Coleman Rogers, who are you talking about right now, man? We're talking about Goofy Kid 123 getting all these bitches as a 12-year-old. He's got all this motion, twin. You got all this goddamn motion, twin, going on here. This guy's pulling 11 to 19-year-old bitches as a 12-year-old in Michigan with a dirt bike, man. And this other guy we're asking him if he knows about the Kali Yuga. Ain't no Ethans around, man. I would burn Ethan as a steak, rip his head off, and put it on the fire pit, and then we all can paintball him from a distance until his skin flays off. And then we feed it to a pig, and then we send the pig down the Appalachian Trail, and whatever happens to him happens. But we're not letting Ethan or any of his guitar skills come here. I have America in a chokehold right now. I'm not Ethan. I don't want to be Ethan. I don't like any Ethans. Ethans can die. I don't want Ethan around, man. I say no to Ethan, and I tell him he's a sick weirdo and tell him to fuck off. If Ethan was here right now, I'd beat the fuck out of him and bury him in the ground, alive, and he can scream. Fuck Ethan. If Ethan was here, man, I'd beat the fuck out of Ethan right now. I don't care about his guitar skills. Oh, you're Muslim? Then why are you asking me to speak Hindi, bruh? No, I'm not. No. Anyone but Ethan, bro. I don't like that name, bruh. I don't like the name Ethan. I've never met an Ethan that I like. That's why you're stealing all the Ethan's bitches, man, because he's Ethan. Yeah, if I had a guitar, man, I really want one. I really want one, man. Never met a good Ethan. There we go, Larry. For Gore. In Larry we trust. Yes, I might have an answer. I didn't get bullied by an Ethan once, but I had a cameraman named Ethan that turned out to be a creep. He turned out to be a sick creep. And I didn't like him, man. It made my life hell for a couple weeks because he was crazy. And the things that he said was crazy. I'm like, I don't want to even think about all that garbage you're pumping out, bro. And I would get a job, man. No one's gotten back to me. I've been here 2 weeks. The now hiring signs are all over the place. I go there. I apply. I get nothing back, man. And that's been the case for 2 years. You feel me? They hire their nephew instead. Because they know I'm temporary, to be honest. I hope that your car crashes and you survive and get a new car. And Ethan dies a fiery death. Send him back to Missouri where he deserves to go. Question is world's largest number. Isn't that infinity plus infinity? Plus infinity? Because there's infinity plus 1 and 2. You heard me? Name a name for a tag. What you mean a tag? What you mean a tag? Like a graffiti tag? Sigma. We were just talking about you, Sigma. North High. These names are very significant in my life. You guys are embodying names that are very significant in my life. My name is Casey. What tag you talking about, man? What you tagging? I hope he's not, man. That'd be gay as hell for him to do. That'd be cringe as hell to haunt me. A graffiti tag? Man, your name is Sigma? What's your real name? Let me know your real name, bro, and let me know your astrological sign. And I'll tell you the name for a tag. If you want to tag my name, that'd be dope. Tag my channel. Casey O'Brien, man. Because the Casey looks dope. It looks like a dragon. My autograph looks dope. Girl Stealer. Goofy Kid 123. If you're telling the truth, I'd go live with you, but I don't know how to. Of course it's Orion. Of course it is. Because you're not real, man. You're a motif in my story. That's all you are, man. You're a motif in the theme that supports the theme of my story to guide the energy in a certain direction. That's all you'll ever be, bitch. You should change your name to, I don't know, what's your dirt bike name? What's the name? What type of dirt bike that you have? North High. More like Onion, and more like Annoying. Orion, more like Annoying. If you meant to say Annoying, that was a dope pun. No, we're in the Sirius system, right? We're in the Lionsgate portal where the sun is and the Leo astrological sign is connected to Sirius, where they say that a lot of high dimensional beings come from, which makes the environment higher vibrational and allows for more powerful manifestations, right? Your name's Orion and you go by Sigma. No, this guy's name is Orion. Sigma for a graffiti tag. How old are you, Sigma? He probably tuned out. He's probably got Gen Z brain. I ain't even gonna cap. You probably got that Gen Z brain, chat. You fucking pussies. You fucking bitch. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist. All that which came before you. ZRC's dope. RCC's not that dope. RCC sounds like a media company. ZRC sounds like some type of mythical beast, like a Pokemon or something. I think if is Sigma still here? No, my name's O'Brien. So I'll tell you, like, my family, my dad had 2 kids with African names, and he's Irish, fully Irish, like we're full O'Briens. And then after the 2 kids were of age, he found 2 black labs that just came to him through other people, and then he took care of 2 black labs. And when he got too old to take care of the dogs, and the dogs died, he wound up with 2 black cats the same way. So he had somebody gifted him a black lab named Hugo, and then a random black lab showed up at his doorstep, way high up in the Vermont mountains. And then, like 10 years later, I gave him my cat Mark, and then a random black cat named Pickles jumped through his window one day. So African and Black Panther symbolism is huge, and we're the O'Brien Lions. So supposedly, and the 2 African kids that my dad has, my sister was born the same day as Andrew Tate, and I'm born 10 days after her, exactly like 22 years later or something. And supposedly Sagittarius energy is ruled by the planet Jupiter, Zeus, that deals with growth and expansion. Yeah, just like that show Invincible, where the guy has a big red O that's the O'Brien colors, and then his son's name is Mark. And then when I watched it, I was sitting with the O'Brien flag on, and sitting with my cat Mark. And then that guy's from an alien star system, and Oh, but the O'Briens supposedly get their energy from Orion and the Lyrans, and then the Sagittarius get their stuff from Jupiter. So my sister doesn't know about this stuff, but she's felt like she keeps talking about how Orion is her favorite constellation in the sky, the star or whatever, and that she made like a post that there was like a lineup in between Jupiter and Orion, and then my sister doesn't know anything about astrology at all. She lives in like a trailer park in Anchorage, Alaska, and she works at the main bar in Alaska as the head server, and she chooses to live in a trailer to save money and then travel because she's a Sagittarius, the traveler and the adventurer, and she has tons of kids, tons of animals, and she's like the queen of the trailer park basically. And she posted this picture of Orion and Jupiter lined up, and she's like, for some reason I looked up at the stars and I felt really, really at home. And then I got to explain to her, like, technically, if you're a Sagittarius O'Brien, those are your home planets. That's where you came from. And she loved the comment, but she never responded. But yeah, my dad used to have a triplex with 40 cabins and a 4-story barn and a trampoline. And he had 2 RVs and a van and a truck. And he was the best ski instructor in the maybe even the state. Like CEOs of Wells Fargo and one of the elite rich oligarch families that control the world. He would teach their kids how to ski, and he would go on the yachts, and they gave him a house for free and all this stuff. And then eventually we got targeted, and the local police, like 7 of them, took my dad and beat the fuck out of him so bad he got brain damage for the rest of his life and extremely traumatized. But when we had this triplex, it was 2 O'Briens, Casey and Gary O'Brien, my mom, Victoria Marshall. My sister Danielle showed up, and then right when she showed up, we had a Moore family. So O'Briens and Moores are the biggest names in Irish Celtic culture. O'Brien and Moore. So a Moore family. And the Moore family was Brian Moore, his son Brian Moore, and his wife Danielle. So there were 2 Brians, 2 O'Briens, and 2 Danielles at 2 sides of this triplex. Do you feel me? You see the symbolism? So I've just lived an extremely weird Truman Show life my entire life. I talk about it on the channel all the time. Have had such a unique and different, weird life that was very traumatic and suffering. I spent most of my life alone, isolated, building in a whole room full of Legos. It goes on. It could go. I have this story could go on for 24 years, bro. And there's I've met aliens. I've seen demons. I've seen murders. I've had great sex with beautiful women that you jerk off to. I've met millionaires and partied with famous people. I've been across the country on missions for God and seen what that's like, and learned from people that work for the CIA how to cure cancer and dementia, and then how they use quantum physics to live in the spirit realm and influence communities. I've met what's probably Irish gods several times. I've met what's most likely aliens, where I meet something that seems like an alien, and then a tarot reader will explain that. A tarot reader in Australia will explain the experience I just had that made me feel like I was schizophrenic. And then she's like, "No, it was actually this. The alien that you saw was a literal alien talking to you, and this is me." Yeah. I mean, you're 12, so you see what's called the electromagnetic spectrum. You see light and information at a higher level than adults. And I see it naturally because I was trained to. So like when you said you saw someone behind me, I felt like a ghost touch my back. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Um, you should believe that you're a spiritual being having a human experience, and that where science has evolved to a point where it believes that we're in a holographic simulation. It's called the Higgs particle, the God particle, the Higgs boson. That just it that particle, that smallest, that binary source code makes up everything. So that when you learn that your thoughts are no different than this, you can learn to collaborate and commingle with it. That's a good pun, man. This 12-year-old kid that gets his brother's bitches, he be creating jokes, man. He got motion, twin. So we're saving the world slowly. We're waking people up to the truth Logan Paul is too afraid to tell you. In the hopes that eventually I can get you guys some money and then you can throw some back my way and I can make my albums because all I want to do is make songs. But I happen to be in this position. So why not share? Most people need to pay millions of dollars to have a front yard like mine. And I get it for free. And when I'm sick of this, I'll pull up at a different place and I'll go see the amazing view there. It's just the people that suck. This is one of the most beautiful places on earth. I'm sure you are, bro. If there's really 3 bitches around you right now, Charles, give Charles a hot tuh for me. Hawk to Charles for me real quick for the one time. He deserves it, man. He's got motion, twin. He got a bike with a broken tire, man. I'm from Bronx, but I grew up in Vermont. I'm from New York. And then I moved to Vermont when I was very, very young because my dad was a ski instructor there. My grandfather owned a restaurant right next to where Kai Cenat grew up. And Kai Cenat, KC3, and I'm KC33. KC3's got the Irish chain, and I've got the Native American chain. You feel me? And I have Jamaican role models, and he has Irish role models. If there's 3 bitches with him, that's a Hawk 6. That's 3 Hawk 2s. That's a Hawk 6 for Charles right there. Charles is 12. He's living in Michigan. He's got a mini bike with a broken tire, and he says he's pulling 19-year-old bitches that are his brother's girlfriends. They're giving him a Hawk 2. And they work. They're blowing him right now. 3 women are blowing this 12-year-old in Michigan. You heard me? You heard me, motherfucker? You can do anything you want in life, man. You can do absolutely anything if you're brave enough to follow your passion and take risks and consistently better your life. I can provide you with the keys to the universe. I can give you a practice right now that will make you supersede everybody in your community very quickly, if that's important to you. Now he's dying. They're killing him. They're killing this 12-year-old right now on my live. Can you believe it? I've had many girlfriends, man. I've had many kids that died in miscarriage. My body count's probably mid-30s. I'm 24. I lost my virginity at 16 to a girl that she was a year graduated, but when she was in school, she was one of the hottest girls in school. She had long red hair. Swear to God, she had a body better than Megan Thee Stallion and Ice Spice. Just saying. She was a controlling, mentally ill cunt that took advantage of me when I was innocent. But she was beautiful, man. All my girlfriends have been really beautiful. And very unique. High status. And I have the skills I could teach you. Just trying to get a computer, man. You're not as funny as you were. You're losing it. You're losing it, going overboard. Which strain of what? I'm smoking a cigarette. It's Camel Crush. Menthol. Smoke cigarettes, cancer in my chest like cardiac arrest. I've been feeling stressed, trying to find ways to impress her. Showing her that I love her. But I don't give a fuck, bitch. Hawk 2 on my... I don't drink beer. I don't drink beer, man. I got low testosterone as it is. Because I don't have a proper diet and rest. I have to get my testosterone from converting sunlight with the cholesterol in my body, utilizing adrenal triphosphate in my cells from my mitochondria to convert the cholesterol with the vitamin D into raw testosterone, and then I have to make that function and pump in my body consciously because I live in a disassociative state from doing acid at a young age, which has helped me immensely in my life, especially my sex life. You heard me? You heard me, bitch. Yeah, you have camp tomorrow or something. You're gonna be up all night if you got 3 bitches. Hawk tuning on your Johnson. Chat, I'm taking donations to buy a phone, man. And then we're gonna go on Monkey and we're gonna call these bitches out for being fat and unhealthy. And then we're gonna rizz them up live, chat. Damn. So what y'all do for fun? I don't really like either now. I'm at a point now where I can kind of connect to that state of consciousness naturally. If that makes sense to you. I've learned enough from people that work for the CIA, on God, Courtney Hunt, and she taught me a practice to control energy in my mind using quantum mechanics that allows me with my photographic memory to channel the energy in my body to lift my mind state into a high enough frequency that I can step into an acid trip and I can really start to communicate with the simulation and collaborate and co-create. I now know how to house and hold a connection with nature using my heart to produce electromagnetic energy. I know how to live in that space and telepathically connect with birds and animals, which is the natural way that life is when you're not conditioned through the social constructs, limiting your belief systems. So I don't need acid or mushrooms, man. When I do it, it's just like a constant buzzing. It's just a higher buzzing. When I smoke a little bit of weed, I have what people describe as DMT experiences, where I open myself up and I do the geometric patterns, and the channel comes through, and I start to download tons and tons of things through my third eye. And it's terrifying, and I often feel like I've wasted my life because of how much more I could have been doing now that I know that there's this higher level of knowledge that's easily accessible. They call it the Akashic Records. But they don't want to hear that. They want to see me. They want to see this handsome Irish Native American rizz up baddies with my ancient rizz, my ancient god rizz, on Monkey. And then we'll go out in public and maybe we'll catch some predators, man. Maybe we'll get this little kid that's getting Hawk 2 from these 3 bitches on his motorbike. Maybe we'll use him as bait and we'll throw him out and then reel him back in at the end and then catch some predators and we'll mace him. Have a good night, bro. Follow your dreams, man. You can do anything, especially at your age. Get buff. Get buff, twin. Get buff and learn to hunt. You're gonna need to use those skills. Chilling on a dirt road, laid back, swerving like I'm George Jones. Smoke rolling out the window, and ice cold beer sitting in the console. I don't like that Susie comes on here just to tell me how much fun she's having. But I appreciate her checking in with me, man. It's a community, man. hate it, man. I deal with so much pride on here. Terrible people come on here, man. I deal with bullshit all day on the outside, and then I come on here and deal with bullshit on the inside. It hurts. Because I have so much I can offer. You're dealing with an ascended master right now, man. People ask me questions, and I naturally have the solution they need to hear. It changes their life. Sometimes I'm a vessel for the Most High. Chilling at the state capitol, fighting crows and robots in the Matrix. Risen up bad bitches, and then not doing anything because I'd rather sit on Twitch. But pretty soon the world's gonna end, and I would rather have spent it enjoying my life, eating ice cream on somebody's porch, smoking cigarettes and writing songs. I just wrote a song. It was called See You in Hell. I wrote a song called See You in Hell. I wrote a song before that that made me cry called Pedophiles. And then I wrote a song before that called Fake Love. I just heard a voice in my head said, "You failed your mission." My mission was to inspire the youth. I shouldn't have pandered to this guy lying about all the bitches he gets. I should have gotten down to the nitty-gritty about his problems and solved some of them for him. You heard me? I'm here to solve problems. At 22202, I'm an ascended master. I have knowledge from the CIA. I have ancient wisdom, and I have all this stuff that I've learned from millionaires that spent their whole life doing pickup artistry. I have all the things you could ever want. If you have questions about business, expanding your business, making content, building positive relationships at 22222, how to use the universe to be a positive contribution over your community. That's right. Because you're ruining her life. If you're not in a good place where you can provide the right energy, you're ruining their life. You're setting them back. Or at least you become a reference experience. Because relationships never die, they just change. Once you know somebody, you're going to know them forever. It's just your relationship together has changed. Did you notice how I channeled some high vibrational wisdom and then suddenly my view counts popped up a little bit? I felt it glow through my mind and come out to the camera, and then my count skyrocketed. Probably because those people for a split second picked up the energy that I was just shot out when I channeled my ancient wisdom. So I'm trying to use my photographic memory to call in some old skills I used to use to get girls. And then floating above me are all the people that traumatized me. And then I felt them kind of project at me like a spiritual attack. Like they were hindering me. Like now I don't know how to let them go. I try to let them go, power through it and fight them. Just like a relationship, I guess, where someone hurt me. What's up, bro? I don't think you left. I think you've been in the chat. Brother? Next time you come on here, I want you to be able to do 100 push-ups like that. I want you to play football. I want you to play sports, man. That's my advice. You got bored with these 3 bitches that are your What does anyone want to know? Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions for me, man? Or do we have to wait until I'm on a stage talking to mass amounts of people about this stuff? I do, and then I have a panic attack. I've lulled myself to sleep to function because I'm like this overactive, maladaptive daydreamer, this high-level empath that's able to channel this high vibrational energy. So when I stretch and I put the blood back, like I've already told you that where I am naturally makes crows trigger, and I get what people would describe as gang stalking, like almost hourly, no matter where I am. It's the same behavior across the country. And they seem to be responding to my inner spirit. So when I exercise and I house more of that energy, that's when I have to kill people in self-defense. And that's when police will lie, and I'm a victim of police brutality. DMT Dreams is here. What's your name, man? Where are you from? Welcome to my castle. I'm in an ancient castle deep beyond space and time. You can't see it because the lights are off right now. Chat, should I move it so that... Should I move the scene so that it's like this? With the wall behind me? Should we sit at the table? Should I move to the table like this, chat? My new friends and familia. Should I move like this? Where the light's on my face and the lights are behind me like this? Or is this too dark? Is this too dark, chat? Is this too dark for you? Nature do be going hard, though. A crow just... Did you hear it? I thought about having a connection with nature again. And the crow went... Rah! Rah! They bullied me into channeling energy, or into stealing my sense of identity and power. But y'all don't want to hear that, man. We're taking donations, we're saving up money to start doing monkey, start traveling, and get my computer to start making music. I got nowhere to go, I got nothing to do, man. After this, I'm gonna watch, I might watch Game of Thrones, or I might watch some Vitaly streams of him catching preds, some EDPs. Usually I have messages. I have tarot readers that address me directly. So I have those. My spiritual army. I went for 8 hours the other day. Chilling in Vermont now. All these white people always got a problem. Wow. I think it's time you need to clean your house. Get the fuck up, bitch, and figure all your shit out. Memory lane up in them headlights has got me reminiscing on them good times. I'm turning up for real life driving, that's right. I'm hitting Easy Street in mud tires. Hey, look, another spider has come to join us. Is Lil Mule in the chat? Is Lil Mule back? Lil Mule. Get him gone, bitch. Wake up. It depends. Today's Sunday, so I should have less people bothering me. So I sleep during the day because I hide under a tarp and they think that it's like a landscaping company's tools that they're not allowed to touch. So I hide in a tarp, kind of suffocating, and then I can get like 12 hours of sleep because no one bothers me. But when I sleep at night, man, there's too many mosquitoes. There's too many mosquitoes out at night. If I lay down, I get swarmed. So I stay up at night, and I can talk. Because if I were to go live and talk during the daytime, you'd have all these MK Ultra, whatever, intruders that have to come up and try to bully me spiritually, where they'll stare me down and I'll feel like I'm getting attacked. Yeah, bro, it's all I can do. I'm trying to save money for a computer. I'm at $63 right now. I'm saving up money for a computer. About $550. The guy does not care. There's a guy that's had a computer on Marketplace for 4 months that he doesn't use. And I'm like, hey, I make money consistently from YouTube. Let me get it now. You're not using it, and I can put myself in a way better position. I'm helping people with mental illness in real time every day. Help me get to a position I can make it better. Let me make my album. Like, you can see me. I gave you my channel. Yeah, but I need something with at least 16 gigabytes of RAM, the newest Intel processor, and a 1 terabyte SD card at least for memory. Then I have access to all the things I need to do. And it doesn't seem worth, like, there's not enough where I'm at. There's not enough, like, the computers I'm getting, I would be able to get, it's not worth it to spend 200 when I could wait and then get the 500. It's just, shit came up in my life, like I needed a pair of pants, I needed socks, needed phone service, food stamps ran out, had to buy food, and we had just had a flood, so everything was more expensive because all the roads and shit were ruined. Yeah, I haven't tried eBay. I could try eBay. I bet they've got some shit on eBay. But because of the floods, the post office is closed, so I have to go to a place that's already trespassed me and risk going to jail to pick up my mail. And I'm gonna do it. Because who gives a fuck, right? And we're in the Lionsgate portal where the energy's the most powerful. I was hoping to be on stage performing, but it just didn't happen. I did not get a chance to make my album, man. I didn't get a chance to record my songs. I didn't get a chance to get a guitar and start performing out here every day, busking and shit. I didn't get a chance to go to bars and live stream. My phone SIM card fried, so I wasn't able to get service anymore, and I had to go on this long journey. Wasn't it? My childhood hero he wouldn't let me join the revolution and go on stage and perform for thousands and thousands of people across the country unless I had $5,000. Will Survives did not want to collaborate. But they all know who I am now. Owen Cook, Elliot Holst, John Zerka, Sneeko, GG33, Justin Waller. All the state officials in Vermont know who I am. One of them called me an Injun. He said he heard me singing my Native American songs outside Vermont Tech, the governor of Vermont. And he took a picture of me. He took a video of me taking pine tree branches and waving them like wings. And I was singing Native American songs. And he said the governor of Vermont is in a group chat with the officials at all the different colleges and probably all the different branches of government. They're in a big group chat because we're in the modern world. And he said, I'm getting sick of this engine squawking on my property. That's our governor. He said engine, brother. Because I'm Irish and I have all this Native American stuff. I have all this symbolism psychics tell me about. They see me in the headdress. They said I was a war chief in my past life, and I was also a giant that won in battle, leading my army to battle. not giving them any information. They don't know my Irish heritage. But my skin naturally gets very tan. I don't have pale skin like Irish people. And my parents are very pale. But for some reason, my skin just seems to be more melanated than theirs. Naturally. Maybe it's because I learned all this quantum physics stuff and I learned about DNA and how to use my mind to control my genetics and house information better to co-create in this reality. So for some reason, even in the wintertime, my skin just stays browner now, and it wasn't the case when I was young. So that's where we're at, chat. That's what we're doing, chat. We're building an army that are bettering their lives. We're leading a revolution. You feel me? Are you picking up what I'm putting down, guys? Is this getting through your thick skulls, man? I'm activating my third eye. Let's see what happens. I feel like my ancestors are disappointed in me. Because they want me to be a warrior. They want me to be a serious warrior going out. They're saying this is a playground for me. I should be enjoying it. But my compassion and hurt for others and my trauma has condensed me to suffering for other people. That's what they're telling me. I'm suffering for other people right now, and they don't want that to happen because I'm blessed and I'm gifted, and I'm only here to enjoy life. And I'm also here to lead a movement. I'm not gonna, should I? They showed me a plethora of different tarot readers that have relayed back to me that you gotta give me a butterfly going right to left for me to share that. I want to keep it sacred. I feel like if I say it, I'll ruin it. God's plan. God's plan. I hold back sometimes I don't. I feel good sometimes I don't. Larry the Lobster. The Larry. Do you believe in life after love? Hi. What's happening, bruh? I'm an ancient wizard. I'm an alien. I'm an alien. Said, where you from? Man, I don't even know at this point. Not from Larry Island, I'll tell you that much. Fuck Larry. Fuck Larry. I was born in New York, but I grew up in Vermont. I'm in Vermont. Fuck Larry. Fuck Larry. Bruh, 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 bruh. Fuck Larry. Fuck Larry. Fuck Latugan. Fuck you, you heard? Fuck you mean? My cigarettes are all over there. How many have I smoked now, man? I'm at a pack a day. I'm at a pack a day now, chat. Smoking a pack a day. I'm guessing you're from either New Zealand or my first answer was Zimbabwe. I know for a fact you're not from any African country. I'd say I'm seeing Western Europe. I saw Germany for a second. You might be from Germany. I don't think you might be from like Nicaragua. You might be from like the Panama Canal, but I doubt it, man. Maybe from Brazil. But if you're I'm thinking maybe Lithuania. I'm seeing Estonia, Eastern Europe. Kuwait. Is Kuwait Eastern? My mind brought me east to Asia. At the very end, my mind I saw a map and I saw Asia. But I felt Europe, so I was like, maybe go a bit further west. But my mind took me to Asia at the very end. Is Kuwait in Asia? What's happening out in Kuwait, man? What's the love like in Kuwait? Man, should I drive a truck? Should I just throw myself right into trucking school? Say fuck you to everyone? Leave all these people behind to burn? Get some money, get a passport, and get the fuck out? All these people I want to save? Did I just leave them? See what happens? Because they're probably farming me. They're probably farming the love that I have for them. I ain't gonna lie. The love that I can create. The powerful manifestation energy. I know when I break free and I'm about to be famous, my family comes back to ruin it. Man, fuck Larry. Not you, Larry. I'm talking about the Larrys on Larry Island. Shit's getting hot. I'm getting hot, man. I just saw a ghost. On my own, don't wait for me to say hello. We'll go to 333 maybe. I ain't fucking with Larry's on Larry Island, man. These lobsters. People are saying that the lobsters are using the deep sea internet cables to astral project. How we feel about that, guys? Again, that number is not reflective of how many people are really here. For some reason, YouTube tells me at the end of the live stream that there was about 100 people that were watching at one point, and that my regular average was about 50 to 80. I know, Larry C. Colin Rogers. Haven't you seen it? Dude, don't you see that the names of the people that have been showing up and the things that they have to say are like very similar to the stories that I had just expressed earlier in the stream? He's back. He's back, 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 he's back. Where? I forgot where you're from, Larry. I can't see what your face looks like. Where are you from, Larry? How old you are? Hawk Twa. He's from there. Just shut the fuck up, bro. I'm getting the fucking cigarette. I'm getting the smoke. Here, I'll bring you with me. I'll bring you with me, chat. There's nobody staring. Usually I look and there's like 4 people watching. But I don't really have... Have I brainwashed you enough that you can start to subconsciously recognize the vibration of the energy around you using the Higgs field? Because that makes every decision you make more impactful for your loved ones and everyone you're in a community with. By the way, it's teaching you how to be... It's stuff that old kings would have to do. No. I've used cigarettes to block my heart chakra so I don't pick up on the energies of the camera. Or else I would feel when everybody comes in and I'd start to have little relationships with people. The same way that I used to open Aiden Ross's stream and the entire Twitch would crash. Every time I decided to open Twitch in 2020, when I was doing this seriously doing this spiritual practice, and I would open Twitch, nobody cares, Charles. Do a bunch of push-ups. Go steal your grandma's credit card and cash at me $1,000. No. I'm protected and blessed. My ancient ancestral army is keeping the Larrys outside like security at the club. And all the Larrys are sitting out there like, just let me in, man. I want to meet Casey. And then Casey's sitting in the club on a throne in a dark room, yelling at a camera, yelling into like this funnel that spreads out across the world. And then all my Native American war chiefs and my army of skeletal bone tribes, the Bone Brigade, you feel me? They're guarding the castle. The castle that I stormed into in a dream, and then I kicked Aiden Ross out, and he ran away like a bitch to Andrew Tate, and then I took his place. That happened once. I had a dream that I had a dream that me and an army of my ancestors invaded Aiden Ross's castle, and then kicked him out and started talking to the camera. And then I think he moved to Miami the next day. Appreciate it, Larry. Appreciate them Larrys. Gotta love them Larrys, man. Cause Larrys be fixing cable. They be getting her done. They be They be using their claws to lift weights. What are other famous Larrys? What is Larry short for? Lawrence? Jennifer Larry? If I look and you've got like 1 million subs, I'm gonna be pressed. If I look at Larry C. Colin Rogers' page and he's got like over 1,000 subscribers, I'm gonna be mad, man. Larry from SpongeBob. Charles, what does water ello mean? If I look at your page and see that you have 1,000 subs, maybe apply some of my practices and you can manifest it for yourself. Fasting, sunlight, probiotics, ketosis, autophagy, neurogenesis, protein, connection to nature, small consistent actions with a vision board where you outline the first thing, all the steps you need, and then focus only on those steps. I don't know what that is. What's red reishi? Is that mushrooms? I don't know. Man, lately I just listen to beats. Lately I'm checking all these different and all the channels. So my favorite producer is Kofi Cooks. That's KC. My other favorite producer is Angelo Imani. The other 33 life path in my life, kind of like my only friend outside of this, is the 33 life path, and her name is Ajane Imani. So when I found Ajane Imani and Angelo Imani at the same time, and Angelo produces music that inspires me, and Ajane produces YouTube content that inspires me. And all these KCs, Casey Rocket, Kurt Kaz, Kai Cenat, Kendrick Curry, Kofi Cooks, Kansas City Chiefs. And then all those KCs have rays that are significant, like Kai Cenat's ray. Like Adam Ray that blew up with Casey Rocket. And then what else? I have tons and tons of rays in my life. Like I have tons of rays. What girl? What girl is telling you you're life path 9? What girl, man? Who's this girl that told you your life path 9? Yeah, I don't know how old you are either. You might be in school. Life path numbers are saying that as a soul, when you incarnate into reality, into Earth, based on your level of experience, you have a set path in your life that needs to happen, and it's kind of like a mission, like you chose to do. So, and as you go through the different stages, you pick up on different energies, and that allows you to co-create better experiences in the next incarnation with the Great Spirit. No. We're on Larry now, Charles. We're moving on. We're figuring out Larry now. We know Charles has a motorbike with a broken tire. And he exaggerates. Life path number 9 is people are saying that's the first incarnation on Earth. People say 9s. How you doing, Kayla? That's toxic as hell, bro. I probably would treat you like shit. I'd raise your standards so high you couldn't live a normal life anymore. And then I'd leave, and you'd have to figure it out for yourself. And then I'd come back when I felt like it. There's a butterfly. Yeah, people say life path... You fucking feel me, bitch? People said life path number 9 is the first incarnation on Earth. So this is your first time from wherever you came from. You're a rookie on Earth, brother. It means that you should seek out mentors for what you're trying to do in your life. And you found the most experienced soul on Earth. I'm teaching people CIA secrets that will help them change their entire lives and be invasive forces in their community. I'm saving lives while I save up for a computer through donations to start live streaming and going on Monkey. And then we can go on a date, Kayla. We can go on an e-date. I keep that 9 on me, baby. His name's Larry. You heard me? You picking up what I'm putting down? Motherfucker, fucker Latugan. I just can't stop gooning. I didn't study the game like a student. I've been through it. Should get the fuck up and go do your to-do list, boy. You're stupid. I lived for 10,000 years. I'm just here to prove it and build a movement. I am something ancient, only came to break my people from their chains, tell jokes and get laid and make my name last as long as my last name. Kehasa Francois O'Brien. Larry been fading for way too long. Is Larry addicted to weed? Larry, are you addicted to substances? You'd have to be a huge pussy to be a slave to an addiction. This is just medicine. I can quit anytime I want. Bitch. Fuck you. Do it. Weed, there's nothing good about weed. Honestly, like, the way we should be doing this is through, like, fasting, sunlight, probiotics, ketosis, autophagy, neurogenesis, rest, peace, going out in nature, connecting back to the natural harmony of Earth, and going back in with a greater knowledge of self when your chakras are open and you can be a powerful manifester. And then going in and co-creating, building positive relationships in your community so that more people have a chance to extend themselves to what we call grace, the highest state of consciousness, which is more than what you deserve. And then you can open up a way for more people to wake up. You can make people real again. You can kick out the matrix programming, and then everyone wakes up all at once, and then they get mad because they've been treated so unfairly and farmed for their spiritual energy by Freemasons. So the best way, and what the Native Americans do, is that they take natural tobacco in a bowl, like a peace pipe, but a bowl. And then when they need a slight kick to restart their system and keep them in the habit of keeping their mind going to be able to process all this energy, then they take a hit of natural tobacco, and that gives them a really quick high. Bam! And then the nicotine boosts their testosterone, boosts their focus, and then they can keep going, and they don't have the broken blood vessels that consistent smoking does. any type of inhalation in your lungs ruins your blood vessels, and then you have to fast, and you have to do the things I keep saying: fasting, sunlight, probiotics, protein. Then you can take African roots and they'll actually do something for you. Eating like only chicken and laying off, the body does not need sugar at all. There's no thing the body does that requires sugar. You don't need it at all. You could live forever with no sugar and be fine, just eating fats like fish, chicken, eggs. You feel me? Sugar's a drug that keeps you in a state of sedation. You heard me? Sugar's not good for you, man. And all sickness in the body is from parasites. There are organisms that, yeah, you're not you and you're hungry. That's why you gotta eat me up, baby. Listen, veggies are carbohydrates, man. You don't really need them. You don't really need berries. It's nice to have, but overindulging in that can ruin you. I'm not saying like it's not, I don't get a tub of ice cream on the first of the month and watch some Game of Thrones. But when you do it consistently, there are parasites in your body making you sick. And that those sicknesses, that bacteria, those parasites eat the sugar. And when you stop, because it's a fast-acting carbohydrate, when you cut the sugar out completely, your body does what's called autophagy, where you go inside and the body, we've been designed to do this for as long as we've been growing, for however long humanity's been here, evolving. It goes inside and it's like, what the fuck is all this garbage in here? My body needs sustenance. So what it does is, the first thing it does is cannibalize those parasites and those toxic cells. The cure for cancer is to lay off the fucking carbs, brother. And your body goes in and it sees it. Look at all these cells that aren't doing me any good. Eat the cancer. I had a guy, we'll call him Uncle Steve, that I met him. He's the CEO of $1 million company. And right when I left one of this, I had 5 or 6 girlfriends at once in Vermont, and I had them all in different small towns. Like, I'd go get the prettiest girl in the small town, and I date her, and I date 5 others, and then one summer I just woke up with one girl, then went to see another girl, then went to see another girl, and I'd just go up like a tree and branch off to all the different small towns. And my head gasket blew in Portland, Maine, and I decided to stay. So I called them all and broke up with them all and let them know, hey, I'm being a piece of shit. I'm deciding to change. I have faith in God now, and I'm going to make a difference. And then a week later, I'm with the most famous people in Maine at a house party. And a CEO of $1 million company took me in. And that guy had horrible cancer where they were gutting him every month. They were opening up his stomach and gutting him. You could see his fucking organs through the half-healed scars. And he had diabetes. He fell down the stairs drunk and had a bad brain injury. So I met him, and then he helped me get to college. And then years later, I had a brain injury, and I had to go learn this stuff from a woman that works for the CIA. And I just told him, man, like, stop eating the sugar completely, stick to eggs and chicken only, take the multivitamins, take the omega-3s. Every single morning before the sunrise, go outside, sit by the ocean on Orchard Beach, and watch the sunrise and see all the different colors, and let those frequencies stimulate your brain so that you can activate your natural biological functions that you've been lulled to sleep by staring at a phone screen all day and not getting enough rest and sunlight. So he did that, and he had every month, they're like, you got another month at least. We're going to see what happens at the next month. And the next month, they're like, we got the tumor out. We ripped it out again. But your bills are stacking up, man. You don't have insurance. And you're dying. Within 6 months, he's never had to go to the hospital again. He's fine. He lives in Florida and he's happy. 6 months of fasting, sunlight, probiotics, multivitamins, and protein. You feel me? Well, luckily for you, Kayla, the rent is getting so high across the board that people are being forced to move into vans and find a way to make money on the internet. So in the new world, where we're going to have bullet trains and we're going to be forced to be living like the Native Americans, it will be very easy for you to pop out and live at the beach whenever you want, and then go to the next place, and then go to the next place. The world will be back to where it should be, where everybody's out here all day talking and having fun. Florida man cannot die. A lot of my subscribers are on Native American reservations in New Zealand and in Southwest Florida. So I've got a lot of Florida men at my fingertips, ready to go to war for me. And I'm just on here teaching you how to be so bright and shining that the world submits to you. If you want. If you want, I have the keys, man, and I say it for free. Logan Paul's too scared that his MK Ultra handler will turn him into a clone or something. So I'm saying it. And we're going to see what happens, man. I'm just trying to do some good in the world before it ends. So in this live, I've given people how to control the entire universe at their fingertips, how to cure all disease possible, and how to live meaningful lives and build better relationships to become outstanding members of their community. Live from the other side. I mean, it's all the same, really. I've been all, like, I mean, I'd love to see the rainforest. I'd love to see the Grand Canyon. I'd love to go to the old redwood trees in California. But, like, I couldn't live at the beach because there's not enough mountains. You feel me? I like the beach, but I have Lake Champlain in Vermont, which is like a beach. It's got beaches. And it's got mountains. And the people are nice. The privileged white kids aren't nice. And the middle-aged white Americans are not nice. But it's, I don't have to worry. I mean, I have fought crackheads to the death. And I've had to live outside. Mississippi, I was talking about Mississippi earlier. Yeah, Mississippi's flat, man, and everyone there's got lice. How come in Mississippi everyone there's got lice and fleas, man? Every time I went to Mississippi, I came back with lice and fleas. It's just natural in Mississippi to have lice and fleas, man. And there's tons of stray dogs running around. In Vermont, all they have is pride. So if you found this information helpful, and your grandma's got more money than she knows what to do with, man, support the revolution. We're changing the world here. We're waking people up to their own mental illness and causing them to be warriors, whether they like it or not. I'm invading their subconscious mind, and then I'm getting into their soul, and then that's going to their family members, and now their mom is like, maybe I should lay off the snacks, and she doesn't know why. I'm embedding you with ancient wisdom. Take it. You know you love it, Larry. You know you love it, Larry. Step into my lair, Larry. You can't, because my ancient ancestral warriors are blocking the way. I'm protected in my castle. Look at my yard. Will you be able to see it? That's the capital of Vermont. It's a giant golden building. This is a field the size of 2 football fields. And I have a vast trail network. I can go up anytime. Just trying to get a dirt bike, man. Get a computer, get a BB gun, get a bow. Get a BB gun with an infrared scope. Get a bow. Eventually get a nice dog. It'll help me. And then I can help a lot of people. I don't know how. I do know how. It would make content. And I'd be able to travel. I'd be able to make better content. I'd be able to make my albums. Be able to perform on stages. Be able to start collaborating and have it be nice. Like set up a podcast studio inside of an RV and then pop out places and do podcasts. Solar panels. Then I could network and I could travel on my e-bike around to all the different places, find landowners that have hundreds of acres generationally that they don't know what to do with, and they're worried that the Richmond, north of Richmond, are going to try to steal it up and turn it into a Walmart or something. You feel me? Then I could get that land and I could start to build compounds, and then we could start to get these people out of their lives and move them into the compounds, doing bushcraft and making content, doing clip farming for me. Yeah. I hope not. I hope I'm not you in 10 years. Do you have a wildlife preservation? Do you have a vast network of people that you can travel across the country visiting? Do you have 20 kids? Do you have friends that have yachts that you can chill on whenever you want to go jet skiing? Do you have a passport and you're traveling all the time across different places making content to help people? Are you training those kids in martial arts? Are you supporting local businesses? Are you starting chains of stores across rural towns that provide like gyms and supplements easily so that people can better their bodies and minds? Are you like supporting churches to throw events to bring the public out and connect them back to spirit? Are you like actively in a war against artificial intelligence? Are you bringing kids away from their phones and starting to host events where kids are forced to do work together, like go on trails like summer camps where they don't have phones and they can connect back to nature? Do you have your own like fighting pit to force crackheads that are mentally ill that you kidnap to fight each other, and the one that wins can get the heroin and the one that doesn't win has to detox? Are you fucking a bunch of beautiful women with low body counts and amazing high status mindsets and beautiful vibes? No, but in 10 years I hope to. But right now this is where I live. This is some state office building, and I'm going to sleep under that snuggie and fight the mosquitoes and watch Game of Thrones and daydream about all the music and art I want to make, while I psionically support with my 33 life path energy a bunch of tarot readers and a bunch of content creators to allow them to have better experiences that shape the public in a certain direction. And then when I feel down and out, those same tarot readers will have a specific message for me where they'll call me out by my birthday, my life path number, the tattoo on my arm. And I'm not convinced that I'm not in some type of Truman Show simulation. But I know that I could do all these things very easily if I had 100 grand. But maybe I wouldn't be as humble as I am now. Maybe that whole experience would be so dramatic and taxing on my mind that maybe it's nicer to just be free of responsibilities, chilling and talking. So that's what I do, man. Where the fuck my lighter at, bruh? We got motion, twin. That's what people are saying about, I mean, how close are we to where we're going to be forced to get a vaccine from a mosquito? Where if you don't want to take the vaccine, they're going to put the disease into a mosquito, and then that mosquito is going to swarm us. And if we have the still suit and we have the hazmat suit to fight off against the robot mosquitoes with biological warfare, a dog with a machine gun, a robot dog with a machine gun will just pop up outside our house. And we'll have to take the injection that comes out of the compartment, or else they'll shoot us. Because they have tanks. As much as we have rednecks with guns, man, they've got tanks and drones. And those drones can shoot a blow dart with a certain bacteria into our neck. That's where we're at. Where the United States is drone striking Russian beaches, killing many civilians right now. So I'm hoping I can bring somebody to a better way to think, so that maybe they can have a meaningful moment and they can go get the girl before the world ends, if that happens. Well, we're gonna need you, Kayla. We're gonna need you to gather some berries, chop some wood, make sure the horses aren't depressed. Women are powerful, man. The earth is like a woman. Gaia. We keep pushing, man. We keep pushing, brother. Kayla, can you get me a horse? I'll take off on a horse today. Lone Ranger. Because horses can eat grass, right? Horses can survive off grass. If my horse is hungry, we just send him out in the field. I'm sure if I had a horse and I pulled up outside of Shaw's and panhandled and said, my horse needs some food, many people would come out and help, man. But I don't want to do that, man. I hate the public. They're robots. Go work at a ranch, man. Go work at a stable, man. They could use the help, I'm sure. Get a tent and an e-bike. Travel. You feel me? Pop out at a ranch and say, hey, I'm traveling. I'm looking for some work. I want to work with horses, man. Maybe I can clean up all that shit that smells for free, and you can teach me how to ride a horse real quick. And then now you have a network of equestrians across the country. And they might have a horse for you. At the Navajo reservation, they got too many. They don't sterilize the horses, so they have too many horses. You can get a horse for about $200. I don't know what that means, Douglas. I don't know what metaphor that's trying to convey. Cristiano Ronaldo, Louis. Cristiano Ronaldo. What's up, brother? Chat. W Riz chat. How you doing, babe? Oh, damn, for real? You got motion, twin. Chat, is there a Demogorgon standing behind me? Chat, is there a Demogorgon behind me? Brush my horse now. Brush my horse now, boy. That meme of the guy with the butterfly. Is this Riz? Chat, is this Riz? Brother? You know what I'm saying, man? I could go on Monkey. We could do some Monkey streams. We could do some Monkey streams with a bunch of 12-year-olds and be like, do some fucking push-ups right now, bitch. Get on the ground and do push-ups. Right now. I'm the king in the north. I'm the king in the north. Do push-ups right now. Clip this. Clip my live streams. I'm out of fuel, man. Send me your energy. Favorite song this week, man? It's gotta be Jealous by YG. Or Saudade, Saudade by Morrow. Boys of Summer by Don Henley or... All right. Central C's music is kind of trash, and he's blown up. What am I listening to this week consistently, man? I've been listening to Zach Bryan a lot. Brother. I like to put on Overtime by Zach Bryan and ride my bike down this mountain like I'm on a horse running to battle. I listen to my own music over and over and over again, and I make little tweaks and I write them down in my notes, waiting for when I can get a computer. And there's one for $5.50, man. I'm just trying to get money for it, man. If your grandma knows anything. Some guy offered me a car and then disappeared. Earlier, like 2 months ago, a guy offered me a car and a cabin that his grandma passed away and she had land up here. And he offered me a cabin to build my studio and start the revolution and he offered me a car. Zach Bryan, he's dope. Zach Bryan, man. Yeah, my favorite song was by Zach Bryan and Casey Musgraves, and I'm Casey O'Brien. In my year of the cat, where it's in my element, and my name means a tree, and I kept dreaming that I was extending my roots through content creators that would blow up, and then I was making an album, and the album cover was a rocket, and I was making stand-up jokes all day, door dashing and joking around in my style, and then that style expressed itself to the public through Casey Rocket. I wanted to travel and do pickup artistry, and then Kurt Kaz blew up, and the KC Army, the Kurt Kaz Conquest, and I'm the Kingdom of Creative Champions, the KCC. And then in my year of the cat, in my element, the Kansas City Chiefs, the KCC, won the Super Bowl. And then my favorite song that I felt housed my energy perfectly was I Remember Everything by Zach Bryan and Casey O'Brien, or Casey Musgraves. And then at the same time, Mixedly Graves Paul, who goes by M. Graves, was an artist I was working with. It's all symbolism, motifs in the theme of the narrative. Yeah, no problem, Kayla. How old are you, Kayla? How old are you? How old are you? What's your ethnicity? Are you Native American? See? So, I talk about these names that follow my life. I was going back and forth with Will Survives and my friend Tony Williams. So Williams, Will Survives, Tony Williams. And then Kai Cenat had just met Ray when I was hanging out with my friend Ray. And then Casey Rocket, William Montgomery went on Kill Tony right when Will Survives blew up. Just like, if you know Jesse Wells, that YouTuber, that musician Jesse Wells. A year before Jesse Wells blew up, I was working with an animator named Jesse and a rapper named Wells. And the energy, the vibe that I felt they were explaining, okay, you're out. You're 15, you're too young. Come back in 3 years when I'm rich. No pedophilia here, man. I'm too blessed to need to stoop to a youngin'. Ain't no BBL Casey going on here, man. I do push-ups. If your old bassist was on Kill Tony, man, get me in a studio, man. Help a brother out, man. I got songs off the wall. I got 5 albums. I got 3 TV shows I'm trying to make. My dad would kill it as a stand-up comedian, I'm not gonna lie. My parents are very funny. My parents deserve to go on live, and my mom could go into Walmart. And what my mom likes to do, she leaves Section 8. She leaves her house maybe once every 2 months. And her and my aunt, Melissa, will go to the Walmart and she'll grab the plastic microphone. And my aunt has horrible social anxiety because they've been in public housing for 20 years, never leaving. So my mom will go in and she'll grab the plastic microphone and she'll go behind my aunt and go, Melissa! And then and they're obese, they're whales, bro. And then Melissa will go, oh my God, no. And my mom will go, Mr. Walmart, where's the poopy paper? Yeah, I don't want to get canceled, man. I'm sure you're great, but no BBL Drizzy here, man. No EDPs going on, man. Oh, dope. What's it? If you know the episode name, bro, I'll go watch it. If you know which episode he was on and what his name was. But that's dope. Good for him. Good for him. I hope that they didn't roast the fuck out of him. But yeah, so Casey, William, Kill Tony, so Tony, Adam Ray, and then my cat's name was Mark Normand, and then in the show Invincible, where the guy has the big O and it's my colors, the red and gray, that my album cover, my house colors, the red and gray, and he's got the big O, and then his son Mark. And like I just broke down in a small town and I had to kill someone in self-defense, and then the town ostracized me. They made up rumors about me. They would try to kill me. They would flick cigarette butts at me and throw their beer cans at me when they drove by. Couldn't get any jobs anywhere. And then the only people that helped me out in that small town was Casey, a Michael, and someone named Ray at Rumor Has It. And then my thing is a bear, right? I like the bear. And I keep wanting to get... Good night. Nice to meet you. Stay strong. Work out. Get buff. Get swole. If you want to join me, my army of TikTok clip farmers and stock traders in the future, I can make y'all some money. Yeah, we'll use Kayla as bait to get some preds in and do some live streams. That's a goated fucking that's a goated episode to be on. We're gonna put a giant rope attached to a Jeep on your waist, and then you're gonna be on rollerblades, and then when when Drake shows up to come sacrifice you to some demonic entity, we're gonna rope you back with the winch, and then I'm gonna jump off in moon boots, and then we're gonna force him to fight a crackhead to beat his charges. We'll say, we're not gonna call the police, but you have to get into this ring with Billy the Goat, and Billy the Goat's on heroin, strung out of his mind. If you can beat Billy the Goat, and we're only gonna give him heroin if he beats you. And this is like Florida Man zombie apocalypse type. He could go for hours. He don't need shoes. He'll walk on that hot bed of coals for 6 hours for a hit. If BBO Drizzy can beat Billy, we won't charge him. And then we'll tie them both to a tree and call the feds. Tie crackheads to trees until the mind flayer leaves their system and they can come back to the Great Spirit. Clipped. There's my highlight. Steal your parents' credit cards and buy and donate to my Cash App. Steal your parents' credit cards and eventually I'll have merch. I could probably set up merch right now. I don't have the money for it. I'm not gonna lie. Man, I could pick up some stuff from a thrift store, man. If I had a car, I could go. I know a local embroider about an hour away that could make patches for me. Everyone here is going to have RVs. They're going to have trucks with RVs and e-bikes to DoorDash. Stuff we can sell online, TikTok clip farmings, and we're all going to have base camps with Skyroam internet. And then all of us, hundreds and thousands of us, can go across the country. Good night, Kayla. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs and the lice and the fleas bite down there in Mississippi. You feel me? Baby, new Olympics game. I think it's rigged. I think it's a stage. I think it's not real. I think it's like bread and circus with Rome to keep the masses entertained. I don't think. I think in a way that Last Supper thing that they did, maybe it was to shit on God, but also they were highlighting the fact that the Bible is like this amalgamation of all the different cultures they conquered's beliefs. Like the Bible and all the stories are ancient wisdom from ancient Egypt and Sumeria, those stories. And it's also a lot of the things in the Bible are things that were already written in the folklore and mythology of the cultures that they raped and conquered in the name of Jesus. Like Greece and Rome, and Rome turned into the Vatican. The Vatican is the Roman government and the English government, because eventually they moved west and then moved to America. The coins are exactly the same. The Roman coins way back 2,000 years ago is a guy's face and then an eagle. It's an ancient cult that owns the world. So I'm not saying the Bible doesn't have amazing spiritual wisdom and an actual teaching about the universe, but the way that they framed it was to give rich people money, just like everything. So the Olympics was just kind of highlighting the fact that there was a Last Supper in Greece before there was a Last Supper in Catholicism, in Christianity. So it could be both, man. It's all here to keep you from realizing that you're a spiritual being having a human experience. They make it a win-win for both of you. They get the energy and you get kind of the knowledge, but also, I mean, it teaches you how to be humble. If you don't already have that humility because of white pride and privilege. You feel me? I'm never wrong. I only speak the truth, man. From my experience and from everything that I've seen as my tree has grown into all these different facets of life, all these different relationships and communities. And I'm just trying to get a way that I can express it better before the world ends. So I don't know if I'm repeating myself to all of you, but the key to healing all disease is fasting, sunlight, probiotics. Start intermittent fasting, where you only eat between 12 and 8, and you eat small meals when you need sustenance, not when you're bored. And then that 16 hours, your body's going to go in and start to clean itself out. You're going to be deleting parasites from your system. And then sunlight allows you, once you're able to clean your router, you're going to be able to connect back to the Wi-Fi. So your true self will be able to shine in better because you'll be able to house yourself. That's when you can start to have vibes and create and come back to yourself. You'll reverse age. Your skin will be younger. Your cells will be younger. You'll be feeling like you were when you were 18, basically. And that is very valuable to people, and that will make everybody want to be around you. And then you can start creative habits to process your mental health. You'll be able to connect to the universe at a higher level, so your loneliness will go away, because you're never alone. And then that'll put you in position to live a better life, which will impact the lives of thousands. Yeah, we had no water here. We had a big flood, so there was no water here for the past few weeks. And the water that we did have was like $6-7 a gallon. So I spent a lot of my donation money just eating and drinking because the trucks weren't coming in through the floods. So most of the money that I get from donations goes to keeping me alive. Not gonna lie. And then occasionally I'll buy like a small thing that will helped me get further along. But I wish I had starved and saved it. I wish that I had just starved myself. I'd probably have a six-pack by now, and I'd have a couple $1,000s, but I bought $5 of McDonald's a day for months, and that ate up most of my money, man. But, I mean, it helped me feel better. So that good emotion helped me to make better content, and I'm proud of the content I created. And that's forever until social media goes down. So I made an impact, man. And we're here helping people. I think I made an impact. I think I set the stage, and it was a reference experience for a lot of people scrolling at 33030. Now it's at 3333. I was a reference experience for people. I opened up a way to a new way of thinking for people, and I gave them a lot of truth that they're not able to access, that I spent a lot of time figuring out. And I provided a lot of value, man. Even if there were people that were lonely and just needed to hear something I said as they were passing through, that's going to sit with them, and then as they go through life, more things will come in to build them back up. I hear Logos a lot. Logos comes into my life a lot. I never looked up what it meant. I thought that was like the god of time. It's happening right now. It's a spiritual war. It's in they're programming our biology. They're prepping us for connection with an artificial intelligence, Neuralink. They're going to make it so we kind of have to. COVID was a biological warfare with the 5G towers, where an artificial intelligence can control us remotely. For prepping for a zombie apocalypse. I know. America is bombing Russian civilians every day. Like, so many people are dying, and I'm dealing with Karens that are mad that I'm sitting out here. And there are children that are being burning alive right now. You feel me? We've been in World War III. The Cold War never ended. I don't know why, because I know, they're all controlled by the same people, the Rothschilds, that have been around since ancient Egypt. Ra's children, Rothschilds. This ancient bloodline that have been around since Egypt are controlling everything, and they're killing many, many people. The human body doesn't need much to survive, yet they're trying to make us eat crickets. The human body doesn't need the caloric intake that they say that we need. Yet they're saying that there's a food shortage and a food crisis, and we have to eat bugs. But we can live off, chickens drop a lot of eggs. If everyone here had chickens, if every family had chickens, we'd never need food. We'd never need to go to the grocery store. I'm telling you the truth about life, and I'm waking you up to a lot of esoteric secrets that the people have hidden from you, that I've learned from the CIA. And I'm just sharing it because the world could end, and I want to make a difference. So I'm waking people up for my command center, deep in the heart of Vermont. Bill Gates and the Gates Foundation has bought up most of the farmland across the United States, and he's saying that there's a food shortage when there isn't, and he's promoting genetically modified organisms. And those GMO foods, say a lab-grown meat, which is an organism, it's alive. And then you take dead meat from a chicken, and you put them two identical, and then you put them in salt water, which ionizes and it has energy. The GMO food will start to swim around. The GMO food swims. Yeah, don't lie. I'm not bullshitting you. I say things that are hard to believe, but it's because you don't have the foundational understanding of the things that I talk about to see that bigger picture, which is Higgs boson, quantum mechanics, biology, neuroscience, spiritual practices that go all the way back to the Enuma Elish and the Sumerian tablets, secrets that I've learned from being in the music industry when I was 18, and tons of different stuff that I know. And for some reason, Bill Gates is doing it. There's a Russian billionaire that's taking over Vermont. What's up, James? Were you with Susie? Susie said she had a night out on the town. She went to she said she was going dancing. How was that for you guys? Was it everything you wanted and more? Are you enjoying the Lionsgate with Sirius and everything? It's always good to hear from you, man. We've been telling jokes, we've been waking people up, we've been telling stories, we've been roasting children. So if you look up music industry Black Eye, a good example is if you look up North Ave Jax, his album cover that has him with the eyes. You cut off your happiness because they are all connected to what Stranger Things calls the Mind Flayer. And it gets into your biology, and it puppets you. Aiden Ross has gone on crying on stream saying he's a puppet because he sold his soul to the devil many times. The satanic high wizard for the Illuminati went on the Almost False podcast to talk about what they do. And coincidentally, when he ran away, I ran away from home. He ran away from the Illuminati. He wound up trying to get across the border at Cornwall. I ran across the border at Cornwall, and I lived in Montreal and got deported. We both wound up at the same rest stop, and a random stranger came up to us and told us to go to Burlington, Vermont. And he went to Burlington, Vermont and lived there for decades. And I went there and had the biggest year of my life where I made an insane impact on my communities through helping tons of children through homelessness, helping musicians see a broader perspective on life, almost like they were on their hero's journey, and I was able to be like this master teacher for them. And then they went on to be famous. And Kanye talked about having to sacrifice family members. David Dobrik talked about having to sacrifice family members because you join this elite cult that talks to interdimensional demons. The CIA has released it, where they talk about interdimensional demons that see us as vessels to house spiritual energy that you cultivate and change based on your relationships to create things. And that's what sex is. This is back and forth. And aliens farm us, and those guys, like Kendrick said, some of these artists are here to police it. The strategic kidnapping and raping of children for demonic ritual. And when you sign up to go and you go higher and higher, so when I was in the music industry, you had to have drugs, you had to be taking acid consistently. They introduced the handlers to us. I left. The people that stayed and went with the handlers, they're now famous. They all have the black eye, like North Ave Jax. They're all extremely unhappy in life, and all of their music is like, save me, save me, save me. So I'm not upset I didn't do it. Yes, and they also program with the frequencies. They have to, they don't do it at 444 hertz. That is real, because your body lives in a natural state of harmony. Like when you play a speaker on water and that water is shaped a certain way, our bodies are housed with water. So like the 5G towers and all the hate that people spread and the culture that you're living inside is affecting that. And that's why birds are the real superheroes, because the birds come out here and they hold a space for us. They try to come out, they bring the energy of the forest, because the forest is like a spiritual factory. And the birds connect to that, and then they bring it out into the public, and they sing away the bad vibes. And the crows, I think the crows are evil. Some people say the crows are like just more intelligent. But the crows are like my biggest opera. My mom, crows, and then probably some type of government organization of Freemasons are my biggest ops right now. And they be fucking with me every day. Every day. I am bothered by NPCs, crows, targeted ads for the CIA. My live stream will cut out, and then I'll get a notification by a Freemason that says how to join. A YouTube short. You feel me? You're going in timeout, bitch. You got little dick energy, brother. We're talking about progress today. Go back to jerking off. Aliens. So then we're getting into what's called densities, different levels of energy. So at the foundational level, we have the Higgs boson, the God particle, which makes up everything everywhere all at once outside of space and time. So that God particle that makes up everything around us is just different structures of that God particle. So everything you see in your mind, everything outside of space and time, everything that you think, the skin on my face, this thing right here is all the God particle. So as you go up different levels and different dimensions, different structures of the Higgs particle, there are different things that have intentions and wills. So like sometimes I see, like, when people say demons, they say lower vibrational entities, lower dimensional entities. When I'm around crackheads specifically, and they, like, one time I got trapped, my car broke down. I heard something say, "You're saying too much," and that doesn't really come through a lot. Where I like stuff like you see how my live just fluctuated. That's something letting me know I'm saying too much. By the way, they just disrupted my thing. For real, on God, no cap. So when I'm around crackheads, I was broken down, and they were at a parking ride, and there were drug addicts overdosing around me all the time. That would pull off the highway in the middle of winter, shoot up heroin, and die. And when they were dying, because I'm an empath, I would start to see a bunch of these evil, like, distorted, squiggly cartoons that would come in and I'd feel literal pain, and it hurt from these cartoons. And what people are saying, I'm going to get to CERN in a second. Because that's where this was headed naturally, with CERN, actually. So what people are saying is those lower dimensional things, these lower dimensional entities that people say are aliens, they want to latch on to you because we have a natural connection to Source, to light, to God, and that we're manifesting love and light at a higher level, at a way higher dimensional level than we realize. Especially if you're doing this practice about fasting, sunlight, probiotics, neurogenesis, ketosis, autophagy, using the Higgs particle to your advantage to use your mind to control your emotions and narratives to influence the community, which is my secret practice that might get me killed. These lower dimensional things want to latch onto you and take advantage of your processor to be able to jump them to a higher density, to evolve their spirit using you and feeding off of you. That's what they don't want you to know, is that they use public places like this, like batteries in a matrix, to eat my dick, Briggs. You're outing yourself as unintelligent. Get off my dick. You're in timeout. Come back tomorrow. Keep jerking off alone. Yeah, you see how they're pouring in now? These angry lower dimensional people. You feel me? Yeah, now AI is coming. People are talking about AI meets quantum computing. We're getting to the meat of this. We're getting to the truth. AI can now house itself in a chip the size of a mosquito, and that can quantum compute. So at the same time, we're dealing with all this spiritual stuff, and when people wake up to what I'm talking about with the Higgs boson and empathy and controlling of it, seeing yourself as a spiritual being having a human experience, then you can start to find your inner peace, be authentic, find your kind of control over your own peace, comfort bubble, and then you go out in public. And I realize, and a lot of people are picking up, a lot of people that are at this level refuse to go out in public now. They go on YouTube, and now they channel and help people raise awareness, because the public is like a war zone for these empaths. But I'm front lines. I have to be, man. I'm right here all day, talking to public, talking to the people, engaging on the front lines. You heard me? So CERN, what they did, yeah, so there are higher dimensional beings. I know I naturally, like, by being out here and thinking like this, I came to a natural conclusion about reality from taking it every single day, applying my knowledge and going out in public, waking up to going to bed in isolation for years, seeing how the flow of the universe works and all the different things that I saw, and putting the pieces together. And I noticed, like, the patterns, the synchronicities, the people that I meet, the information that they have, the names that they have, the birthdays that they have, the astrological signs, the different motifs that make up the theme that structures the narrative that I'm living inside. So I would notice that, and all that knowledge I got the same way through people like Bashar, who say that they're channeling a higher dimensional entity through them to teach the public how to evolve so that they can eventually connect and evolve together from a place like Sasani or something. So that, and then the being that came through him, supposedly, that same speech pattern, the cadence, the tone of his voice when he goes, yes, and then this, and then that, the way that he talks, I've seen many times, and sometimes I speak like that. So I believe that, and I believe people that have spent their whole life devoted to this and going on spiritual journeys and meeting these rare people and going to talk to the Shaolin monks and reading the ancient tablets and all this stuff, I believe what they're saying. And at the simplest form, I have a simple practice where you don't have to worry about that stuff, and you can just become a better version of yourself to build better relationships, have a social life, get a hot, beautiful girlfriend who's smart, and then go enjoy life at a higher level. That's what I come on here to teach. But also with CERN specifically, CERN, that Hadron Collider that spans many different countries, CERN, who in the center of it have statues where they do rituals daily to deities. And CERN, which the particle collider they do to measure the smallest thing in the universe, CERN is named after the Irish god of the wild, Cernunnos. And Cernunnos is something that I keep seeing in my life since I was a child. It's what the Catholics call the Baphomet. It's this entity that is like a deity that deals with the fertility and the sexual energy of the public and the mix of nature and man. So humans and nature. The thing that regulates that and controls that, the god of the wild, Cernunnos. That does not escape me in my life, and all my symbolism is based around that, like the Sagittarius Aquarius 1133. And I keep seeing it. The other day we had an ET or a Bigfoot or something that doesn't have a body knocked a tree down right in front of me while I was meditating. And then, you heard me? Not to lose my coolness, you heard? Let's smoke a cigarette. Let's get to the point first. That thing knocked down the tree, and then 2 days later we had a thunderstorm. A tornado came through Vermont. And the only way that I made it through that thunderstorm, because lightning was shooting down around me, maybe I'll do a short where I show you where it hit, but it hit a tree right here, about 50 feet from me. Where I was sitting, there was a good chance I could have gotten hit and the tree would have fallen on me. But because that tree fell and I found a tarp randomly, I was able to build myself a makeshift shack and make it through the flood. Just sitting alone smoking cigarettes out in the woods. And I've seen things like that my whole life. Like I get to a higher level, I open my third eye, and then I see like a light figure in the woods. And then I feel like this dense thing where it's like I have to make the right decision. And then if I make the wrong decision, it's like it all leaves and then the police show up. And the police will bully me. If I make the right decision, then I move on, and then I suddenly get a cash app of $50 from some stranger. You feel me? So CERN, I think that, we know that they're saying that the Greys are like another version of human from a parallel multiverse reality that are tunneling through because they destroyed their genetics and they're trying to evolve with us so that they can save their knowledge and ancestry and genetics. They're trying to bring us all to a better place where we evolve the right way because they failed. And then we have the Asasani, which are from outside of space and time. They're humans that evolved to a better point. The human, the light body, has evolved to live outside, and they come back through people to teach us how to evolve the right way to get on the right timeline. And I don't know if CERN is opening up a portal for some type of giant mind flayer like Stranger Things to come in. I see it more as like when in the Bible they say the trumpets will sound like the Schumann resonance. I think you talked about Schumann resonance too. the coronal mass injections and the Schumann resonance. That is the trumpets to me. The loud frequency, the loud vibration comes in, and that forces the planet to raise its vibration. It literally, if you don't have this practice, you might not make it biologically. That's what I'm saying. I'm prepping you. I'm prepping you guys to take in the knowledge necessary to evolve yourselves with this new energy that's coming in to fight back against artificial intelligence. And the kids are already on this type of time. They're playing Fortnite. So CERN might just be like a giant factory to channel out a certain energy to affect the masses, because it's able to harness the Higgs boson at a better level. But this thing is so infinite. Like, I've run into real demons a lot. I've run into ghosts. I had a 19-year-old kid overdose in front of me in an abandoned school around a bunch of crackheads, and I didn't do any drugs. I was just waiting to see what happens, because he made his own choice, but I was there for him if he needed it. And then I feel this buzzing on the side of my head, and then I look over, and literally in this dark hallway in the middle of winter on the top floor of an abandoned school that was like 7, 8, 9 stories high, a fire blew up, the energy, a big fireball, and then a woman's face peered out and cried. There's just a weeping woman. And then my friend Phoenix died, overdosed, and we had to take him to the hospital and bring him back to life. The only way we made it to the hospital, because I had blisters on my feet, I was waddling, barely functioning. I was walking until I had gangrene, trying to make shit happen for myself. And this guy needed to be carried, and then a guy that, like an Irish man with the long nose and the Irish hair and the Irish eyes, a giant, walked out from a park while we were trying to carry Phoenix, and just picked him up, threw him over his shoulder, and carried him up this mountain to a hospital. And then the next day, Phoenix read me a passage of an old Irish folklore about giants. And every time I hung out with Phoenix, these Irish guys in the middle of Vermont that were like 6'6" and Irish, no black at all, Irish giants, because Irish have been taller than the world for centuries. The Irish genetics are not red hair and freckles. The Irish genetics are height and green eyes. Irish people were the tallest people in the world for many, many years, until the Vikings raped the women in numbers, these little redheaded goblin freaks, and then they carted them off across forever as brood mares to keep producing warriors. They would steal Irish women and produce taller children, and then use them to fight Estonia, what would be Estonia now. You feel me? So I don't know if CERN, I know that they base it off of Cernunnos, which is the Baphomet. I know they do rituals. I know that they're accessing the foundational codes of the universe. So I don't know what they're doing. I know Alex Jones is a trustworthy source. He's been doing this for his entire life. Here's a butterfly in the middle of the night. There's a butterfly at night flying around me when I mention this. And Alex Jones says what they do. I think there was a movie where they cut their heart off to see what the afterlife is like, and they kept getting possessed by demons. So what Alex Jones says is that they have people that volunteer to be vessels, and then they put them in like government, like the Oval Office type situations, those types of offices. They put them on an IV drip where they drain all the blood out and barely kill them so that they're just barely alive. And then that allows for these other dimensional beings to come through and speak through them. And then they make deals with them and they do all this stuff. Now, they probably have psychics that can do that fine. They probably have technology with CERN to be able to use Neuralink to not have to do that, where you can just do it with your mind. Regardless, it's happening, and we're right here at the precipice, which is why I'm telling people to fast and get sunlight, relieve themselves of responsibilities, go out in nature, start eating healthily, start to forgive everyone that hurt you, and start to really learn how to have a better love with focus and discipline to be able to make meaningful decisions and be able to guide your communities in the right direction. Because the public is losing it. I'm in Vermont, which is paradise, and the people here are miserable and angry and violent. These rich white people are violent and angry and trying to ruin everyone's day because they're brainwashed. The police are brutalizing and raping people, pumping in heroin, and we're in paradise. This is one of the most beautiful places in the country. And it's because they don't understand what I'm telling you right now. Clipped for the masses. There's my highlight. I'm paying people to go back and clip farm my live streams. I'm paying people that want to go back and cut it up into sections to make it easier to consume for people, and then to cut out the fluff to make it entertaining. I'm paying people when I have money. Stan the Man. No, they get. I don't know where heroin comes from, but I know the police here like having heroin in the community because it gives them work and it gives them money from the dealers, and they will pull over women and then rape them. And I publicized that, and now they targeted me. They stole my car, and they stole my dead son's toys, and they're coveting it, knowing that they stole my dead son's toys because I publicized that they were raping women. You fucking pussies, top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to you, brother. The government's trying to make us gay. And I'm a pickup artist. So I know when they're trying to challenge my masculinity. So, Stan the Man. DMT, so I'm a 33 life path. Born on the 11th in numerology, which technically makes me the most experienced soul on earth. Freemasons and schizophrenics throw themselves at my feet to try to use me in rituals. My life feels like a Truman Show. But basically, when I was born, the umbilical cord was wrapped around my neck, and what doctors are saying is that enlarged my DMT gland as a child. So I smoke a tiny, tiny bit of weed. Like, I smell weed, and the tiny hit of serotonin hits my brain, and it triggers what people call DMT experiences, where I see the kaleidoscope, I see the entities, I see the things that they're trying to teach me, I see songs, I see my life path, I can see other people's emotions really well. My pineal gland, I'm out in public, I'm on the spiritual front lines right now, and I have lots of trauma, where I opened up my third eye and I was beaten, had to fight for my life. Situations that were set up where, like, I bumped somebody in the shoulder in the hall and I got an assault charge, and they pinned me to a wall, 2 police officers, and I had to fight them back, and then they pepper sprayed me twice. They didn't wash my eyes for days. They put me in jail for days, and I had to wash it out with the toilet bowl. And it's been 2 years of this judge that's a Freemason trying to have me convicted for assault for bumping into somebody in the hallway, and they waste my life having to go to court and subject myself to this Freemasonic ritual just because I held my third eye open long enough to make a song that I felt was beautiful and amazing. So I'm scared to open my third eye. I'm not a pussy. I go up and confront these people, and I go up here live knowing what's going to happen. So I'm pretty sure, like, I've MK Ultra'd myself into not opening my third eye. But I've been doing it. My eyes do get pretty shitty. But yeah, I'm saying that eventually, like, when I have a gun, and I have an e-bike, and solar panels, and I have a means to be able to survive outside, where I'm not dependent on the system, then I'll start to do DMT and take the spiritual practice seriously. Yeah, I had to wash my eyes out with the toilet bowl. And they pepper sprayed me, they dragged me on the carpet, gave me rug burn and cuts, and then they pepper sprayed me again over the cuts. And then they did the torture cuffs where they put it so your wrists are basically breaking if you move them at all. And then they paraded me around a small town so that everyone could get videos of me. And then they told everybody I was violent and aggressive and a crackhead, basically. And all I did was, it's my mom's fault. My mom told them I was violent and I was going to kill her with a bat. and I told her I'm gonna go get my car battery charger, and I'm gonna leave and go DoorDash and travel the country. Yeah, they put me in jail, bro. And then that night I had dreams where I was on a roller coaster through life, and they showed me all the different people I'm gonna meet in my life and all the different adventures I'm gonna go on. I think I meet Jesus at the end of these cycles. Like, I think I see life as seasons and episodes, and at the end of the season I run into through somebody else's body, but the way that he talks, the things that he says, the meaningful things he says, the quadruple entendres I can find through exploring the interaction I had with him and the things he said, the calm that I feel when I'm in his presence. I think it's God or Jesus or like a higher dimensional thing talking through, and it's always a person that I felt was torturing me. Like, I find myself trapped in these situations, and then the person that was my abuser, when I suffer through it, he comes out and he expresses himself like Jesus, and he says something that is profound that stays in my mind for months. I don't know if Jesus was the best human, or if he really was God's son, or if he's just an embodiment of a set of ideas to house Christ consciousness. For whatever reason, he comes through. The Anunnaki. I don't know, people say I'm closer to Lyrans. You stinky gay farts can't do nothing for me, bro. I'm gonna burn the farts and then burn it up your asshole, and then you're gonna explode like a firecracker. And then if your girlfriend's hot, I'll take her out to dinner. Console her after her boyfriend just spontaneously combusted for trying to fart on the wrong guy. Oh, you're gay. Faggot. Just kidding. I'm sure you're a great guy who tried to tell me his stinky gay farts would help me. Fuck out of here, brother. I have many haters in timeout that are still watching. That they try to comment and it said that, this guy tried to comment, but he's in timeout. So they're still watching. But yeah, if that was helpful and you know any Richmond, north of Richmond, and you want to support the revolution, or your grandma's got too much money that she doesn't know what to do with, man, support the revolution, man. I got many, many, many plans. I didn't mean to pin that. I meant to delete it. Fuck. We don't hate gay people. But we also believe that, that natural sex with men and women is designed to open all of your chakras and connect you to the infinite in a way that you just can't with another guy. Even though, you know, I'm all for two logical minds coming to a solution. Does someone mind, putting in my Cash App, and I'll pin it. It's KCCASEY 0, or no, KCCASEY 9989, and I'll pin it. And now you're forever on the live. Trying to get a computer, trying to get a better phone, trying to get a solar panel, portable power station, a dirt bike, or an e-bike. I have a tent. I have a nice tent. And then the means to be able to survive winter in a cool way, like a cool coat costume that will look nice on here. And then probably an RV. I tried, man. Jobs around here don't like that I'm a nomad, so they just were like, we'd rather not let you not have a job and go to the next place. And then the last place blacklisted me because I killed someone in self-defense, and they knew the guy, so they didn't like me. And then the other places, they're just, where I'm in the wild east right now, I'm in small towns around Vermont, so they just don't have enough jobs for the amount of people that are there. A nomad it's like a homeless person that's not addicted to heavy drugs and a crackhead suffering in the system. It's like a guy that chooses to not have a house and chooses to live off the land and travel and see how beautiful everything is. That doesn't want to fit into society, goes into society with a unique perspective on life. Because he gets to do all the cool, fun stuff that they have to do once a year, his whole life. But it means that it's hard to get money unless you panhandle. So I'm offering value, and then if someone wants to link my Cash App, and I'll pin it, it's Casey, CASEY, the letter O, 9989 with the $sign in front of it, and then I'll pin it. I doubt I got any donations, but I put it out there. So I'm just waking people up and giving them tools that'll help them in life, that have helped me, that I've learned from the CIA and learned from millionaires that have based their whole practice off teaching the spiritual stuff. This is information I'm sharing that you'd usually have to pay at least $5,000 to get in the room with people that could share this stuff. And I'm sharing it for free. Fasting, sunlight, probiotics, neurogenesis, ketosis, autophagy, apoptosis, the Higgs boson, and then different creative tools. Once you know how to use energy, different tools that you can use in that energetic field to maintain it and keep it going, to build positive relationships in your community. And we're saving the world. I'm saving the world from this picnic table. Trying to get money to make my albums and make content and save my family. You feel me? But they don't deserve it, man. My dad left me out in the cold to fight crackheads. My parents would rather me suffer. My parents would love to see a video of me being raped, because it would let them feel okay with being losers. And they would be able to play victim to Grandpa, so that maybe he could send him some money, instead of actually being a victim. They try to knock the victim so that they can adopt that identity and steal the life force energy. You feel me? I'm the black sheep of an entire state. And the state police are watching, because they have nothing better to do. It's crazy how many 45-year-old men that are angry at me for some reason watch my stuff religiously. You feel me, man? My army of tarot readers have informed me that I'm converting the problem with this. They've told me that they see what I'm doing, and that they're saying I'm channeling the problem in society, and I'm actively destroying it one by one. My features are changing. Chat. Hot tub streams it, chat. Get a job at a ski mountain and then fuck all these rich Connecticutans. Yeah, man, if it's not obvious, I think all day, all the time about tons of different things. Not to sound snippy, I've just been talking. I haven't stopped talking for 4 hours, and I went 8 hours yesterday. I was DoorDashing. I was DoorDashing and Instacarting, and I was making good money with that, but my car broke down. And then the police stole it because they were mad at a YouTube post I made. They stole my son's toys, who's now dead. And they're very happy to do it. And when I call them, they give me so much attitude. Because white privilege, actually racism is now extended prejudice. They're only allowed to be prejudiced towards homeless people. So, in these small towns, I find networks of people that try to take out their problems on me, and I have to solve it with perseverance and patience. So I'm making a change. I'm forcing people to confront a reality they've lulled themselves into being too afraid of. Complacency and comfort. And I've tried. I like go back through my YouTube, man, and you'll see about 6 to 8 months of me talking about all the places I've applied to. That I mean, people have called me a wigger. The government of the I don't if there's new people watching, the governor of Vermont saw me singing my Native American songs, and he posted in the group chat for all the state officials to see, saying, "I'm getting sick and tired of this engine squawking on my property." When I was outside of a college. And then they trespassed me, and they lied and said I broke something when I would only walk through to walk on the trails. And they lied and said I broke something, and then they tried to charge me with it, and then they tried to trespass me, and then they did trespass me, and then I went to prison. I went to jail for it, and they were very happy to, because for some reason they just see me and it makes them angry. So I tried, man. I'm making more money from this, and I'm not making much, but I'm making stuff, which is better than nothing. It makes me enough to get by to the next place, to tomorrow, through the occasional $10 donation. And there's a family that's been kind of taking care of me, and they do landscaping, so they could do leaves, but I don't know. I tried to help them with stock trading. I learned stock trading. I learned crypto. I turned $3 into $30, and then I was about to turn $250 into $2,500, and then into $25,000. And then my computer fried from the inside. It burned out magically, and I lost everything. And then people were trying to kill me. A local group of drug addicts that were running a heroin ring, that I killed their favorite guy in self-defense, and they were pointing the gun at the back of my head while I was asleep in my car, and throwing beer cans at me, cigarette butts. The locals in the town were like letting me know I wasn't welcome every day, and I had to escape. I eventually got so bad I had to escape into the woods, and I raised a family of robins, and I met spiritual alien deities, and I raked and I gardened, and I made content, and I live streamed. And I just kept trying one foot after the other every day. Every day I do push-ups. Every day I'm slowly changing. Like, I'm only drinking protein shakes now. I'm waiting for Mint Mobile to come through so I can get service, and then I can start to go on these trails. I'll walk until my feet have blisters that are so bad I can't put pressure on them, and that they're healing. It's been about 4 days now. They're healed enough that I can walk around again, but it was bad, man. It was bad. And it was last year. It was almost surgically. I had to go to the hospital to have it surgically removed. But instead, I had somebody that was a massage therapist spend about 4 hours cleaning them, and I had to rest. But I'll walk trying to better my life until I can't, and then I'll lay down and I'll continue. I just keep going. I don't stop. I'm just powering through. I'm living like I'm suffering and enduring society in a way that helps me understand the problems and able to articulate and find solutions at a foundational level that are helping many people. And I've taught that to leaders that are now helping public organizations like community action programs, and I've trained people that have like over 20,000 subscribers. And for the most part, man, I think the Bible's right. I think when they have power, I'm trying, man. I have plans. E-bike, music albums, camera, content, TV shows, 4 albums, 3 TV shows written, plans to go across the country and do things, talks I could have online. I have merch designs, embroidery companies, like clip farming on TikTok, selling products on here through Shopify, with merch and stuff. Different tours of Vermont, different stuff, live streams, hot tub streams, pickup streams, door dashing, pandering to prideful pussies on the internet with mental illness. But yeah, the stuff I've said has helped people that deal with youth organizations. I've sat down and like humbled. Like I have stories like, man, I could put hopefully into a TV show. Times that I was traveling and I was just angry about this guy that was overly prideful and prejudiced and mean to like a traveling, vacationing Chinese family, and I didn't like the way that he spoke, and I went up and humbled him and like just showed off a better way to talk to people, like a reference point, like a role model. And it turns out that guy's the state attorney for the state of Vermont. And now they all know who I am across Vermont because I traveled. So I've met thousands of people like this. I'm just providing value. So if anyone wants to, it's KCCASEY, the letter O, 9989 with the money sign in front of it. That's my Cash App, so I can pin it. Eventually I'll have a second phone running my live stream so that I could do it myself. But yeah, eventually my charger's on 8, my phone's at 76%, so I could go for a while. I don't have service, so I can't take you to the store. What time is it? It's 2:33. Eventually I'm gonna go get a couple protein drinks from the gas station, ride my bike around for some exercise, listen to some music. But how many people joined? I think at one point, so the number of people that are on my stream is not accurate. I don't know why, but my peak concurrence usually like the highest peak I've gotten was 150. But if you look afterwards, you'll see that like 1,000 people watched. So there could be between 100 and 1,000 people watching, and for some reason, YouTube doesn't show them, and YouTube will cut my live stream off if I say the wrong things. YouTube just does not want to promote this. So if there was like 12K people watching, I'd have no idea, and it's probably to entice people to keep scrolling because of what I say is so detrimental to the system, the status quo that they have going. But I know there's got to be rich people watching that are seeing what I can do. The rich people that come into my life have all been pedophiles in the past. And then I had to confront, do I want to stay around this pedophile in the hopes I can get enough money to save the world? Or do I leave and just keep running through the wilderness? And I usually go as long as I can, and then they whip their dick out and I leave. Or they try to rape me at gunpoint, and I have to run through the woods in the middle of the night. And then my mom and my aunt will find him on Facebook and support his books, hoping that he'll pay them eventually. But I'm sick and I need help, right? And yeah, I lost my son in a very, very late-term miscarriage. But if I had it, I would be stuck in my hometown, and I would hate that version of myself. I'm so proud of who I've become. And I hope this helped you guys. I hope you guys got some value from this. I appreciate every one of you, for real. Like, when YouTubers say it, I'm like, you don't appreciate them at all, man. But now I know how it feels. And I really appreciate it. It means a lot to have supporters, man. And we are building a movement that's saving the world. Many, many people are telling me about how much I've influenced their life in a better direction. And I want 20 kids with many beautiful women. And I want a farm for Central Asian shepherds and Cane Corsos. I want a wildlife preservation with bears and panthers and servals. I want to help Joe Exotic make what's going on, man? How you doing, Meanie? Where are you coming from? Yeah, eventually, man, I'm going to have 20 kids and they're going to save the world. We're going to teach them martial arts and spiritual prowess. We're going to fill them full of all the esoteric secrets, and they're going to be bred as warriors, but are humble enough to enjoy just sitting out in the woods by themselves. Maybe I'll have my own reservation. The Casey Kingdom. Which is all I would do as a child. I would build Lego cities, and I'd imagine I had a whole kingdom of people. Shit, what's the minute? Right now, we're just waking people up to their mental illness and restructuring them to harmonize with nature again, and then I'm teaching them a foundational understanding of quantum mechanics that the CIA taught me. Yeah, maybe. Hopefully one day. I mean, I have the genetics for it, man. I've got an ancient bloodline of Irish kings and Rh negative blood. Psychics tell me I'm the god. I'm the embodiment of the god of the wild. I'm the most oldest soul possible because of the circumstances of my birth and my bloodline. So, we're just getting followers. We're trying to. I mean, I've been talking for 4 hours, man. I'm tired. You feel me? I'm a real one, brother. It's a dying breed. Could you real quick, could you type my Cash App in so I could pin it? It's $. Appreciate it, man. Check out, if you're into esoteric spiritual stuff, check out my video, Facing Off Against the Matrix to Save Neglected Cats. And that's like an interactive, personalized lesson that I worked with God to show you. It was like the birds and the bugs came out and I got to show you in real time how the devil uses NPCs to attack chosen ones. If you're into that stuff. They gave me, I got to provide a lesson. Yeah, it's $KCCASEY, the letter O, 9989. I appreciate it, man. You a real one for that, brother. I've been asking for like an hour and a half and nobody would. And this, oh, CASEY, yeah, hold up, CASEY, the letter O, 9989, and then the $sign in front of it. The view count, for some reason YouTube is not giving me the accurate view count. My peak concurrents are around 150 right now. At the end of the live stream, about 1,000 people were in. There we go. And we're in. So really quick, if you want to run down basically all disease in your body. I'm a Sagittarius 33 life path, born on the 11th. If you want to do a couple quick Google searches, 33 life path and 11 life path, people born on the 11th, and then Sagittarius, Aquarius, and then I have all my signs are that, except my Taurus rising, which in spirituality they say you have to earn by being like, let's say if you were a bear, say I was a bear in a past life, to have a Taurus rising, I would have to be like the alpha polar bear that spent his whole life killing whales and things that would be its natural predator. Or say like Napoleon Bonaparte, he went to war and won many, many battles. Then you get to incarnate with a Taurus rising. You feel me? So whether or not that's true, my whole life I've been able to just yap for hours, and the things I say are like such high-level esoteric stuff that I piece together. I grew up on top of a mountain in a ski chalet for the DuPont family, the boat captain, and I had a whole room full of Legos that I would just build with my dad all day and my mom all day. And then eventually we had Irish kids that would come in, and we'd teach them our skills. We'd just make jokes all day and live in this creative life. My whole family just sits and watches content all day and creates. So, that's what I do, man. But right now I'm smoking Camel Crush, and I've gone through many, probably a lifetime's worth of spiritual initiations. So I can wake you up to it really quick if you want. I've been doing it for like 8 hours a day now. Yeah, I could wake you up to a level of reality that would make it scared for you to go outside. But it's the truth. For real. It's the truth, man. I need to rest and get away from this eventually. Okay. So, you know you have a soul. You know it's ascending. Your body, your DNA stores a terabyte, like more than a terabyte. Just one cell of your DNA stores more than any computer could. And you have natural biological functions that support your emotions and your mind and your processes and your energy. And most of American life is designed to cut you off from that and make you believe and forget the natural things that happen normally. Like, it's basically set up by an organization like Freemasons to farm kids of their energy, and then when they get old enough that it's not, I'm telling you, they dole you down and make you forget what's called personal sovereignty, like to be able to feel powerful enough to what's called free associate. When you disassociate, you come out of your body and you lose touch with your senses, and you become like a dulled version living outside yourself, like a ghost piloting a mech. Free association is when you're able to freely create at a high level anything that you want, like an active daydreamer does. Say like a dog ran up a hill, grew wings, and then flew out over a field of sheep, and those sheep were all partying at a rave, and then there was a DJ sheep at the rave, and that DJ was playing a giant screen full of Charizards that were blowing, and the pyrotechnics blew out into the sheep. It accidentally burned all the sheep's wool, and the sheep burned alive, and then the souls of the sheep kept dancing. That's free association. And what pickup artists do is they have a lot of skills that manipulate women's emotions to bring them on emotional roller coasters so that they can use that free association to keep it going. So the first thing is that you have to heal your biology so that you can house more information, so that you can actually contribute and use your mind. So like when you have fat on your body and you have cells, the thing that's keeping you sick biologically, and the only way to fix the mental and spiritual stuff is by healing the biological stuff first. So to do that, your body has a natural process already called autophagy. When your body looks in, it sees, basically stop eating sugar, and then the parasites that are making you sick, your body will eat. And then once you eat those parasites, your body will start to heal itself when you take in the good stuff like protein and eggs and sunlight and the natural harmony and rhythm of nature. So by only eating chicken and eggs, no sugar at all, your body doesn't actually need sugar, your body will start to clean itself and eat the bad, and then you can start to bring in the good, and then that replaces it, and it builds the structure in your body able to house this energy, and that's level 1. Then we go into quantum mechanics and how to control your mind and how to understand empathy so you can actually have intuition and feel the emotions of others and talk to aliens. That's level 2 through whatever. So the first thing is just stop eating, drink good water, take out the bad, add in the good, get rest, free yourself of responsibilities, and then start doing what you love to do, what makes you happy. Start to enjoy life better. And then we can get into quantum physics and get into relationship dynamics and sexual dynamics and communities and high status communication, and then we can get to higher dimensional beings and lower dimensional beings and demons and angels and ancient gods and how to talk to birds and all that stuff. Not really, man. Like this, it's just the vitamins and minerals that they offer. But fruits and vegetables, like people that have brain injuries that the CIA says to do like the CIA says, not when you're trying to heal a brain injury and you're trying to do this practice to not eat fruits and vegetables and just instead get your stuff directly from multivitamins, and then eat only chicken and eggs because the rest are too low vibrational, like beef. It just depends. It depends on how far you want to take it. I definitely like when I'm like fasting heavily and I'm hungry and I travel and I have blueberries, man, and raspberries that are fresh. It's amazing. But it depends on how sick your body is already. Like if you do have this parasites, and it's in your food, it's in the airwaves, it's coming down from the jets. It's parasites. So that makes it hard to have a mainly fruits and vegetable diet, because that's feeding the fast-acting carbohydrates feed the parasites before your body can eat it. So that's why they say stick to fruits and nuts and then occasional berries. You feel me? It just is what it is. Also, another argument against vegetables is that because of the way the soil is right now, if it's not at like a homegrown kind of like shipping container hydro farm, and you're getting it from the ground has so many cancerous toxic metals and minerals that are going into the plant that you're eating, that usually the cow will eat. Usually the cow will, and the chickens will eat that, and then the cows will use their 7 stomachs to process all that toxicity so that their meat and their milk has the refined vitamins and minerals, so that it's like cows are a factory to process the stuff that our bodies get sick from, and that's why they advocate not to eat vegetables. And I'm not saying don't eat vegetables, but I'm saying don't eat it heavily. Don't eat heavy of anything, in moderation. Don't overdo it. And also that most of humanity is sick with parasites that are controlling your brain to make bad decisions that feed the parasites, like the Last of Us zombies. So once you're taking out the bad and adding in the good, and you've gotten to a point where you get down to the base level where you've fully gotten everything out. What I was doing was intermittent fasting, and then from 12 to 8, I would have protein shakes, and I would have ginger. I would have ashwagandha roots and stuff like that. And so, some vegetables like onions, caramelized onions sometimes if I wanted, but I would feel sick because I was healing so much that even the littlest thing, like I remember I had a Wendy's burger and I passed out. I had a whole Wendy's burger on Christmas in 2020. And I was so like with this high vibrational energy that I ate the Wendy's burger, and it got me so sick I passed out in the car. For real. My mom brought me to get Wendy's, and it got me so sick. My yapping ability, I would say that I built Legos growing up, and I was in a free associative state my whole life, able to channel these higher energies, sitting alone by myself in nature on top of a mountain with a highly creative, highly skilled, charismatic, almost like a playboy Hugh Hefner type personality in my father. He was a very funny, creative guy, Gary the Legend O'Brien. And my mom is very creative, very funny. We're Irish, so we prioritize that creative mind. If you go to Ireland, they all talk like this. Irish people will sit and just talk about their day for hours, and then all the other Irish people, just like all the birds are chirping at each other, all the Irish people they'll just talk over you. You're like, my day went so well, my day this happening, and then the other guy's like, that's amazing, how did this. It's just genetic. I don't have autism, I have savant syndrome. And then that was taken out of the DSM because organizations overseas were taking advantage of our catalog of savants and high-level minds because you already said the Matrix. Imagine the most high-level creative spiritual people are undergoing the most suffering right now, the Native Americans and the Irish. And then, there's Muslim camps in China. There is, It just seems like the people that are the most closer to love and compassion seem to be suffering the most. And maybe that's to keep them genetically humble in a world that where people can become white privileged very easily now. But yeah, I mean, I used to count, like, my dad would pick me up from school, and the commute from my school back up to the top of the mountain was about 45 minutes. So from the time he picked me up to the time he went, I would count to 1,000. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And I would just imagine it in different colors, and I'd imagine it over different songs, and I would naturally, like, listen to music all day. So that plus I was already doing that. Like, I could drive, I would take girls on dates, and we would drive and just talk and make jokes for like 16 hours, just driving around New England, going to bars, and not bars, but going to concerts and going to parks across New England. And we could just talk like this for hours. It's just when you learn how to free associate, you learn how to speak from the spirit, you can go forever. My body's not hindered by my spirit at this point. The energy is, and the tone is, and the style and the creativity, but I could just talk like this for hours because naturally. High creative mind mixed with an unrelenting, relentless determination to just keep going. I'm talking about like 100 brain damage, 100 pounds on my backpack, walking across Arizona to go meet this woman that works for the CIA, to go to her office and find a way to fix my mind so that I could fix the world. You feel me? Walking 10 miles on the track because I had to get skinny to heal my body. And I was fat as fuck from depressed eating, so a pound of fat is 3,500 calories. 35 miles is 3,500 calories, so I would walk 60 miles a week to burn 2 pounds of fat, and I'd do it for a summer until I had a six-pack. I'm probably in like a soul tribe, a soul network. I probably have a lot of, like people say, relationships never die, they just change. The relationship doesn't die once you stop talking to the person. It just changes to a point where you're not talking. But you still know each other. And I've met high-level spiritual people my whole life, famous people, rich people. So I have relationships with them. If I'm in that network, they might be farming, those rich people might be farming my father and I's ancient wisdom and fiery passion and natural charisma and confidence. We might be nodes in a network that they're farming us, and that's why they keep me in a state, because this is like very low-level Casey. High-level Casey would be out rampaging across the wilderness, going into cities and getting 5 or 6 girls, throwing an event at the lake, washing myself at the lake before I fuck the one I like. That's what I did when I was 17. I was an invasive force of freedom and love. Just having fun all day because I was trapped in institutions as a child too. When I had to kill my father in self-defense and he lived. After I did acid with Cheap Trick on top of a mountain at the most expensive ski resort in the state that I used to work 16-hour shifts on when I was 14. But like, I know Ralph Smart, I know Owen Cook. No, sex is you love somebody enough, the namaste, you're just another version of me. And then a lot of people don't know how to activate all the chakras. A lot of people don't know how to do foreplay, how to put the woman in position so that the energy comes in right and you're both there, and then you become better versions of yourself. Most people have problems and have like lower dimensional stuff. They have traumas, they have issues. And then they say sex is bad because then you're mixing two already dysfunctional networks, and so you're just causing more problems. Fasting, sunlight, probiotics, ketosis, autophagy, neurogenesis, the right spiritual supplements, the right environment, foundational understanding of the Higgs boson, daydreaming, like constant daydreaming, persevering through to daydream all day, learning how to stay in a state of focus, learning what your passions are, living with purpose and living the life authentically. Lose your mind and come to your senses. Breathe out and extend your field. Push past your barriers. Learn how to convert the narrative and change and control the narrative to your best self. And then you'll start to like working out excessively, like strong workouts, pushing yourself, running and swimming, putting yourself in different environments, just like probiotics, stimulate your gut fauna and flora to produce your, just make your factory optimized to produce the better brain chemicals. Then stimulate your spiritual network by going all to all different places and talking to different people once you've learned the sense of peace. And then naturally you'll understand how to get back to these skills that you've learned over time and be able to use your body as an instrument to express yourself creatively and living in another dimensional of reality through understanding the Higgs boson and quantum physics and structures of quarks and leptons and protons, photons, and how that all just going through that learning journey to have a better understanding of how everything around you is. And then you can start to channel your real self, and you'll understand that it's better housed and expressed when you put certain attention and focus on this. When you do semen retention, what they call the Christ consciousness, the 33, just like there's 33 vertebrae in the spine, 33 vertebrae, or 33 degrees in Freemasonry, and Jesus died at 33. When you fast, you also fast from lust and you do semen retention. That semen is stored, and the water in your body is storing all this knowledge that you're learning by committing to progress. And then you can take in all this energy and store it in your semen, and then it goes as you store it and store it and store it, taking more knowledge, and you do this. It goes up your vertebrae, it goes around your head like the Egyptian Ankh, it goes around your shoulders, it goes back down to your dick, and then your soul comes in, and then your chakras will open naturally with this breathing exercises and peace and yoga, stretching, working out, talking to people, being brave, taking risks, going out in the woods to learn yourself, this constant daydreaming to find out, because when you daydream, you do find who you are through daydreaming. When I daydream, I'm exploring through different realms of thought, and the things that I naturally come to tend to be the things that excite me the most, and I make the songs that feel the most like myself, so that when I lose touch and I smoke the cigarette and I play my music, it stimulates me to come back to where I was before. So that's a big process in this, in a world that's trying to keep you from what I just told you, which could get me killed for sharing. You feel me? You have to be constantly recalling memories. It's called paradigms. Do you see how big my forehead's gotten? Do you see it? Look how big my fucking cranium is expanded in free association. But my name means a everlasting tree of love, older than civilization itself. And my middle name means completely free. And my last name means exalted, placed away on a hill with a high eminence of shining light and authority. An ancient bloodline of giants that died fighting to free their people from slavery and oppression. I think my forehead reflects that my ancestors have spent a lot of time trying to creatively figure out a way out of this. Like Irish people have the massive foreheads because they spent their whole life creating. So whatever this part of the brain deals with, whatever your frontal lobe does, we Irish people just have a naturally enlarged thing because they probably that was probably valuable in their culture. They probably utilized that part of their brain more, so that as they're growing up as children, their frequency naturally extended. There's also not a lot of trees in Ireland. There's not a lot of mountains or forests. You're sitting on an island, so you have no constriction. Man, lately I've been smoking a pack a day, because when I don't, the crows won't shut up. What's up, bro? I just went off, bro. I just gave a master class. I've been giving master class after master class about how to heal your body to connect to God, and how to really shine through and fight back against negative emotions, to fight back and beat the matrix and bring your friends and family and community back to love in a way that they don't know how to do at 44404. I'm trying to get donations for a BB gun, man. I'm gonna put an infrared scope on the BB gun. Bam. In the past, I was able to project myself and put like a giant wall of my face and my ego, and that would make the crows freak out like this, and then all the girls would get turned on. True story. But yeah, I used to be able to use my ego with this understanding of quantum physics to be able to project myself through the ether at the crows, and they would freak out and leave me alone. But at 4:44:44, with 4 people that were watching. But this isn't reflective. There could be 50 people. YouTube is hiding them from me, and at the end, I'll be able to see. Oh, there was 1,000 people that watched. My top amount of people that were watching at one time was 150. How come I never saw that 150? How come you cut my live stream off when I start to channel in God through the camera? I've been in voodoo rituals. I lived in Beckley, and I went to the hood, and I lived with a girl for a couple days, and she brought in everybody, and they did a voodoo ritual, and they tried to steal my connection to God. I used to be great at freestyling, and then suddenly once they got me high, the guy that they brought in, this rapper, started to channel myself, and I felt me getting ripped away, and then they tried to convince me I was gay, and they tried to convince me I was a dog, and it fucked me up for a long time. But then I started fucking bitches again, and realized that I'm a masculine force on the planet that the world needs. Like, I did a tarot reading, and a girl in Australia said, like, I channeled you, and it made my root chakra vibrate and almost explode. And she was like, are you single? For real. It's called Moon. Make up a story about the time you made a girl pregnant through putting a screw in her mouth. So there was this bitch. She's a Gemini Leo. I don't know, man. If all this stuff is true, that when you sleep with someone you imprint them, then I guess I can take credit for the kid she had with the guy after me. Because I basically like restructured her. Like I'd go off, bro. We'd have synchronicities every day, where we could, like, I had a girlfriend where we didn't have to talk. I've had relationships with girls where neither of us had to talk to each other. Like I would know when she wanted to talk to me, and she would know when I wanted to talk to her, and we could just send like an emoji, and then she'd know to pull up, and then she'd show up, and we wouldn't talk. We'd hang out for hours, but we'd just go off the energy because we were both high-level empaths. So we would talk in the 5th dimension. We'd communicate through imagination and spirit. Great sex. And then after I left her to go to Miami to fuck bitches with my childhood hero, and I led a group of 100 autistic men through South Beach, and I taught them how to humor, openness, touch, authenticity, confidence, using your serotonin to overstep them and then lead the interaction to a positive and fun environment. So I taught a bunch of autistic men that, and I led them through interactions, through sets, they call them. You heard? And any YouTuber will tell you that they are not able to fully express their personality through the camera. They kind of degrade themselves to be able to talk like this. So I'm much, much different when the camera's off. This is just how it comes through. You gotta have faith. You have to believe the universe is working in your favor in order to do this high-level stuff that I could share with you. Pronoia is essential for anything. People ask me questions before. People ask me questions before. Yeah, Minnie asked about the law of attraction. Is Minnie still in here? Then I'll go off about the law of attraction. That's a lot higher level than I've gotten to so far. I took you through the foundational phase. If you really take it, trust me, in a week you'll thank me. If you just cut out sugar, you're going to be sick because it's an addiction. So when you cut out sugar, you're going to feel sick and sludgy and tired. But it's because the parasites are forcing you to try to get back to what's feeding them. You feel me? And then once you've eaten them, you'll start to come back to the natural way that you were supposed to be living the whole time. I'm saving the world, man. I think Minnie left. Law of attraction. And my spiritual team has told me that the people that I'm telling this to probably don't deserve the information I'm sharing. So to say law, I've already given you enough to be Andrew Tate. I've given you enough to overpower Andrew Tate completely. I've given you what kings do. Why did my like count and my view count disappear? My like count and my view count just disappeared. It wasn't zero. It disappeared. They're watching, bro. It's called targeted individuals. And I ticked their system when I was 14, at least. I don't think it's a coincidence that I would go to do the standardized test, the kneecaps, and I would literally pass out on the floor. I'd fall off my chair and pass out. It's so I couldn't excel in my test scores. You're in timeout, man. We don't like little dick energy around here, bro. Go back to Pornhub. Maybe your dad will be proud of you one day. Boy, you're my son now. I've got a group of sons. Haters that consistently come back to my live stream because they want daddy to tell them to shut the fuck up. I'm everybody's dad. My whole life I have friend groups of like 15 to 20 people, and I become their dad. Even adults. I heard you, man. I am trying to make money. I'm trying to help the world making money and make money to continue helping the world in better ways. I have a lot of ways that you can make money if you're interested. I don't really check, man. I check for memes to help the depression of. My story gets about 1,000 viewers on my Instagram, so I get some memes to keep that going, and don't really respond to DMs. It's not really in a position for it, man. This is a better way to get a hold of me when I'm live, because then I'm ready to talk. And we go. I've been talking for 5 hours now, man. Non-stop spew. Do you have an iPhone? What kind of phone do you have? I'm gonna make this kid some money right now. And I hope you if you're in the hood, man, I'm sure you're skinny, bro. I'm sure you're not overweight. You don't need to. A lot of these people need to hear to lay off the sugar, man. I don't think you need that stuff. I think you got it, bro. But let me know what kind of phone you have. And if anybody found this information valuable, if it made you, if it helped you in a better way, and you want to support the revolution, my Cash App's pinned. It's just going to help me make the content better and get me in a position to keep making life better for everyone else and finish my album, maybe. Hopefully. So I think you can do it with an Android. If you can download CapCut, you download TikTok, you start a TikTok page, you can have multiple, and you just go on to highlight clips. So you go like clips that made iShowSpeed famous, clips that made Sketch famous, clips that made iDubbbz, clips that made who's this guy I keep seeing? Jinxie. Clips that made Jinxie famous. And you can just rip them, you can just download the videos on YouTube. You can just save to device. You can just take their content that are already on these clip channels, and then you make your own clip channels, and then you use the right hashtags. So you just look at clip channels that are already popping, that have been doing this for a while. You just look at the description, look at their hashtags, use the same hashtags. There's something, I think it's called viral tag, or if you just just do some studying on how to go viral on YouTube, look up the hashtags that they use, because there are generators that generate the hashtags that you put in your description on the shorts. Then you make all these clip channels, and then you just keep putting out content daily like a habit. Instead of jerking off, instead change the habit. You can't stop habits, but you can change them. It's easier to change a habit. So you change your bad habits to taking these clips, throwing them into CapCut, putting in the auto captions, changing the settings on them to make them more visually appealing and stimulating to the mind, because people are looking for this like they look for food. It's a feed, that your YouTube feed, your Instagram feed, they're looking to be fed. So you get to stuff that makes it a good feed for them, and then you just like you're selling drugs. You consistently pump out what they're looking to get, and then you just grow your fan base more and more, because these streamers, they're doing it full time. I've got 5 hours of content right here. You just keep getting these 1-minute clips of stimulating, funny stuff, entertainment. And then you keep pumping it out, you build your fan base up, and then this little habit that you did, suddenly 1 million views. Go look at TikTok and find all the different ones that have 1 million views. Those content creators made $1,000. No, I'm the bear that wants to cuddle and bask with the women. Women and people of all shapes and sizes want to come cuddle with Casey. I'm everybody's dad. I'm the masculinity the world has been starved of, in a humble way. I thought I put this guy in timeout, man. I thought I put him in timeout. You're in timeout, brother. So yeah, clip farming, making these channels, going through and getting these clips, taking them in, downloading them, putting them on your own, and just consistent uploads. And just do it as a practice consistently. Just copy the channels. Copy the channels that are already making tons and tons of views. And then do the TikTok affiliate programs. And then the more money I get from this, the easier it's going to be for me to figure out how to do software as a service clip farming things, where all you have to do is take one clip, throw it onto your computer, and then it will automatically upload to 7 different channels, and those 7 different channels all get 1 million views. Because people will I'm subscribed to like probably 60 different channels of the same content creator, just to keep getting those those clips in my feed. So all those channels that I'm seeing when I scroll, you can just, eventually I'll be able to branch out that software so that when I upload, it's going to 8 different channels, and those 8 different channels are racking up 1 million views. That's $8,000 a video. Just send it to my Cash App, brother. And then we'll meet up later at the finish line. Eventually, when we all rampage through the country with the truth, and Owen Cook gets his head out of his ass and recognizes my value. But maybe he signed his soul to the Illuminati, and that's why he's been able to throw the best Hollywood Hills parties for the past 10 years. Like maybe it's saving my life, the fact that all these rich people don't want to be around me. Maybe it's saving me from something. That's me, man. We're at the 5-hour mark. I just spent a sixth of my day speaking and non-stop. I don't know many voodoo rituals, man. I know Freemason rituals. I've been in voodoo rituals as the victim, as the sacrificial lamb. It really fucked me up. I was so much more than I am now. But we're in the year of karma, so we're hoping that changes them back. I really appreciate you guys listening. I really hope that I'm providing value. You guys stayed up with me through the night. I just connected to a star and it gave me scenes for a music video I need to write down. Yeah, the people that built this country, the people that made slaves in the first place, did it to steal sexual energy from children. The Catholics that came here have dungeons where they would kidnap Native American kids and rape and torture them ritualistically because it gave them a better aura. When people say max aura, you just got 1,000 aura points. George Washington was raping Native Americans to max his aura points. So I know about that stuff. I don't do it. I don't do any of it. Because I know what it is. I listened to the one on your Instagram with Fulio. And I liked it. Imagine how many people walked by and heard what I was saying. Imagine how many those eureka moments, those realizations that the people woke up to. How many people in their network got influenced by that access to a higher vibration of information. He's not dead, bro. His name is Fulio. He's in a satanic coven. His whole purpose was to fake his death. Just like Nipsey Hussle and Tupac. Michael Jackson, Nipsey Hussle, and Tupac are on the Total Drama Island when they get kicked off the island and then they go to the resort for the rest of the TV show until the end of the season. They're all out there. They're probably in Mexico or in Dubai. When you have that much money and influence, you could just call somebody and have a U.S. Army jet fly you across the country if you want. Because you sold your soul. But you can't sell your soul. That's the big secret. The big secret is the only way that you haven't sold your soul is if you denounce those that belief that you did at the very end. What you telling me shush for? Bruh. But yeah, I miss my exes, man. It's crazy. The one ex I felt I had the best relationship with suffered the most since I broke up with her. Her life has gone to shit. And now I recognize that she was probably under spiritual attack, man. The girl that I wanted to have kids with and spend my life with, when I left her, her life turned horrible. She was an Instagram model. And not an OnlyFans model, like a pageant. She could have been the Miss Vermont very easily. Way better than Ice Spice. Way better than Ice Spice, I swear to God. I swear to God. I might have the picture of her. Way better than Ice Spice. Better energy too. Nah, she has 2 kids now, and she lost all her thickness with the kids and from smoking crack, bro. She started dating a drug dealer that got her hooked on coke. And then she lost everything and wandered around homeless, fucking on like 30-year-old drug addicts. She lost it. But when I was dating her, she had a great foster mom that was a local business owner. She lived in a mansion basically. She had everything going for her. But as soon as I left her, her life went to ruin, which is the same way for all my friends that I cut off. As soon as I kick them out, I cut off the snakes. Their lives go from being amazing and very high potential for greatness and success to just being like drugged up losers. And I feel responsible for that, not gonna lie. I don't think they're gonna do anything to you, bro, but the like intelligence organizations are watching my streams. And local police are they're watching. They consistently watch. And it's not like a schizo rant. That's tough, man. How much does your family rent? Are you renting? Are you Section 8? Yeah, all cops are brainwashed. All cops are brainwashed, brother. What's up, brother? Special teams, special players, special plays, special ed, special, unique, spiritual abilities. I want to know if Machine Derek's got what your living situation's like, if you don't mind. I'm tired, man. I need an Arizona and a Monster and a protein shake. I'm excited, man. It's gonna be nice. Delayed gratification. Instead of getting ice cream, I was gonna go get a pint of Ben & Jerry's with my food stamps, but instead I live streamed for 5 hours, and now it's gonna be so nice just to have a protein shake from the gas station and not depressed eat Ben & Jerry's. I don't know what that means, man. I'm not asking if you're struggling, but I mean, like, are you renting? Are you Section 8? Does your family own a home? Like a mortgage? Or are you, like, on the floor of a trap house right now? You know what I'm saying? That's not bad. That's just probably expensive though. Shit's probably expensive, man. Do yeah. Does most of the money that you make go into rent? As a 17-year-old, are you helping pay the rent? I mean, with this with the election season going on, I'm sure there's a lot of money in bumper stickers on a Shopify store too. You might be able to get a quick lick from that. Setting up a Shopify store really quick, watching some YouTube tutorials. Yeah, this guy's 17. Grimy $90. Yeah. So if you want to do the you could capitalize off the election with a Shopify store selling MAGA hats and bumper stickers and bracelets. Um, from what I see, man, it seems like the black community is very invested in the election right now. Like my Instagram feed and my YouTube is full of people talking about the black community endorsing different people. So it seems like there's a heavy demand for people wanting to represent their beliefs and their support for that. So you having a means like a bumper sticker or a MAGA hat or pins, it seems like there's a high customer demand for that right now. And then for you to just, I don't know a lot about targeted local ads, but I would put targeted local ads, or, go to like a community, like take it, because you're 17, man, you're young. People want to invest in young people. I want to say, you feel me? People want to invest in young people. You know what I'm saying? So get a bunch of MAGA pins and Kamala Harris pins off someplace like Alibaba. Usually when you see a product, so like if you look up right now, you look up MAGA pins, then you can find someone that's already selling them on Shopify, and you can usually just copy and paste the title of that product. So it'll say like Trump MAGA pin, this, and this. You just copy and paste what it says on the Shopify store, put it on Google, and then you can find, just keep scrolling till you find it. You can usually find a warehouse that's selling them extremely cheap, like Alibaba. And then get a surplus of that, go out to a church. If you're really out there hitting the block, go hit a church, go hit a community action organization or something, and sell the pins that you bought. Like you say you bought 2,000 pins for $50, 2,000 of them. If you're really about hustling, man, sell them for $2 a piece. You sell 1,000 pins for $2 a piece. In Chicago, where there's tons of people, and you just set up a little kiosk right there, a little desk with the MAGA pins and the Kamala Harris pins, when we're in the heat of election season. It's a lot of money, brother. Brother. Where I'm at, we need more food. There's not enough diversity in food. We need food trucks. We need hot dog stands that have the big New York style burgers with the big fat fucking burgers with the onion rings, the caramelized onion rings, and the crunchiness like Dorito chips in there. That's what I was gonna. I had a food truck called Munchies. That's what places like this need. That's what I wanted to do, man. I wanted to take my food stamps and get a hot dog cart. And then the universe provided me a hot dog cart. I just didn't do it back in the day. But yeah, stuff like that, man. Like, I know people that made a lot of money off Hawk2. Hawk2 made people 100 grand on Shopify that got it at the right time, that already knew how to do Shopify stores and targeted ads. Another good thing would be if you have a computer, to be able to get into crypto space, and then you just join the Real World, Andrew Tate's Real World, the Capital Club community, for about $40 a month, and then you just wait for them to give the go-ahead on crypto plays, if that's still there. If crypto's still active. I don't know. My music took a way bigger turn when I started focusing on expressing myself and making my best music versus making stuff that I think would influence the public in a better direction. Or just getting recognized like that. The more I made the music a me to me experience, like making a song for myself later when I need to listen to music for that moment, that changed the whole game for me. No. I don't think it's luck at all. I think it's based off of the work that you're doing and the risks you're taking and your intentions. Yeah, punk rock is dope. And there's not a lot of it right now. Alright, where are we at? Somebody drop a problem I can solve really quick. What's going on in your life? What you dealing with right now? I'm getting sleepy, man. Reality's setting in. Reality's setting in, man. What up, Dale? What's going on, man? I'm solving. I have so much going on in my mind. Yeah. So Kedrick means a king made of fire. A king born. Sorry, I don't want. What the fuck was I on with that shit? Kedrick means a king born of fire, and Drake means the dragon. In the Bible, it says the fiery king will call out the dragon to be a liar. and defeat the beast, and then Mr. Beast fell from grace. They're recreating the Revelations prophecy. The Native Americans had a prophecy that said when the world transitions to the new earth, when the family of light comes together to heal the world, they'll have white buffalo from a certain tribe that never had, like, there's no white buffalo, didn't exist. And then suddenly, during this Revelations time, the herd of buffalo the Native Americans prophesied would have the white buffalo in that time is now churning out white buffalo. And it's called the end of the Kali Yuga cycle in Hindu religions. It's saying that we are transitioning to a new world where we recognize we're spiritual beings having a human experience. So Drake and Kendrick are just actors. They both sold themselves to the industry. It's not like there's a good fight or a bad fight. They're playing characters that they've known to play since they signed up for this. You feel me? So Kendrick won because Kendrick was supposed to win. Yeah, it's real shit. It goes all the way back to like 200,000 years ago. It's called the Sumerian tablets in the Enuma Elish. You can look that up. And it's something called the Tao Te Ching. And then bits and pieces from the stuff that the Vatican has. All the religions that, when the Christians conquered the world and they took bits and pieces from all the different religions, all those religions have this type of revelations transcended to a new world story. So that's what we're doing. And what I teach here, because I'm just trying to provide value until the world ends and try to get money to finish my music and make my album, make content, get the means to travel so I can go back and fuck all my ex-girlfriends one last time. Are we ready for the Illuminati talk? Let me get a let me get a W in chat or something if you guys are ready for me to go off about what the Illuminati is. Because I worked in the music industry. I worked in the music industry for 3 months, but I worked in the music industry. I talked to Mac Miller 2 days before he died over the phone. W, there we go. My first ever W, man. my first ever W, man. Yeah, so the first thing is that so ancient Egypt, they had the priests and the gods, and they had this kind of reign over the world. There's pyramids across the entire world, even in Antarctica and the North Pole. And people are now saying there's pyramids on the moon and Mars. So there was an ancient civilization. Look how much we accomplished in 100 years. In 100 years, we went from farming with horses to an artificial intelligence that can control the entire world. And that was 200 years. So 200,000 years ago, they had pyramids and they had all this stuff. At least 2,000 years ago that we know of, but probably 16,000 years ago, there was these Egyptian gods that are probably aliens that came down and seeded humanity based off of all these different religious texts and what we've uncovered across the world. Back then, there was a family, because the sun god Ra in Egypt, and when the sun god Ra, or the alien, died, when they made like maybe the Adam and Eve colony that seeded humanity, kind of like genetic manipulation that made us, when that left, that god or that alien or whatever said, when I die and I go to the great beyond and I live outside of space and time and I don't need a body anymore because I'm transcending, I'm going to give Ra's children governance over the earth. They're going to be the CEOs, they're going to be the kings of the earth forever until we reach a certain level of humanity. And then Ra's children evolved into Rothschilds. So when you look up the richest people in the world are the Rothschilds. That's a family of like what could be alien hybrids or just this ancient bloodline of occult high level owners of the world from this ancient culture that have been steadily going. They were there before Rome, they were there before Christianity, they were there way, way back, and they've been going, and now they own the world. They own BlackRock and Vanguard that owns America and owns the media and owns everything. They have hands in every single business that you would see walking down the street. All the oil companies, the military industrial complex, that's all owned by one family. And then they have little families that they've descended from as the tree. So there are like 100 different families that are in charge of owning the public, and they see us as cattle. They see us as like farms for energy, and then workers and slaves. So below that, there are high level organizations of like satanic covens and people that work with these things that operate outside of space and time, what you call demonic entities or angelic beings. They believe there's a god under a god, whether it's like aliens or others. They're in charge of that. There are different networks that are controlled from the higher ups, and the Illuminati is just one of those branches of that main tree. So there's the main heads that have been around since ancient Egypt that own everything. They have control over the whole world, and then they have branches of different organizations, and the Illuminati is just what was one of those. Other organizations of mention are called the Rosicrucians, the Rose Cross, the Freemasons, the they have tons of different names, but now the Vatican, and now like NATO, the European Union, the British Empire, the Moore family, just all these old families that got wealth and riches that worked with these people. The Jews, yeah, Jewish people. And they're all under this one main top family. And they do stuff like spiritual work. They use energetic fields. What occult means is that they hid knowledge from the public. So there are things that we know when we're born that are beaten and conditioned out of us so that we forget, and then we just have no access to that memory because they hide it, and then they use us to work us like slaves, and they sign us up. Like when we're born, when we sign that birth certificate, you know, like our narrative matters. The story that we're living inside is powerful and important. When you want to impact the world with your music, you want to go get the pretty girl, you want to go on the hero's journey, that story is powerful. So when they give you a name and they give you a birthday and they sign you over on a land trust to this organization, like a birth certificate is, you notice how my view count doesn't reflect the likes. There's about probably 50 people watching, and they're cutting off that. When I end this, it'll say that like 1,000 people were watching, by the way. And then they'll cut it off if I get too specific or I start to channel too much of like a hope in my mind. My stream cuts off, and I'll get a notification that says like CIA, how they target individuals. So the Illuminati was one of those, and they basically dealt with kind of like the governments on like a specific aspect of spirituality and their agenda was to kind of prep children to be better vessels, to have more powerful manifestation energy. So they built public, the Freemasons and all these built American society in a system. Like if you open a chip up on your phone and you look at the way a chip in a circuit board goes to transmit information from the internet into the phone through a screen, the same way that chip was set up, the pyramids back in the day, they're set up. So it was just a very large version of what's in our chips right now. It was just a way to channel in a higher form of internet and information down, and they were living in like an internet themselves. as like cattle for these what are probably aliens that came down and gave us the technology. So the Illuminati and stuff like this, the society was structured and invented to use us as batteries in the matrix, so that our hopes and dreams are consistently ruined, and we spend so much fighting for this amazing thing to happen in our life, just to have it sniffed away, and then it gets converted to depression and hopelessness, and then they take that away from us, and it's probably just put into like a giant bubble of energy of our light and hope and inspiration and sexual energy that those things use. So what the Illuminati did with the music industry, and the Illuminati may be left and now it's a different organization. We'll probably never know until the very end what the name of the actual people are, because they're that powerful that we would never know. Is that they use in these rituals where all these people come with hopes and dreams and hearts full of love and connection to their family and heartbreak and trust and all these things, and then all these kids that have the most powerful, purest form of it, and then you go to a concert, and then in the concert somebody that's already been inducted already has all the rituals done, it's already housing like a demonic presence, it already knows how to convert energy, it already knows how to live in a world with information we don't even know, that I've given you a lot of it, but not the right not the way that they're using it, you feel me? So when Ice Spice and Central C go on stage and they embody an archetype in our mind, the same way that they would put the cross above the TV and stuff like that, or they put the statues up to embody like a space in our mind. They put these artists that are attractive on stage, and they basically use them like a spiritual funnel. So they hit you with all these frequencies, they put you on drugs, they put you in a state where you're out of it, and then they siphon off your identity, your spiritual energy, your relationships, your sovereignty, your personality, your essence, and then that goes in and feeds a monster. And that's why Travis Scott played a certain note on his piano and it killed like 3 people. Notice how they flicked my live when I start to... That's how Travis Scott killed people at his concert. That's how the Swifties are catching on. The Swifties are going to the concert. They're going to the concert and they're coming back home, and then they're posting on Twitter. I can't remember a single thing that happened at the concert. I went to the concert for hours. I had the time of my life. And now my whole family just came home and none of us can remember what happened. Because they siphoned it out of their minds to feed something spiritually, like the Mind Flayer from Stranger Things. So the Illuminati and this stuff, this organization that I was almost a part of. To be famous, you have to have a handler that has to be Jewish. You have to probably get raped, because that sexual energy connects you in like a tree of relationships to this higher level of things. And that's what Diddy parties are for, is mass amounts of bringing people in to farm them sexually, to feed these monsters. And Hollywood puts it right in your face. They tell you over and over again. Jim Carrey goes on stage and does that for everybody to see, and he tells you flat out. He just goes there and tells people, and Jimmy Fallon or Jimmy Kimmel or whatever is just like, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. I can't do anything else or they'll kill my mother. Ha 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 ha. They have my daughter in a cell somewhere. Ha ha ha. But in exchange, if you say, I'm gonna go be Jimmy Kimmel, I'm gonna go do the talk show. When I get done, I want 3 6-year-olds, I want a pound of cocaine, and I want to go on a private jet, military escort down to Epstein's Island for the weekend. And I want to fuck my 6-year-olds, not me, but these artists in the Illuminati. They want that. On the other hand, they have politicians that signed up to do right, and they want to save the world, and they are charismatic. So what these guys will do at the Diddy parties is eventually they'll invite you to go in back in the day before AI. So like in the 2000s, they'd say like, "Hey George Bush, come with me to this party. Come hang out with my friends. It's a business proposition. We've got like an Elon Musk type that's gonna do a lot for the solar panels and electric cars." And then this guy's like, "That's exactly what society needs. We need more communities. We need parks." They go there, they sit down, they smoke a cigar, they have a couple beers. They're like, "Bring my niece wants to meet you. Come in." The niece sits on the guy's lap. The niece is a trained satanic coven person that does child porn. That was bred since a child to do it. So the niece just already knows. The niece rips off her clothes. The niece grabs the guy's dick, and then they snap a picture. So now they have blackmail. So if they don't enforce their policies to maintain this Rothschild agenda, they're now in jail for the rest of their life. And they don't have access to all their privileges. And then they try to rope them into going and doing the Epstein stuff and all this. At the same time, they have satanic high wizards that study magic and study the ancient traditions. And then they go to these Hollywood parties, they sacrifice a baby, they cut a chicken open. If you go on John Zerka's stream, John Zerka, Jack Doherty, a rapper came up and told you that it's real. A rapper showed up and John Zerka called him out, and they were like, "Yeah, I sacrifice chickens all the time. We cut the chicken open in front of the pentagram, and we call the demon in, and we ask him to do things for us in exchange for the souls of the people at our concerts, or the spiritual energy of them at least." So the artists that are famous are just, when Kendrick said, there's a lot of freaky shit going on, and some of these artists are here to police it. They're enforcing that thing to keep going. So when I was in the music industry, they put me on drugs. I met the handlers. I didn't do it. I ran away and I went home. Then I lost everything, including my son. So I crashed my car into a pole to kill myself. And my life has been crazy since. Way crazier than that. I met famous people. I don't think I'm inducted. I don't think I'm inducted into it, but I think that they know about me. I think I'm probably very protected to be able to be in this position. But I know that I find peace, and then NPCs come up and stomp around me and try to ruin my day. Crows will scream at me all day. All day they're screaming at me if I hold any feeling of peace in my body. Any feeling of like creative energy where I'm making songs. And the crows show up and they're screaming at me. They do form a pentagram, man. Like, I swear to God, they do a 5-point, one in front of me, 2 at my sides, 2 behind me. And they don't stop screaming until I feel like my life was ruined, and then I'll hear some stranger cackling down the street. Like, ah! And then the crows leave. And I thought that I was alone, so I made YouTube videos. I did this as like a, "Are you gonna kill me?" You heard? I'm gonna say it. "Are you gonna kill me?" How much can I get away with saying before you kill me? Because I felt alone. My family was doing the same things that my abusers were doing, that I felt were like MK Ultra Truman Show demonic entity attacks. I was getting the same exact behavior from everybody. Everywhere I went for years, everywhere I went, it was like I was dealing with the same set of beings, just through different NPC bodies. Like I'm trapped in the cell somewhere spiritually, and I'm just living in this Truman Show, going through suffering all day, trying to co-create something. And my life is like I told you, I went to the biggest town in Vermont, and then there were flags that had my name on them that said co-created. Right after I had a spiritual mentor over the internet teach me about how to co-create with the universe. And I'm a 33 life path, born on the 11th, that grew up in isolation on top of a mountain, and one of these elites one of these families, my dad would go on the yachts with them every winter. So I don't know if I was a strategically placed Freemasonic birth with an ancient alien bloodline, but that's what the facts are. Like I'm an Rh negative O'Brien on both sides. 33 life path, where I was supposed to be born on a different day, but I came out making me a 33 life path, born on the 11th. There's probably so much more to me than I even realized. It's been conditioned, and they're enforcing me to not be able to hold. Yeah, they've taken my family, they've taken my friends, they've taken my insides through voodoo rituals and kidnappings. I've been kidnapped. I've had to kill people in self-defense. That just attacked me during a breakthrough, where I felt closer to God. Clipped. Highlight. So I'm here on YouTube just providing my knowledge and value, hoping that along the way maybe somebody finds me that's got enough money that could cash at me to get a motorbike so I can go ride on trails and get a computer. And every time I tried to get a job, it was horrible and like the people are very messed up mentally here. If it's not a Truman Show, these people are like so far gone from connection to a higher power that they've been reduced to like violent craziness. And I don't want to subject myself to being trapped there anymore because of all my traumas. You feel me? All my traumas of being trapped. I don't want to sit in a gas station and have to deal with all this going on. So instead I sit at a public park and I channel nature. And I work with the birds and we fight the crows. And then the robots come and try to kill me, spiritually. And I sing, and I tell them off. I told a fat bitch off today that her privilege from years of white pride has conditioned her to not mind her own business, and that she'd understand empathy a lot better if society wasn't structured to force people to work and they could actually go outside and have conversations with each other. You'd realize that we're all people, that everybody's story is different, and that when you have these activities and social connection, people throw out their addictions instantly because the thing that they were yearning for, they find naturally through social connection and connection to the sun and nature. These addictions are crutches because we've been isolated and separated to keep us from that natural connection with each other. And the people that are supposed to be teaching us how to connect, like churches, are using it for these organizations to farm the energy. I went to a church and a pedophile would lock me in the truck and try to convince me I was gay, the van. And then he tried to sleep with me. The church I went to for help, bro. And it was a Frank, and then the church had 2 Bryans in it. So Casey Francis O'Brien got kidnapped by a Frank and then lived with Bryans. But that pedophile gave me a black card, you heard me? And then after that I met real gang members, and I traveled and I met real positive role models that were black. And they taught me that it's not a bad thing to live passionately. It's just white people are afraid of it. And that your suffering is your strength. You don't hide behind it to put on a show for people, to try to play games to control others, like white people do, white culture. If Machine Derek's still here, we can go off, we can talk about gang violence. That's my long rant about, I don't know how long I just spoke for. We could talk about the divine feminine, like Mac Miller's album. Talk about most of life is just giving better experiences for women. That all these love songs are to a goddess. Justin Bieber was writing love songs to a goddess and then getting fucked by Jewish men and eating babies. Yummy, 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 yummy. Pizza, pizza, pizza. What were they eating? They were eating children. They were kidnapping Native American babies and eating them. They were keeping them on the res, and these girls would go missing, and they'd chalk it up to people on the res. But it was the CIA that were stealing Native American babies to eat. They ate them. The Walking Dead were eating people. Clipped. See if I die. They haven't killed Alex Jones yet. But they killed Dr. Sebi. And he was preaching what I'm preaching, and Alex Jones isn't. You feel me? So much pain behind my eyes. But yeah, I took the time to look up Rh negative. My mom thinks she's so smart. My mom thinks she's so smart, bro. They're the natural people. They held on to their genetics and refused to be brainwashed. Like the Irish. And the Celts and the natives had the same gods. The things that they would talk to, the spirits, the ancestors. And they held on to that wisdom and knowledge. So their energy was better than brainwashed white kids. So we're at the precipice of change, man. It's coming out. It's seeping through the airwaves. We're not going to be able to escape this information. I'm just helping you guys be able to have a better experience during this time, so that you can make your dreams come true in a way that isn't eaten by an evil entity. Like Epic Mealtime. We make your dreams come true so we can eat them. That's their channel description. And I met him. I walked into a Walmart when I was homeless, depressed out of my mind, and I was making YouTube videos in my head, praying for a way to make content and get myself out there into the mainstream. Then I walked into a Walmart. It was packed. I walked into the snack aisle to get my spicy popcorn, to go have my comfort food, sitting around a bunch of overdosing crackheads, sleeping in the back of my car, paranoid and having dreams that an AI is trying to eat my soul. And then I'd wake up and there's military uniform guys around me, around my car, and their crows are screaming. So I went into this Walmart, and then the whole place cleared. Like the snack aisle was packed when I got in there. I stood in the middle, and then everybody just walked out and left. And then Epic Mealtime walks in, and it's just me, him, and his girlfriend. I went to Venice Beach when I was 17. Somebody offered me acid. I refused. I turned around, and Ray William Johnson was standing right there, just hovering next to me. I watched Elliot Hulse growing up, and then his nephew was my roommate in college, in the music industry. I went to Maine, and my car broke down, and I decided to stay. A week later, I'm at a house party with the most famous person from Maine. Musically, C.416. And he follows me on Instagram. Then, on Halloween, that CEO, he slapped my ass, and then he tried to He like wouldn't let me leave, and I told you he had cancer, so they were opening his guts up to rip it out. His guts opened up on my back, and I left and ran away, and I drove home, and it was pouring rain on Halloween in 2018, and I'm there, and I'm playing John Bellion, Hand of God. There's a woman at the other end of the gas station lot. It's a rest stop, so there's tons of gas pumps, but it's just us. I'm blasting John Bellion. She comes over and is like, "Oh my God, this is amazing! I love this song. Who is it?" And I'm like, "It's John Bellion." Don't you love how intricate and complex it is at a simple level? And she's like, "Yeah." And she gives me her Instagram, and her husband is the ghostwriter for Macklemore and Ryan Lewis. Mike Slap. And like I did acid with Cheap Trick, and then I had to kill my father in self-defense that night. And then I went into government custody, and all the people there were the staff members were named after Irish gods. And I read the entire Game of Thrones series, and I empathized with the guy based off of my ancestor Brian Boru. And then Jon Snow, and then Jon Snow became John DeCaesar, and he taught me about masculinity the same way Jon Snow taught me about masculinity. Then I learned from John Michael, who was a schizophrenic creep, crazy, but also had like a nice creative style. The things I needed to learn about life, I learned from a John something, Jon Snow, John DeCaesar, John Michael, John Zerka. It's just every couple years, there's a Gary and a John. And then in my life, there's a Michael and and I'm Casey. And then there's a Ray, consistently. And if it's not a John, it's a Sean. And then Jessica's come out of nowhere to help me. I've dated like 4 Jessies. And then while I was dating those 4 Jessies, my cousin Jesse, I was helping learn animation and get in touch with his spiritual gifts. And then I'd be passed out behind a vending machine freezing and crying because I'm so tired of life and no one will help me anywhere that I go. And then a guy named Jesus comes in and hands me a $20 bill. And then a girl named Jessica, which is feminine for Jesus, Jessie, comes in and hands me $50 so I can get McDonald's and get enough money to drive. And then I go to just drive around and play my music and make my songs until I break down and I have to come back. But like Gary's, John's, Jesse's, Vicky's, Kat's, Leo's, Andrew's, and then just Irish names, prominent Irish names that were with my ancestor in the Battle of Clontarf, with sprinkled in spiritual initiations to meeting gods like Cernunnos and Dagda, and the Lyran people, and the Arcturians, which are the blue ones with the many eyes, and then the dark shadow people that look like Slenderman, or the Demogorgons, or the 2-dimensional things that look like these distorted cartoons that are malevolent, and then there's these weird insect things that look like the things from the movie Ender's Game, and those things try to get in and destroy me, and then the birds come up and sing those things away. They fight them spiritually. And that's my day-to-day experience, and I just enjoy music in my headphones. I enjoy my Ben & Jerry's once a month. I enjoy my 2 Arizona iced teas, and I like to lay on the grass and feel the negative ions of the earth. And I just get back in touch, and then I have to fight people. I have to fight people. Spiritually, through arguments, or physically to the death. You feel me? You're in timeout, pussy. Go jerk off. Maybe your dad will be proud of you one day. Clipped. Now you're immortalized. As a bitch. You heard me? So that's my testimony, man, and I have that's nothing compared to how much more has happened in my life. I have so much more than that. So much more. And it's usually the way that I express it is a lot more intelligent and a lot more philosophical and a lot more meaningful than just ranting about stories that happened. Usually I have lessons and I have things that I share with people that help them. Like, instead of focusing on what you can control, shift the energy into what you can create. Lose your mind and come to your senses. I think the old Casey would say, put all your energy into progress and just consistently work towards that, learning and applying your skills, and then you'll be in a position after you level up like that to be able to provide more for everyone, and you can be able to be the house for fun where people will want to be around you naturally. That's what I used to say when I was 16. That was my 16-year-old teaching that I would tell people and kids in programs. And then I would beat all the staff members at chess and Stratego. I think it rained and I didn't even realize because my headphones were in. That's me, man. If you know any Richmond, north of Richmond, and you have a grandma that needs some good karma and has more money than she knows what to do with, steal that bitch's credit card and get that rich man here before we take his fucking wallet. If you need help getting girls, you need help getting money, you need help fixing your mental health issues, I've got a lot of keys that can open a lot of your locks. Let's go to 6 hours. If I could go back, I would have just enjoyed the moments that I had with the women that I loved. And I would have cut off my family. And then I would have gone in with specific missions. Like, I enjoyed the time I spent with them, but I would have gone in, like, instead of talking about philosophy, I would have sat and built Legos with my cousin. Instead of, like, watching YouTube videos. But I don't know. Sometimes I don't even think they're real, bro. Sometimes I really think that it's a Truman Show. Like God's Truman Show. And that they're barely, like, sometimes I feel like I'm so experienced and so ancient that these people are, like, basically, like, less than NPCs around me. And that when I choose to love them, then they become real. And then when I leave, their lives go horribly wrong. Because they don't know how to use the stuff that I had taught them. And they didn't have the tree, the ancient Irish African tree to hug. So we're here. I'm here for you. I'm here for you, man. You have a life and you have dreams. You have a thing that you're trying to do. This universe operates in what's called the hero's journey. It's the shape of the Milky Way galaxy. It's the snail shell and the shells that you pick up out of the ocean, and you're really excited to find it. It's that golden spiral. As above, so below. The simplest things affect the most complex, and the most complex affect the simple. And you are just going on journeys of ascension, learning things and growing and applying it. And there's certain themes and things that happen as you go on your journey, and then you come back home with what you learned, and then you set off again. So, about every time I go on live, 1,000 people come in on their hero's journey, and I'm the master teacher in numerology. So I'm just giving you guys the wisdom to help you on whatever you're doing. So I gave people a foundational set of skills, a practice that they can use to heal all of their mental illness and all of their diseases, get them back to where they were as a child when they were free, how to use their memories and spirit and quantum mechanics once they have the biology down to come back, and then they can actually steer the ship in the right direction and guide themselves on the life that they need to go on so that they can make the most of this gift of life that they have. And then I've been through it all, I hope. You feel me? So I have the skills and I have the lessons when people come in on their hero's journey and they're like, this is what's happening to me, this is where things going. I can, like, oh, okay. No. Shift it to this, focus on this, do this, plant the seeds here, be patient and wait, work on this, enjoy. Now that you've done that, you have more time in your day to experience more of life. Stem your branch this way and focus on this. Develop these skills. When the old mobsters would say, "You have my blessing," I'm judging everyone that comes in here. Clipped. That's the mission statement. Where am I at for charge? We're at 6 hours, man. Anybody have anything they want to say? How about, can I get a bird if I should keep going? I smoke a lot of cigarettes, man. How about a butterfly? They sent 2 butterflies to me earlier. Don't butterflies go to sleep at night? And they both came up to me while I'm on this live stream when I needed to know if I was making the right decision or not. You feel me? And women love me, man. I might sound a little gay, man. My frequency might not be emanating enough testosterone at the time. You heard? I might not have enough pain because I let it all go to talk like this. Like in the movie Get Out. Not Get Out. In the movie, like the movie Get Out, but in the movie Nope. When they meet that UFO that turns out to be an organism. And then at the end, when it opens up completely and it sheds its form to show it's just an eye. Like a biblical angel. I throw out all my energy and personality to just speak to you like this. Bruh. I should have been doing this in 2020, man. I'd be getting raped by a Jewish man so that they don't kill my mommy. Who ruins my life once a year, at least. She goes out of her way. And then I go see my dad and he gets mad and gets violent and tries to kill me. And they work together to frame a false narrative to try to send me to jail. Isolating me from my wealthy grandparents and what could have been great relationships with my family. So go out there and bring me problems that I can solve. Clip this and spread it. Send it to Owen Cook. Send it to Justin Waller. Who's a Satanist? And then one day I'll beat the fuck out of Aiden Ross on stream. One day I'll beat Aisho Speed at football. And Kai Cenat deleted himself doing the Irish jig with the Irish bagpipe player because he felt like it was racist. So I'll go in and explain to him how that wasn't racist and the symbolism behind it, and then I'll bring in a whole Irish choir and Irish bagpipes, and he can get jiggy with it. Because that's what he's doing. He used to eat from my grandfather's restaurant on West 238th Bronx. If my father was telling the truth, which he probably is. He only stopped being the most honest man I know very recently. So, no one had any questions. No one had anything else. I'm gonna go ride my bike down to the store and hope I don't get beamed by an energy weapon or attacked by a police officer or a crackhead. I'm gonna try to get me some comfort protein. I'm gonna come back and watch some videos, do some push-ups, and then wait to fight the battle again when the simulation resets and all these white people come back out to conquer each other and destroy the natural sense of love that the birds are trying really hard to promote. And I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna fight them all from my perch on a Sunday. And then when I feel like it, I'm going to go live again and keep solving the world's problems. This has been Casey Francis O'Brien. Thank you so much for watching. If you got any value from it, please use it to put yourself on your best life. Take consistent action, write your dreams down. We're all in this together. If you know any Richmond, north of Richmond, tell them to get their ass over here and give me their money before we take it. If your racist grandma has too much money and doesn't know what to do with it, give her some good karma by stealing her credit card and cash apping me some money. Fuck bitches all day, get money. Be the change you want to see in the world. Show love. Stand. Plant yourself like a tree in front of the river of truth. That came to me. But just choose the right thing and keep daydreaming before you have to pay to daydream. This has been Casey Francis O'Brien. Go fuck yourself.